The word alchemist suddenly suggested to his mind the idea of Archdeacon Claude Frollo. He recalled the violent scene which he had just witnessed in part, that the gypsy was struggling with two men, that Quasimodo had a companion, and the morose and haughty face of the archdeacon passed confusedly through his memory. That would be strange, he said to himself, and on that fact and that basis he began to construct a fantastic edifice of hypothesis, that card castle of philosophers. Then, suddenly returning once more to reality, "Come, I'm freezing," he ejaculated. The place was, in fact, becoming less and less tenable. Each molecule of the gutter bore away a molecule of heat radiating from Gringoire's loins, and the equilibrium between the temperature of his body and the temperature of the brook began to be established in rough fashion. Quite a different annoyance suddenly assailed him. A group of children, those little barefooted savages who have always roamed the pavements of Paris under the eternal name of gamins, and who, when we were also children ourselves, threw stones at all of us in the afternoon when we came out of school, because our trousers were not torn. A swarm of these young scamps rushed towards the square where Gringoire lay, with shouts and laughter which seemed to pay but little heed to the sleep of the neighbours. They were dragging after them some sort of hideous sack, and the noise of their wooden shoes alone would have roused the dead. Gringoire, who was not quite dead yet, half raised himself. "Oh hey Hennequin Dandech, oh hey Jehan Pincebird," they shouted in deafening tones. "Old Eustache Malbon, the merchant at the corner, has just died. We've got his straw pallet, we're going to have a bonfire out of it. It's the turn of the Flemish today." And behold, they flung the pallet directly upon Gringoire, beside whom they had arrived without espying him. At the same time, one of them took a handful of straw and set off to light it at the wick of the good Virgin. "Esdeath," growled Gringoire, "am I going to be too warm now?" It was a critical moment. He was caught between fire and water. He made a superhuman effort, the effort of a counterfeiter of money who is on the point of being boiled, and who seeks to escape. He rose to his feet, flung aside the straw pallet upon the street urchins, and fled. "Holy Virgin," shrieked the children, "tease the merchant's ghost." And they fled in their turn. The straw mattress remained master of the field. Belleforet, Father Le Juge, and Carazit affirmed that it was picked up on the morrow, with great pomp, by the clergy of the quarter, and borne to the treasury of the Church of Saint Opportune, where the sacristan, even as late as 1789, earned a tolerably handsome revenue out of the great miracle of the statue of the Virgin at the corner of the Rue Mauconseil, which had, by its mere presence on the memorable night between the 6th and 7th of January, 1482, exorcised the defunct Eustache Malbon, who, in order to play a trick on the devil, had at his death maliciously concealed his soul in his straw pallet. Chapter 6. The Broken Jug. After having run for some time at the top of his speed without knowing whither, knocking his head against many a street corner, leaping many a gutter, traversing many an alley, many a court, many a square, seeking flight and passage through all the meanderings of the ancient passages of the Halles, exploring in his panic terror what the fine Latin of the maps calls tota via, ceminum et viaria, our poet suddenly halted for lack of breath in the first place, and in the second because he had been collared after a fashion by a dilemma which had just occurred to his mind. "It strikes me, Master Pierre Gringoire," he said to himself, placing his finger to his brow, "that you are running like a madman. The little scamps are no less afraid of you than you are of them. It strikes me, I say, that you heard the clatter of their wooden shoes fleeing southward, while you were fleeing northward. Now, one of two things: either they have taken flight, and the pallet, which they must have forgotten in their terror, is precisely that hospitable bed in search of which you have been running ever since morning, and which Madame the Virgin miraculously sends you, in order to recompense you for having made a morality in her honour, accompanied by triumphs and mummeries. Or the children have not taken flight, and in that case they have put the brand to the pallet, and that is precisely the good fire which you need to cheer, dry, and warm you. In either case, good fire or good bed, that straw pallet is a gift from heaven. The blessed Virgin Marie, who stands at the corner of the Rue Mauconseil, could only have made Eustache Malbon die for that express purpose, and it is folly on your part to flee thus zigzag, like a Picard before a Frenchman, leaving behind you what you seek before you, and you are a fool." Then he retraced his steps, and feeling his way and searching, with his nose to the wind and his ears on the alert, he tried to find the blessed pallet again, but in vain. There was nothing to be found but intersections of houses, closed courts, and crossings of streets, in the midst of which he hesitated and doubted incessantly, being more perplexed and entangled in this medley of streets than he would have been even in the labyrinth of the Hôtel des Tournelles. At length he lost patience, and exclaimed solemnly, "Cursed be cross roads! 'Tis the devil who has made them in the shape of his pitchfork." This exclamation afforded him a little solace, and a sort of reddish reflection which he caught sight of at that moment at the extremity of a long and narrow lane completed the elevation of his moral tone. "God be praised," said he, "there it is yonder, there is my pallet burning." And comparing himself to the pilot who suffers shipwreck by night, salve, he added piously, "Salve Maris Stella." Did he address this fragment of litany to the Holy Virgin or to the pallet? We are utterly unable to say. He had taken but a few steps in the long street which sloped downwards, was unpaved, and more muddy and steep, when he noticed a very singular thing. It was not deserted. Here and there along its extent crawled certain vague and formless masses, all directing their course towards the light which flickered at the end of the street, like those heavy insects which drag along by night from blade to blade of grass, towards the shepherd's fire. Nothing renders one so adventurous as not being able to feel the place where one's pocket is situated. Gringoire continued to advance, and had soon joined that one of the forms which dragged along most indolently, behind the others. On drawing near, he perceived that it was nothing else than a wretched legless cripple in a bowl, who was hopping along on his 2 hands like a wounded field spider which has but 2 legs left. At the moment when he passed close to this species of spider with a human countenance, it raised towards him a lamentable voice. "La buona mancia, signor, la buona mancia." "Deuce take you," said Gringoire, "and me with you if I know what you mean." And he passed on. He overtook another of these itinerant masses and examined it. It was an impotent man, both halt and crippled to such a degree that the complicated system of crutches and wooden legs which sustained him gave him the air of a mason's scaffolding on the march. Gringoire, who liked noble and classical comparisons, compared him in thought to the living tripod of Vulcan. This living tripod saluted him as he passed, but stopping his hat on a level with Gringoire's chin, like a shaving dish, while he shouted in the latter's ears, "Señor Caballero, para comprar un pedazo de pan." "It appears," said Gringoire, "that this one can also talk, but 'tis a rude language, and he is more fortunate than I if he understands it." Then, smiting his brow in a sudden transition of ideas, "By the way, what the deuce did they mean this morning with their Esmeralda?" He was minded to augment his pace, but for the 3rd time something barred his way. This something, or rather someone, was a blind man, a little blind fellow with a bearded Jewish face, who, rowing away in the space about him with a stick, and towed by a large dog, droned through his nose with a Hungarian accent, "Facitote caritatum." "Well now," said Gringoire, "here's one at last who speaks a Christian tongue. I must have a very charitable aspect since they ask alms of me in the present lean condition of my purse. My friend," and he turned towards the blind man, "I sold my last shirt last week. That is to say, since you understand only the language of Cicero, vendidi hebdomade nuper transita meme ultimam chemisum." That said, he turned his back upon the blind man and pursued his way. But the blind man began to increase his stride at the same time, and behold, the cripple and the legless man in his bowl came up on their side in great haste, and with great clamour of bowl and crutches upon the pavement. Then all 3, jostling each other at poor Gringoire's heels, began to sing their song to him. "Caritatum," chanted the blind man. "La buona mancia," chanted the cripple in the bowl. And the lame man took up the musical phrase by repeating, "Un pedazo de pan." Gringoire stopped up his ears. "Oh, Tower of Babel," he exclaimed. He set out to run. The blind man ran, the lame man ran, the cripple in the bowl ran. And then, in proportion as he plunged deeper into the street, cripples in bowls, blind men and lame men, swarmed about him, and men with one arm and with one eye and the leprous with their sores, some emerging from little streets adjacent, some from the air holes of cellars, howling, bellowing, yelping, all limping and halting, all flinging themselves towards the light, and humped up in the mire like snails after a shower. Gringoire, still followed by his 3 persecutors, and not knowing very well what was to become of him, marched along in terror among them, turning out for the lame, stepping over the cripples in bowls, with his feet embedded in that ant-hill of lame men, like the English captain who got caught in the quicksand of a swarm of crabs. The idea occurred to him of making an effort to retrace his steps, but it was too late. This whole legion had closed in behind him, and his 3 beggars held him fast, so he proceeded, impelled both by this irresistible flood by fear, and by a vertigo which converted all this into a sort of horrible dream. At last he reached the end of the street. It opened upon an immense place, where 1,000 scattered lights flickered in the confused mists of night. Gringoire flew thither, hoping to escape, by the swiftness of his legs, from the 3 infirm spectres who had clutched him. "En vas, hombre, where are you going, my man?" cried the cripple, flinging away his crutches and running after him with the best legs that ever traced a geometrical step upon the pavements of Paris. In the meantime the legless man, erect upon his feet, crowned Gringoire with his heavy iron bowl, and the blind man glared in his face with flaming eyes. "Where am I?" said the terrified poet. "In the court of miracles," replied a 4th spectre, who had accosted them. "Upon my soul," resumed Gringoire, "I certainly do behold the blind who see and the lame who walk, but where is the Saviour?" They replied by a burst of sinister laughter. The poor poet cast his eyes about him. It was, in truth, that redoubtable Cour des Miracles, whither an honest man had never penetrated at such an hour, the magic circle where the officers of the chatelet and the sergeants of the provostship, who ventured thither, disappeared in morsels, a city of thieves, a hideous wart on the face of Paris, a sewer from which escaped every morning, and whither returned every night to crouch, that stream of vices, of mendicancy and vagabondage which always overflows in the streets of capitals, a monstrous hive to which returned at nightfall with their booty all the drones of the social order, a lying hospital where the bohemian, the disfrocked monk, the ruined scholar, the ne'er-do-wells of all nations, Spaniards, Italians, Germans, of all religions, Jews, Christians, Mahometans, idolaters, covered with painted sores, beggars by day, were transformed by night into brigands, an immense dressing-room, in a word, where at that epoch the actors of that eternal comedy, which theft, prostitution, and murder play upon the pavements of Paris, dressed and undressed. It was a vast place, irregular and badly paved, like all the squares of Paris at that date. Fires around which swarmed strange groups blazed here and there. Everyone was going, coming, and shouting. Shrill laughter was to be heard, the wailing of children, the voices of women. The hands and heads of this throng, black against the luminous background, outlined against it 1,000 eccentric gestures, at times upon the ground, where trembled the light of the fires, mingled with large indefinite shadows. One could behold a dog passing which resembled a man who resembled a dog. The limits of races and species seemed effaced in this city, as in a pandemonium. Men, women, beasts, age, sex, health, maladies, all seemed to be in common among these people. All went together, they mingled, confounded, superposed. Each one there participated in all. The poor and flickering flames of the fire permitted Gringoire to distinguish, amid his trouble, all around the immense place, a hideous frame of ancient houses, whose worm-eaten, shriveled, stunted facades, each pierced with 1 or 2 lighted attic windows, seemed to him in the darkness like enormous heads of old women, ranged in a circle, monstrous and crabbed, winking as they looked on at the witches' Sabbath. It was like a new world, unknown, unheard of, misshapen, creeping, swarming, fantastic. Gringoire, more and more terrified, clutched by the 3 beggars as by 3 pairs of tongs, dazed by a throng of other faces which frothed and yelped around him, unhappy Gringoire endeavoured to summon his presence of mind, in order to recall whether it was a Saturday. But his efforts were vain. The thread of his memory and of his thought was broken, and doubting everything, wavering between what he saw and what he felt, he put to himself this unanswerable question. If I exist, does this exist? If this exists, do I exist? At that moment a distinct cry arose in the buzzing throng which surrounded him. Let's take him to the king! Let's take him to the king! Holy Virgin, murmured Gringoire, the king here must be a ram. To the king, repeated all voices. They dragged him off. Each vied with the other in laying his claws upon him, but the 3 beggars did not loose their hold and tore him from the rest, howling, "He belongs to us." The poet's already sickly doublet yielded its last sigh in this struggle. While traversing the horrible place, his vertigo vanished. After taking a few steps, the sentiment of reality returned to him. He began to become accustomed to the atmosphere of the place. At the first moment there had arisen from his poet's head, or simply and prosaically from his empty stomach, a mist, a vapour, so to speak, which, spreading between objects and himself, permitted him to catch a glimpse of them only in the incoherent fog of nightmare. In those shadows of dreams which distort every outline, agglomerating objects into unwieldy groups, dilating things into chimeras, and men into phantoms, little by little this hallucination was succeeded by a less bewildered and exaggerating view. Reality made its way to the light around him, struck his eyes, struck his feet and demolished, bit by bit, all that frightful poetry with which he had at first believed himself to be surrounded. He was forced to perceive that he was not walking in the sticks, but in mud, that he was elbowed not by demons but by thieves, that it was not his soul which was in question but his life, since he lacked that precious conciliator which places itself so effectually between the bandit and the honest man, a purse. In short, on examining the orgy more closely, and with more coolness, he fell from the witch's Sabbath to the dram shop. The Coeur des Miracles was, in fact, merely a dram shop, but a brigand's dram shop, reddened quite as much with blood as with wine. The spectacle which presented itself to his eyes, when his ragged escort finally deposited him at the end of his trip, was not fitted to bear him back to poetry, even to the poetry of hell. It was more than ever the prosaic and brutal reality of the tavern. Were we not in the 15th century, we would say that Gringoire had descended from Michelangelo to Callot. Around a great fire which burned on a large circular flagstone, the flames of which had heated red-hot the legs of a tripod, which was empty for the moment, some worm-eaten tables were placed, here and there haphazard, no lackey of a geometrical turn having deigned to adjust their parallelism, or to see to it that they did not make too unusual angles. Upon these tables gleamed several dripping pots of wine and beer, and round these pots were grouped many Bacchic visages, purple with the fire and the wine. There was a man with a huge belly and a jovial face, noisily kissing a woman of the town, thick-set and brawny. There was a sort of sham soldier, a nakoi, as the slang expression runs, who was whistling as he undid the bandages from his fictitious wound, and removing the numbness from his sound and vigorous knee, which had been swathed since morning in 1,000 ligatures. On the other hand, there was a wretched fellow, preparing with celandine and beef's blood, his leg of guard, for the next day. 2 tables further on, a palmer with his pilgrim's costume complete was practising the lament of the Holy Queen, not forgetting the drone and the nasal drawl. Further on, a young scamp was taking a lesson in epilepsy from an old pretender, who was instructing him in the art of foaming at the mouth, by chewing a morsel of soap. Beside him, a man with the dropsy was getting rid of his swelling, and making 4 or 5 female thieves, who were disputing at the same table, over a child who had been stolen that evening, hold their noses, all circumstances which 2 centuries later seemed so ridiculous to the court, as Sauval says, that they served as a pastime to the king, and as an introduction to the royal ballet of night, divided into 4 parts and danced on the theatre of the Petit Bourbon. Never, adds an eyewitness of 1653, have the sudden metamorphoses of the Court of Miracles been more happily presented. Benserade prepared us for it by some very gallant verses. Loud laughter everywhere and obscene songs. Each one held his own course, carping and swearing without listening to his neighbour. Pots clinked, and quarrels sprang up at the shock of the pots, and the broken pots made rents in the rags. A big dog seated on his tail gazed at the fire. Some children were mingled in this orgy. The stolen child wept and cried. Another, a big boy 4 years of age, seated with legs dangling, upon a bench that was too high for him, before a table that reached to his chin, and uttering not a word. A third, gravely spreading out upon the table with his finger the melted tallow which dripped from a candle. Last of all, a little fellow crouching in the mud, almost lost in a cauldron, which he was scraping with a tile, and from which he was evoking a sound that would have made Stradivarius swoon. Near the fire was a hogshead, and on the hogshead a beggar. This was the king on his throne. The 3 who had Gringoire in their clutches led him in front of this hogshead, and the entire bacchanal rout fell silent for a moment, with the exception of the cauldron inhabited by the child. Gringoire dared neither breathe nor raise his eyes. "Hombre, quita tu sombrero," said one of the 3 knaves in whose grasp he was, and before he had comprehended the meaning the other had snatched his hat, a wretched headgear, it is true, but still good on a sunny day or when there was but little rain. Gringoire sighed. Meanwhile the king addressed him from the summit of his casque. "Who is this rogue?" Gringoire shuddered. That voice, although accentuated by menace, recalled to him another voice, which that very morning had dealt the death-blow to his mystery, by drawling nasally in the midst of the audience, "Charity, please." He raised his head. It was indeed Clopin Trouillefou. Clopin Trouillefou, arrayed in his royal insignia, wore neither 1 rag more nor 1 rag less. The sore upon his arm had already disappeared. He held in his hand one of those whips made of thongs of white leather, which police sergeants then used to repress the crowd, and which were called boulets. On his head he wore a sort of headgear, bound round and closed at the top. But it was difficult to make out whether it was a child's cap or a king's crown, the two things bore so strong a resemblance to each other. Meanwhile Gringoire, without knowing why, had regained some hope, on recognizing in the king of the Cour des Miracles his accursed mendicant of the grand hall. "Master," stammered he, "Monseigneur, sire, how ought I to address you?" he said at length, having reached the culminating point of his crescendo, and knowing neither how to mount higher nor to descend again. "Monseigneur, his majesty, or comrade, call me what you please, but make haste. What have you to say in your own defence?" "In your own defence," thought Gringoire, "that displeases me." He resumed, stuttering, "I am he who this morning—" "By the devil's claws," interrupted Clopin, "your name, knave, and nothing more. Listen, you are in the presence of three powerful sovereigns. Myself, Clopin Trouillefou, king of Thunes, successor to the Grand Kaiser, supreme suzerain of the realm of Argo; Matthias Huniadi Spicali, Duke of Egypt and of Bohemia, the old yellow fellow whom you see yonder with a dish clout round his head; Guillaume Rousseau, Emperor of Galilee, that fat fellow who is not listening to us but caressing a wench. We are your judges. You have entered the kingdom of Argo without being an Argotier. You have violated the privileges of our city. You must be punished unless you are a capon, a franc maitu, or a riffidet, that is to say, in the slang of honest folks, a thief, a beggar, or a vagabond. Are you anything of that sort? Justify yourself, announce your titles." "Alas," said Gringoire, "I have not that honour. I am the author." "That is sufficient," resumed Trouillefou without permitting him to finish. "You are going to be hanged. 'Tis a very simple matter, gentlemen and honest bourgeois. As you treat our people in your abode, so we treat you in ours. The law which you apply to vagabonds, vagabonds apply to you. 'Tis your fault if it is harsh. One really must behold the grimace of an honest man above the hempen collar now and then. That renders the thing honourable. Come, friend, divide your rags gaily among these damsels. I am going to have you hanged to amuse the vagabonds, and you are to give them your purse to drink your health. If you have any mummery to go through with, there's a very good God the Father in that mortar yonder in stone, which we stole from Saint Pierre aux Boeufs. You have 4 minutes in which to fling your soul at his head." The harangue was formidable. "Well said, upon my soul. Clopin Trouillefou preaches like the Holy Father the Pope," exclaimed the Emperor of Galilee, smashing his pot in order to prop up his table. "Messeigneurs, emperors, and kings," said Gringoire coolly, for I know not how firmness had returned to him, and he spoke with resolution, "don't think of such a thing. My name is Pierre Gringoire. I am the poet whose morality was presented this morning in the grand hall of the courts." "Ah, so it was you, master," said Clopin. "I was there par la terre. Well, comrade, is that any reason, because you bored us to death this morning, that you should not be hung this evening?" "I shall find difficulty in getting out of it," said Gringoire to himself. Nevertheless he made one more effort. "I don't see why poets are not classed with vagabonds," said he. "Vagabond Aesopus certainly was, Homerus was a beggar, Mercurius was a thief." Clopin interrupted him. "I believe that you are trying to blarney us with your jargon. Zounds, let yourself be hung and don't kick up such a row over it." "Pardon me, Monseigneur, the King of Thunes," replied Gringoire, disputing the ground foot by foot. "It is worth trouble. One moment. Listen to me, you are not going to condemn me without having heard me." His unlucky voice was, in fact, drowned in the uproar which rose around him. The little boy scraped away at his cauldron with more spirit than ever, and to crown all, an old woman had just placed on the tripod a frying pan of grease, which hissed away on the fire with a noise similar to the cry of a troop of children in pursuit of a masquer. In the meantime, Clopin Trouillefou appeared to hold a momentary conference with the Duke of Egypt and the Emperor of Galilee, who was completely drunk. Then he shouted shrilly, "Silence!" And as the cauldron and the frying pan did not heed him and continued their duet, he jumped down from his hogshead, gave a kick to the boiler which rolled 10 paces away bearing the child with it, a kick to the frying pan which upset in the fire with all its grease, and gravely remounted his throne, without troubling himself about the stifled tears of the child or the grumbling of the old woman, whose supper was wasting away in a fine white flame. Trouillefou made a sign, and the Duke, the Emperor, and the past masters of pickpockets, and the isolated robbers, came and ranged themselves around him in a horseshoe, of which Gringoire, still roughly held by the body, formed the centre. It was a semicircle of rags, tatters, tinsel, pitchforks, axes, legs staggering with intoxication, huge, bare arms, faces sordid, dull, and stupid. In the midst of this round table of beggary, Clopin Trouillefou, as the Doge of this Senate, as the King of this peerage, as the Pope of this conclave, dominated, first by virtue of the height of his hogshead, and next by virtue of an indescribable, haughty, fierce and formidable air, which caused his eyes to flash, and corrected in his savage profile the bestial type of the race of vagabonds. One would have pronounced him a boar amid a herd of swine. "Listen," said he to Gringoire, fondling his misshapen chin with his horny hand, "I don't see why you should not be hung. It is true that it appears to be repugnant to you, and it is very natural, for you bourgeois are not accustomed to it. You form for yourselves a great idea of the thing. After all, we don't wish you any harm. Here is a means of extricating yourself from your predicament for the moment. Will you become one of us?" The reader can judge of the effect which this proposition produced upon Gringoire, who beheld life slipping away from him, and who was beginning to lose his hold upon it. He clutched at it again with energy. "Certainly I will, and right heartily," said he. "Do you consent," resumed Clopin, "to enroll yourself among the people of the knife?" "Of the knife precisely," responded Gringoire. "You recognize yourself as a member of the free bourgeoisie," added the King of Thunes. "Of the free bourgeoisie." "Subject of the kingdom of Argo." "Of the kingdom of Argo." "A vagabond." "A vagabond." "In your soul." "In my soul." "I must call your attention to the fact," continued the king, "that you will be hung all the same." "The devil," said the poet. "Only," continued Clopin imperturbably, "you will be hung later on with more ceremony at the expense of the good city of Paris, on a handsome stone gibbet, and by honest men. That is a consolation." "Just so," responded Gringoire. "There are other advantages. In your quality of a high-toned sharper, you will not have to pay the taxes on mud or the poor or lanterns, to which the bourgeois of Paris are subject." "So be it," said the poet. "I agree. I am a vagabond, a thief, a sharper, a man of the knife, anything you please. And I am all that already, Monsieur, King of Thunes, for I am a philosopher, et omnia in philosophia, omnis in philosopho continenter. All things are contained in philosophy, all men in the philosopher, as you know." The King of Thunes scowled. "What do you take me for, my friend? What Hungarian Jew patter are you jabbering at us? I don't know Hebrew. One isn't a Jew because one is a bandit. I don't even steal any longer. I'm above that, I kill. Cut throat, yes, cut purse, no." Gringoire tried to slip in some excuse between these curt words, which wrath rendered more and more jerky. "I ask your pardon, Monseigneur, it is not Hebrew, 'tis Latin." "I tell you," resumed Clopin angrily, "that I'm not a Jew, and that I'll have you hung, belly of the synagogue, like that little shopkeeper of Judea, who is by your side, and whom I entertain strong hopes of seeing nailed to a counter one of these days, like the counterfeit coin that he is." So saying, he pointed his finger at the little bearded Hungarian Jew who had accosted Gringoire with his facitote caritatum, and who, understanding no other language, beheld with surprise the King of Thunes's ill humour overflow upon him. At length Monsieur Clopin calmed down. "So you will be a vagabond, you knave," he said to our poet. "Of course," replied the poet. "Willing is not all," said the surly Clopin. "Goodwill doesn't put one onion the more into the soup, and 'tis good for nothing except to go to paradise with. Now, paradise and the thieves' band are two different things. In order to be received among the thieves, you must prove that you are good for something, and for that purpose you must search the mannequin." "I'll search anything you like," said Gringoire. Clopin made a sign. Several thieves detached themselves from the circle and returned a moment later. They brought two thick posts, terminated at their lower extremities in spreading timber supports, which made them stand readily upon the ground. To the upper extremity of the two posts they fitted a crossbeam, and the whole constituted a very pretty portable gibbet, which Gringoire had the satisfaction of beholding rise before him in a twinkling. Nothing was lacking, not even the rope, which swung gracefully over the crossbeam. What are they going to do? Gringoire asked himself with some uneasiness. A sound of bells, which he heard at that moment, put an end to his anxiety. It was a stuffed mannequin, which the vagabonds were suspending by the neck from the rope, a sort of scarecrow dressed in red, and so hung with mule bells and larger bells, that one might have tricked out 30 Castilian mules with them. These 1,000 tiny bells quivered for some time with the vibration of the rope, then gradually died away, and finally became silent when the mannequin had been brought into a state of immobility by that law of the pendulum which has dethroned the water clock and the hour-glass. Then Clopin, pointing out to Gringoire a rickety old stool placed beneath the mannequin, Climb up there. Death of the devil, objected Gringoire. I shall break my neck. Your stool limps like one of Marshall's distichs. It has 1 hexameter leg and 1 pentameter leg. Climb, repeated Clopin. Gringoire mounted the stool and succeeded, not without some oscillations of head and arms, in regaining his center of gravity. Now, went on the King of Thunes, twist your right foot round your left leg and rise on the tip of your left foot. Monseigneur, said Gringoire, so you absolutely insist on my breaking some one of my limbs? Clopin tossed his head. Hark ye, my friend, you talk too much. Here's the gist of the matter in 2 words. You are to rise on tiptoe, as I tell you. In that way you will be able to reach the pocket of the mannequin, you will rummage it, you will pull out the purse that is there. And if you do all this without our hearing the sound of a bell, all is well. You shall be a vagabond. All we shall then have to do will be to thrash you soundly for the space of a week. Ventre, I will be careful, said Gringoire, and suppose I do make the bells sound. Then you will be hanged, do you understand? I don't understand at all, replied Gringoire. Listen once more. You are to search the mannequin and take away its purse. If a single bell stirs during the operation, you will be hung. Do you understand that? Good, said Gringoire, I understand that, and then? If you succeed in removing the purse without our hearing the bells, you are a vagabond, and you will be thrashed for 8 consecutive days. You understand now, no doubt. No, Monseigneur, I no longer understand. Where is the advantage to me, hanged in one case, cudgelled in the other? And a vagabond, resumed Clopin, and a vagabond, is that nothing? It is for your interest that we should beat you in order to harden you to blows. Many thanks, replied the poet. Come, make haste, said the king, stamping upon his casque, which resounded like a huge drum. Search the mannequin, and let there be an end to this. I warn you for the last time that if I hear a single bell, you will take the place of the mannequin. The band of thieves applauded Clopin's words, and arranged themselves in a circle round the gibbet, with a laugh so pitiless that Gringoire perceived that he amused them too much not to have everything to fear from them. No hope was left for him, accordingly, unless it were the slight chance of succeeding in the formidable operation which was imposed upon him. He decided to risk it, but it was not without first having addressed a fervent prayer to the mannequin he was about to plunder, and who would have been easier to move to pity than the vagabonds. These myriad bells, with their little copper tongues, seemed to him like the mouths of so many asps, open and ready to sting and to hiss. Oh, he said in a very low voice, is it possible that my life depends on the slightest vibration of the least of these bells? Oh, he added with clasped hands, bells do not ring, handbells do not clang, mule bells do not quiver. He made one more attempt upon Trouillefou. And if there should come a gust of wind? You will be hanged, replied the other without hesitation. Perceiving that no respite nor reprieve nor subterfuge was possible, he bravely decided upon his course of action. He wound his right foot round his left leg, raised himself on his left foot and stretched out his arm. But at the moment when his hand touched the mannequin, his body, which was now supported upon one leg only, wavered on the stool which had but 3. He made an involuntary effort to support himself by the mannequin, lost his balance, and fell heavily to the ground, deafened by the fatal vibration of the 1,000 bells of the mannequin, which, yielding to the impulse imparted by his hand, described first a rotary motion, and then swayed majestically between the 2 posts. Malediction, he cried as he fell and remained as though dead with his face to the earth. Meanwhile he heard the dreadful peal above his head, the diabolical laughter of the vagabonds, and the voice of Trouillefou saying, "Pick me up that knave and hang him without ceremony." He rose. They had already detached the mannequin to make room for him. The thieves made him mount the stool. Clopin came to him, passed the rope about his neck, and tapping him on the shoulder, "Adieu, my friend, you can't escape now, even if you digested with the Pope's guts." The word mercy died away upon Gringoire's lips. He cast his eyes about him, but there was no hope, all were laughing. "Bellevine de Elatel," said the King of Thunes to an enormous vagabond who stepped out from the ranks, "climb upon the cross beam." Bellevine de Elatel nimbly mounted the transverse beam, and in another minute, Gringoire, on raising his eyes, beheld him, with terror, seated upon the beam above his head. "Now," resumed Clopin Trouillefou, "as soon as I clap my hands, you, Andry the Red, will fling the stool to the ground with a blow of your knee. You, Francois Chanteprune, will cling to the feet of the rascal. and you, Bellevine, will fling yourself on his shoulders, and all three at once, do you hear?" Gringoire shuddered. "Are you ready?" said Clopin Trouillefou to the three thieves, who held themselves in readiness to fall upon Gringoire. A moment of horrible suspense ensued for the poor victim, during which Clopin tranquilly thrust into the fire with the tip of his foot some bits of vine shoots which the flame had not caught. "Are you ready?" he repeated, and opened his hands to clap. 1 second more and all would have been over. But he paused as though struck by a sudden thought. "One moment," said he, "I forgot. It is our custom not to hang a man without inquiring whether there is any woman who wants him. Comrade, this is your last resource. You must wed either a female vagabond or the noose." This law of the vagabonds, singular as it may strike the reader, remains today written out at length in ancient English legislation. See Barrington's Observations. Gringoire breathed again. This was the second time that he had returned to life within an hour, so he did not dare to trust to it too implicitly. "Hala," cried Clopin, mounted once more upon his cask. "Hala, women, females, is there among you from the sorceress to her cat a wench who wants this rascal? Hala, Colette la Cheron, Elizabeth Trouvain, Simone Jardewine, Marie Pays-Debut, Thon Long, Bayrard Fanwell, Michel Genil, Claude Rongeray, Mathurin Giroux. Hala, Issebau Lathirai, come and see a man for nothing who wants him." Gringoire, no doubt, was not very appetizing in this miserable condition. The female vagabonds did not seem to be much affected by the proposition. The unhappy wretch heard them answer, "No, no, hang him, there'll be the more fun for us all." Nevertheless, three emerged from the throng and came to smell of him. The first was a big wench with a square face. She examined the philosopher's deplorable doublet attentively. His garment was worn and more full of holes than a stove for roasting chestnuts. The girl made a wry face. "Old rag," she muttered, and addressing Gringoire, "let's see your cloak." "I have lost it," replied Gringoire. "Your hat, they took it away from me. Your shoes, they have hardly any soles left. Your purse." "Alas," stammered Gringoire, "I have not even a sou." "Let them hang you then and say thank you," retorted the vagabond wench, turning her back on him. The second, old, black, wrinkled, hideous, with an ugliness conspicuous even in the Coeur des Miracles, trotted round Gringoire. He almost trembled lest she should want him, but she mumbled between her teeth, "He's too thin," and went off. The third was a young girl, quite fresh and not too ugly. "Save me," said the poor fellow to her in a low tone. She gazed at him for a moment with an air of pity, then dropped her eyes, made a plait in her petticoat, and remained in indecision. He followed all these movements with his eyes. It was the last gleam of hope. "No," said the young girl at length, "no, Guillaume Longuejaw would beat me." She retreated into the crowd. "You are unlucky, comrade," said Clopin. Then rising to his feet upon his hogshead, "No one wants him," he exclaimed, imitating the accent of an auctioneer to the great delight of all. "No one wants him, once, twice, 3 times," and, turning towards the gibbet with a sign of his hand, gone. Bellevine de l'Étal, Andry the Red, Francois Chanteprune, stepped up to Gringoire. At that moment a cry arose among the thieves, "La Esmeralda, la Esmeralda." Gringoire shuddered and turned towards the side whence the clamour proceeded. The crowd opened and gave passage to a pure and dazzling form. It was the gypsy. "La Esmeralda," said Gringoire, stupefied in the midst of his emotions by the abrupt manner in which that magic word knotted together all his reminiscences of the day. This rare creature seemed, even in the Coeur des Miracles, to exercise her sway of charm and beauty. The vagabonds, male and female, ranged themselves gently along her path, and their brutal faces beamed beneath her glance. She approached the victim with her light step. Her pretty Jolly followed her. Gringoire was more dead than alive. She examined him for a moment in silence. "You are going to hang this man," she said gravely to Clopin. "Yes, sister," replied the King of Thunes, "unless you will take him for your husband." She made her pretty little pout with her under lip. "I'll take him," said she. Gringoire firmly believed that he had been in a dream ever since morning, and that this was the continuation of it. The change was in fact violent, though a gratifying one. They undid the noose and made the poet step down from the stool. His emotion was so lively that he was obliged to sit down. The Duke of Egypt brought an earthenware crock without uttering a word. The gypsy offered it to Gringoire. "Fling it on the ground," said she. The crock broke into 4 pieces. "Brother," then said the Duke of Egypt, laying his hands upon their foreheads, "she is your wife. Sister, he is your husband for 4 years. Go." Chapter 7. A Bridal Night. A few moments later our poet found himself in a tiny arched chamber, very cozy, very warm, seated at a table which appeared to ask nothing better than to make some loans from a larder hanging nearby, having a good bed in prospect, and alone with a pretty girl. The adventure smacked of enchantment. He began seriously to take himself for a personage in a fairy tale. He cast his eyes about him from time to time, as though to see if the chariot of fire, harnessed to two-winged chimeras, which alone could have so rapidly transported him from Tartarus to paradise, were still there. At times also he fixed his eyes obstinately upon the holes in his doublet, in order to cling to reality, and not lose the ground from under his feet completely. His reason, tossed about in imaginary space, now hung only by this thread. The young girl did not appear to pay any attention to him. She went and came, displaced a stool, talked to her goat, and indulged in a pout now and then. At last she came and seated herself near the table, and Gringoire was able to scrutinize her at his ease. You have been a child, reader, and you would, perhaps, be very happy to be one still. It is quite certain that you have not more than once, and for my part I have passed whole days, the best employed of my life, at it, followed from thicket to thicket, by the side of running water on a sunny day, a beautiful green or blue dragonfly breaking its flight in abrupt angles, and kissing the tips of all the branches. You recollect with what amorous curiosity your thought and your gaze were riveted upon this little whirlwind, hissing and humming with wings of purple and azure, in the midst of which floated an imperceptible body, veiled by the very rapidity of its movement. The aerial being which was dimly outlined amid this quivering of wings appeared to you chimerical, imaginary, impossible to touch, impossible to see. But when, at length, the dragonfly alighted on the tip of a reed, and holding your breath the while, you were able to examine the long gauze wings, the long enamel robe, the two globes of crystal, what astonishment you felt, and what fear lest you should again behold the form disappear into a shade and the creature into a chimera. Recall these impressions, and you will readily appreciate what Gringoire felt on contemplating, beneath her visible and palpable form, that Esmeralda of whom, up to that time, he had only caught a glimpse, amidst a whirlwind of dance, song, and tumult. Sinking deeper and deeper into his reverie, so this, he said to himself, following her vaguely with his eyes, is La Esmeralda, a celestial creature, a street dancer, so much and so little. 'Twas she who dealt the death blow to my mystery this morning, 'tis she who saves my life this evening, my evil genius, my good angel, a pretty woman on my word, and who must needs love me madly to have taken me in that fashion. By the way, said he, rising suddenly, with that sentiment of the true which formed the foundation of his character and his philosophy, I don't know very well how it happens, but I am her husband. With this idea in his head and in his eyes, he stepped up to the young girl in a manner so military and so gallant that she drew back. What do you want of me? Said she. Can you ask me, adorable Esmeralda? Replied Gringoire, with so passionate an accent that he was himself astonished at it on hearing himself speak. The gypsy opened her great eyes. I don't know what you mean. What? Resumed Gringoire, growing warmer and warmer, and supposing that after all he had to deal merely with a virtue of the cœur des miracles. Am I not thine, sweet friend, art thou not mine? And quite ingenuously he clasped her waist. The gypsy's corsage slipped through his hands like the skin of an eel. She bounded from one end of the tiny room to the other, stooped down, and raised herself again with a little poniard in her hand, before Gringoire had even had time to see whence the poniard came. Proud and angry, with swelling lips and inflated nostrils, her cheeks as red as an API apple and her eyes darting lightnings. At the same time the white goat placed itself in front of her, and presented to Gringoire a hostile front, bristling with two pretty horns, gilded and very sharp. All this took place in the twinkling of an eye. The dragonfly had turned into a wasp, and asked nothing better than to sting. Our philosopher was speechless, and turned his astonished eyes from the goat to the young girl. Holy Virgin, he said at last when surprise permitted him to speak, here are two hardy dames. The gypsy broke the silence on her side. You must be a very bold knave. Pardon, mademoiselle, said Gringoire with a smile, but why did you take me for your husband? Should I have allowed you to be hanged? So, said the poet, somewhat disappointed in his amorous hopes, you had no other idea in marrying me than to save me from the gibbet. And what other idea did you suppose that I had? Gringoire bit his lips. Come, said he, I am not yet so triumphant in Cupido as I thought, but then what was the good of breaking that poor jug? Meanwhile Esmeralda's dagger and the goat's horns were still upon the defensive. Mademoiselle Esmeralda, said the poet, let us come to terms. I am not a clerk of the court, and I shall not go to law with you for thus carrying a dagger in Paris, in the teeth of the ordinances and prohibitions of M. the Provost. Nevertheless, you are not ignorant of the fact that Niall Lescravane was condemned, a week ago, to pay 10 Parisian sous for having carried a cutlass. But this is no affair of mine, and I will come to the point. I swear to you upon my share of paradise not to approach you without your leave and permission, but do give me some supper. Truth is, Gringoire was like M. Despraux, not very voluptuous. He did not belong to that chevalier and musketeer species, who take young girls by assault. In the matter of love, as in all other affairs, he willingly assented to temporizing and adjusting terms, and a good supper and an amiable tete-a-tete appeared to him, especially when he was hungry, an excellent interlude between the prologue and the catastrophe of a love adventure. The gypsy did not reply. She made her disdainful little grimace, drew up her head like a bird, then burst out laughing, and the tiny poniard disappeared as it had come, without Gringoire being able to see where the wasp concealed its sting. A moment later there stood upon the table a loaf of rye bread, a slice of bacon, some wrinkled apples and a jug of beer. Gringoire began to eat eagerly. One would have said, to hear the furious clashing of his iron fork and his earthenware plate, that all his love had turned to appetite. The young girl seated opposite him watched him in silence, visibly preoccupied with another thought, at which she smiled from time to time, while her soft hand caressed the intelligent head of the goat, gently pressed between her knees. A candle of yellow wax illuminated this scene of veracity and reverie. Meanwhile, the first cravings of his stomach having been stilled, Gringoire felt some false shame at perceiving that nothing remained but one apple. "You do not eat, Mademoiselle Esmeralda," she replied by a negative sign of the head, and her pensive glance fixed itself upon the vault of the ceiling. What the deuce is she thinking of? Thought Gringoire, staring at what she was gazing at. "'Tis impossible that it can be that stone dwarf carved in the keystone of that arch, which thus absorbs her attention. What the deuce? I can bear the comparison." He raised his voice, "Mademoiselle." She seemed not to hear him. He repeated still more loudly, "Mademoiselle Esmeralda." Trouble wasted. The young girl's mind was elsewhere, and Gringoire's voice had not the power to recall it. Fortunately, the goat interfered. She began to pull her mistress gently by the sleeve. "What dost thou want, Jolly?" said the gypsy hastily, as though suddenly awakened. "She is hungry," said Gringoire, charmed to enter into conversation. Esmeralda began to crumble some bread, which Jolly ate gracefully from the hollow of her hand. Moreover, Gringoire did not give her time to resume her reverie. He hazarded a delicate question. "So you don't want me for your husband?" The young girl looked at him intently and said, "No." "For your lover," went on Gringoire. She pouted and replied, "No." "For your friend," pursued Gringoire. She gazed fixedly at him again, and said after a momentary reflection, "Perhaps." This perhaps, so dear to philosophers, emboldened Gringoire. "Do you know what friendship is?" he asked. "Yes," replied the gypsy. "It is to be brother and sister, two souls which touch without mingling, two fingers on one hand." "And love," pursued Gringoire. "Oh, love," said she, and her voice trembled and her eye beamed. "That is to be two and to be but one, a man and a woman mingled into one angel. It is heaven." The street dancer had a beauty as she spoke thus, that struck Gringoire singularly, and seemed to him in perfect keeping with the almost oriental exaltation of her words. Her pure, red lips half smiled. Her serene and candid brow became troubled at intervals under her thoughts, like a mirror under the breath, and from beneath her long, drooping black eyelashes there escaped a sort of ineffable light, which gave to her profile that ideal serenity which Raphael found at the mystic point of intersection of virginity, maternity, and divinity. Nevertheless, Gringoire continued, "What must one be then in order to please you?" "A man." "And I," said he, "what then am I?" "A man has a helmet on his head, a sword in his hand, and golden spurs on his heels." "Good," said Gringoire, "without a horse no man. Do you love anyone?" "As a lover."
Yes.
She remained thoughtful for a moment, then said with a peculiar expression, "That I shall know soon." "Why not this evening?" resumed the poet tenderly. "Why not me?" She cast a grave glance upon him and said, "I can never love a man who cannot protect me." Gringoire coloured and took the hint. It was evident that the young girl was alluding to the slight assistance which he had rendered her in the critical situation in which she had found herself 2 hours previously. This memory, effaced by his own adventures of the evening, now recurred to him. He smote his brow. "By the way, mademoiselle, I ought to have begun there. Pardon my foolish absence of mind. How did you contrive to escape from the claws of Quasimodo?" This question made the gypsy shudder. "Oh, the horrible hunchback," said she, hiding her face in her hands, and she shuddered as though with violent cold. "Horrible in truth," said Gringoire, who clung to his idea, "but how did you manage to escape him?" La Esmeralda smiled, sighed, and remained silent. "Do you know why he followed you?" began Gringoire again, seeking to return to his question by a circuitous route. "I don't know," said the young girl, and she added hastily, "but you were following me also. Why were you following me?" "In good faith," responded Gringoire, "I don't know either." Silence ensued. Gringoire slashed the table with his knife. The young girl smiled and seemed to be gazing through the wall at something. All at once she began to sing in a barely articulate voice. "Cuando las pintadas aves mudas están y la tierra." She broke off abruptly and began to caress Jolly. "That's a pretty animal of yours," said Gringoire. "She is my sister," she answered. "Why are you called La Esmeralda?" asked the poet. "I do not know." "But why?" She drew from her bosom a sort of little oblong bag, suspended from her neck by a string of Adrazarach beads. This bag exhaled a strong odour of camphor. It was covered with green silk, and bore in its centre a large piece of green glass in imitation of an emerald. "Perhaps it is because of this," said she. Gringoire was on the point of taking the bag in his hand. She drew back. "Don't touch it, it is an amulet. You would injure the charm, or the charm would injure you." The poet's curiosity was more and more aroused. "Who gave it to you?" She laid one finger on her mouth and concealed the amulet in her bosom. He tried a few more questions, but she hardly replied. "What is the meaning of the words, La Esmeralda?" "I don't know," said she. "To what language do they belong?" "They are Egyptian, I think." "I suspected as much," said Gringoire. "You are not a native of France." "I don't know." "Are your parents alive?" She began to sing to an ancient air. "Mon père est oiseau. Ma mère est celle. J'y passe l'eau sans nacelle. J'y passe l'eau sans bateau. Ma mère est celle. Mon père est oiseau." "Good," said Gringoire. "At what age did you come to France?" "When I was very young." "And when to Paris?" "Last year. At the moment when we were entering the papal gate I saw a reed warbler flit through the air. That was at the end of August. I said, it will be a hard winter." "So it was," said Gringoire, delighted at this beginning of a conversation. "I passed it in blowing my fingers, so you have the gift of prophecy." She retired into her laconics again. "Is that man whom you call the Duke of Egypt, the chief of your tribe?" "Yes." "But it was he who married us," remarked the poet timidly. She made her customary pretty grimace. "I don't even know your name." "My name, if you want it, here it is, Père Gringoire." "I know a prettier one," said she. "Naughty girl," retorted the poet. "Never mind, you shall not provoke me. Wait, perhaps you will love me more when you know me better. And then you have told me your story with so much confidence that I owe you a little of mine. You must know then that my name is Père Gringoire, and that I am a son of the farmer of the notary's office of Garnes. My father was hung by the Burgundians, and my mother disemboweled by the Picards at the siege of Paris 20 years ago. At 6 years of age, therefore, I was an orphan without a sole to my foot except the pavements of Paris. I do not know how I passed the interval from 6 to 16. A fruit dealer gave me a plum here, a baker flung me a crust there. In the evening I got myself taken up by the watch, who threw me into prison, and there I found a bundle of straw. All this did not prevent my growing up and growing thin, as you see. In the winter I warmed myself in the sun, under the porch of the Hotel de Sens, and I thought it very ridiculous that the fire on St. John's Day was reserved for the dog days. At 16 I wished to choose a calling. I tried all in succession. I became a soldier, but I was not brave enough. I became a monk, but I was not sufficiently devout, and then I'm a bad hand at drinking. In despair I became an apprentice of the woodcutters, but I was not strong enough. I had more of an inclination to become a schoolmaster. 'Tis true that I did not know how to read, but that's no reason. I perceived at the end of a certain time that I lacked something in every direction, and seeing that I was good for nothing, of my own free will I became a poet and rhymester. That is a trade which one can always adopt when one is a vagabond, and it's better than stealing, as some young brigands of my acquaintance advised me to do. One day I met by luck Dame Claude Frollo, the Reverend Archdeacon of Notre-Dame. He took an interest in me, and it is to him that I today owe it that I am a veritable man of letters, who knows Latin from the De Officiis of Cicero to the mortuology of the Celestine Fathers, and a barbarian neither in scholastics, nor in politics, nor in rhythmics, that sophism of sophisms. I am the author of the mystery which was presented today with great triumph and a great concourse of populace in the grand hall of the Palais de Justice. I have also made a book which will contain 600 pages on the wonderful comet of 1465, which sent one man mad. I have enjoyed still other successes. Being somewhat of an artillery carpenter, I lent a hand to Jean Mang's great bombard, which burst, as you know, on the day when it was tested, on the Pont de Charenton, and killed 24 curious spectators. You see that I am not a bad match in marriage. I know a great many sorts of very engaging tricks which I will teach your goat. For example, to mimic the Bishop of Paris, that cursed Pharisee whose mill wheels splash passers, by the whole length of the Pont aux Meuniers, and then my mystery will bring me in a great deal of coined money, if they will only pay me. And finally, I am at your orders, I and my wits and my science and my letters, ready to live with you, damsel, as it shall please you, chastely or joyously, husband and wife if you see fit, brother and sister if you think that better. Gringoire ceased, awaiting the effect of his harangue on the young girl. Her eyes were fixed on the ground. Phoebus, she said in a low voice, then turning towards the poet, Phoebus, what does that mean? Gringoire, without exactly understanding what the connection could be between his address and this question, was not sorry to display his erudition. Assuming an air of importance, he replied, "It is a Latin word which means son." "Son," she repeated. "It is the name of a handsome archer who was a guard," added Gringoire. "A guard," repeated the gypsy, and there was something pensive and passionate in her tone. At that moment one of her bracelets became unfastened and fell. Gringoire stooped quickly to pick it up. When he straightened up, the young girl and the goat had disappeared. He heard the sound of a bolt. It was a little door, communicating, no doubt, with a neighbouring cell, which was being fastened on the outside. "Has she left me a bed at least?" said our philosopher. He made the tour of his cell. There was no piece of furniture adapted to sleeping purposes, except a tolerably long wooden coffer, and its cover was carved to boot, which afforded Gringoire, when he stretched himself out upon it, a sensation somewhat similar to that which micromagers would feel if he were to lie down on the Alps. "Come," said he, adjusting himself as well as possible, "I must resign myself, but here's a strange nuptial night. 'Tis a pity. There was something innocent and antediluvian about that broken crock which quite pleased me." Book 3rd. Chapter 1. Notre-Dame. The church of Notre-Dame de Paris is still, no doubt, a majestic and sublime edifice, but beautiful as it has been preserved in growing old, it is difficult not to sigh, not to wax indignant, before the numberless degradations and mutilations which time and men have both caused the venerable monument to suffer, without respect for Charlemagne, who laid its first stone, or for Philip Augustus, who laid the last. On the face of this aged queen of our cathedrals, by the side of a wrinkle, one always finds a scar. Tempus edax homo edacia, which I should be glad to translate thus: time is blind, man is stupid. If we had leisure to examine with the reader, one by one, the diverse traces of destruction imprinted upon the old church, time's share would be the least, the share of men the most, especially the men of art, since there have been individuals who assumed the title of architects during the last 2 centuries. And in the first place, to cite only a few leading examples, there certainly are few finer architectural pages than this facade, where successively and at once the 3 portals hollowed out in an arch, the broidered and dentated cordon of the 8 and 20 royal niches, the immense central rose window, flanked by its 2 lateral windows like a priest by his deacon and subdeacon, the frail and lofty gallery of trefoil arcades, which supports a heavy platform above its fine, slender columns, and lastly the 2 black and massive towers with their slate penthouses, harmonious parts of a magnificent whole, superposed in 5 gigantic stories, develop themselves before the eye, in a mass and without confusion, with their innumerable details of statuary, carving and sculpture, joined powerfully to the tranquil grandeur of the whole, a vast symphony in stone, so to speak, the colossal work of one man and one people, altogether one and complex like the Iliads and the Roman Seros, whose sister it is, prodigious, product of the grouping together of all the forces of an epoch, where upon each stone one sees the fancy of the workman disciplined, by the genius of the artist start forth in 100 fashions. A sort of human creation, in a word, powerful and fecund as the divine creation of which it seems to have stolen the double character, variety eternity. And what we here say of the façade must be said of the entire church, and what we say of the Cathedral Church of Paris must be said of all the churches of Christendom in the Middle Ages. All things are in place in that art, self-created, logical, and well-proportioned. To measure the great toe of the foot is to measure the giant. Let us return to the façade of Notre-Dame as it still appears to us, when we go piously to admire the grave and puissant cathedral, which inspires terror, so its chronicles assert, "Quae mol sua terrorum incutit spectantibus." 3 important things are today lacking in that façade. In the first place, the staircase of 11 steps which formerly raised it above the soil. Next, the lower series of statues which occupied the niches of the 3 portals, and lastly the upper series of the 28 most ancient kings of France, which garnished the gallery of the first story, beginning with Childebert and ending with Philip Augustus, holding in his hand the imperial apple. Time has caused the staircase to disappear, by raising the soil of the city with a slow and irresistible progress. But while thus causing the 11 steps which added to the majestic height of the edifice, to be devoured, one, by the rising tide of the pavements of Paris, time has bestowed upon the church perhaps more than it has taken away, for it is time which has spread over the façade that sombre hue of the centuries which makes the old age of monuments the period of their beauty. But who has thrown down the 2 rows of statues? Who has left the niches empty? Who has cut in the very middle of the central portal that new and bastard arch? Who has dared to frame therein that commonplace and heavy door of carved wood à la Louis XV, beside the arabesques of Biscornet, the men, the architects, the artists of our day? And if we enter the interior of the edifice, who has overthrown that colossus of Saint Christopher, proverbial for magnitude among statues, as the grand hall of the Palais de Justice was among halls, as the spire of Strasbourg among spires, and those myriads of statues, which peopled all the spaces between the columns of the nave and the choir, kneeling, standing equestrian men, women, children, kings, bishops, gendarmes, in stone, in marble, in gold, in silver, in copper, in wax even, who has brutally swept them away? It is not time. And who substituted for the ancient Gothic altar, splendidly encumbered with shrines and reliquaries, that heavy marble sarcophagus, with angels' heads and clouds, which seems a specimen pillaged from the Val de Grace or the Invalids? Who stupidly sealed that heavy anachronism of stone in the Carlovingian pavement of Hercandus? Was it not Louis XIV, fulfilling the request of Louis XIII? And who put the cold, white panes in the place of those windows, high in colour, which caused the astonished eyes of our fathers to hesitate between the rows of the grand portal and the arches of the apse? And what would a subchanter of the 16th century say, on beholding the beautiful yellow wash, with which our archiepiscopal vandals have desmired their cathedral? He would remember that it was the colour with which the hangman smeared accursed edifices. He would recall the Hôtel du Petit Bourbon, all smeared thus on account of the constable's treason. Yellow, after all, of so good a quality, said Sauval, and so well recommended, that more than a century has not yet caused it to lose its colour. He would think that the sacred place had become infamous, and would flee. And if we ascend the cathedral, without mentioning 1,000 barbarisms of every sort, what has become of that charming little bell tower, which rested upon the point of intersection of the cross-roofs, and which, no less frail and no less bold than its neighbour, also destroyed? The spire of the Sainte-Chapelle buried itself in the sky, farther forward than the towers, slender, pointed, sonorous, carved in open work. An architect of good taste amputated it, 1787, and considered it sufficient to mask the wound with that large leaden plaster, which resembles a pot cover. 'Tis thus that the marvellous art of the Middle Ages has been treated in nearly every country, especially in France. One can distinguish on its ruins 3 sorts of lesions, all 3 of which cut into it at different depths. First, time, which has insensibly notched its surface here and there, and gnawed it everywhere. Next, political and religious revolution, which, blind and wrathful by nature, have flung themselves tumultuously upon it, torn its rich garment of carving and sculpture, burst its rose windows, broken its necklace of arabesques and tiny figures, torn out its statues, sometimes because of their mitres, sometimes because of their crowns. Lastly, fashions, even more grotesque and foolish, which, since the anarchical and splendid deviations of the Renaissance, have followed each other in the necessary decadence of architecture. Fashions have wrought more harm than revolutions. They have cut to the quick. They have attacked the very bone and framework of art. They have cut, slashed, disorganized, killed the edifice, in form as in the symbol, in its consistency as well as in its beauty. And then they have made it over, a presumption of which neither time nor revolutions at least have been guilty. They have audaciously adjusted, in the name of good taste, upon the wounds of Gothic architecture, their miserable gewgaws of a day, their ribbons of marble, their pompons of metal, a veritable leprosy of egg-shaped ornaments, volutes, whorls, draperies, garlands, fringes, stone flames, bronze clouds, pudgy cupids, chubby-cheeked cherubim, which begin to devour the face of art in the oratory of Catherine de Medicis, and cause it to expire, 2 centuries later, tortured and grimacing in the boudoir of the Dubarry. Thus, to sum up the points which we have just indicated, 3 sorts of ravages today disfigure Gothic architecture. Wrinkles and warts on the epidermis, this is the work of time. Deeds of violence, brutalities, contusions, fractures, this is the work of the revolutions from Luther to Mirabeau. Mutilations, amputations, dislocation of the joints, restorations, this is the Greek, Roman and barbarian work of professors according to Vitruvius and Vignole. This magnificent art produced by the Vandals has been slain by the academies. The centuries, the revolutions, which at least devastate with impartiality and grandeur, have been joined by a cloud of school architects, licensed, sworn and bound by oath, defacing with the discernment and choice of bad taste, substituting the chicorées of Louis XV for the Gothic lace for the greater glory of the Parthenon. It is the kick of the ass at the dying lion. It is the old oak crowning itself, and which to heap the measure full is stung, bitten and gnawed by caterpillars. How far it is from the epoch when Robert Senali's, comparing Notre-Dame de Paris to the famous temple of Diana at Ephesus, so much lauded by the ancient pagans, which Erostatus has immortalized, found the Gallic temple more excellent in length, breadth, height and structure. Notre-Dame is not, moreover, what can be called a complete, definite, classified monument. It is no longer a Romanesque church, nor is it a Gothic church. This edifice is not a type. Notre-Dame de Paris has not, like the Abbey of Tournus, the grave and massive frame, the large and round vault, the glacial bareness, the majestic simplicity of the edifices which have the rounded arch for their progenitor. It is not, like the Cathedral of Bourges, the magnificent, light, multiform, tufted, bristling efflorescent product of the pointed arch. Impossible to class it in that ancient family of sombre, mysterious churches, low and crushed as it were by the round arch, almost Egyptian with the exception of the ceiling. All hieroglyphics, all sacerdotal, all symbolical, more loaded in their ornaments, with lozenges and zigzags than with flowers than with animals than with men, the work of the architect less than of the bishop, first transformation of art, all impressed with theocratic and military discipline, taking root in the lower empire, and stopping with the time of William the Conqueror. Impossible to place our cathedral in that other family of lofty aerial churches, rich in painted windows and sculpture, pointed in form, bold in attitude, communal and bourgeois as political symbols, free, capricious, lawless as a work of art. Second transformation of architecture, no longer hieroglyphic, immovable and sacerdotal, but artistic, progressive and popular, which begins at the return from the Crusades and ends with Louis IX. Notre-Dame de Paris is not of pure Romanesque like the first, nor of pure Arabian race like the second. It is an edifice of the transition period. The Saxon architect completed the erection of the first pillars of the nave, when the pointed arch, which dates from the Crusade, arrived and placed itself as a conqueror upon the large Romanesque capitals, which should support only round arches. The pointed arch, mistress since that time, constructed the rest of the church. Nevertheless, timid and inexperienced at the start, it sweeps out, grows larger, restrains itself, and dares no longer dart upwards in spires and lancet windows, as it did later on in so many marvellous cathedrals. One would say that it were conscious of the vicinity of the heavy Romanesque pillars. However, these edifices of the transition from the Romanesque to the Gothic are no less precious for study than the pure types. They express a shade of the art which would be lost without them. It is the graft of the pointed upon the round arch. Notre-Dame de Paris is, in particular, a curious specimen of this variety. Each face, each stone of the venerable monument, is a page not only of the history of the country, but of the history of science and art as well. Thus, in order to indicate here only the principal details, while the little red door almost attains to the limits of the Gothic delicacy of the 15th century, the pillars of the nave, by their size and weight, go back to the Carlovingian abbey of Saint-Germain-des-Prés. One would suppose that 6 centuries separated these pillars from that door. There is no one, not even the Hermetics, who does not find in the symbols of the grand portal a satisfactory compendium of their science, of which the church of Saint-Jacques de la Boucherie was so complete a hieroglyph. Thus, the Roman abbey, the philosopher's church, the Gothic art, Saxon art, the heavy, round pillar, which recalls Gregory VII, the Hermetic symbolism with which Nicholas Flamel played the prelude to Luther, papal unity, schism, Saint-Germain-des-Prés, Saint-Jacques de la Boucherie, all are mingled, combined, amalgamated in Notre-Dame. This central mother church is, among the ancient churches of Paris, a sort of chimera. It has the head of one, the limbs of another, the haunches of another, something of all. We repeat it, these hybrid constructions are not the least interesting for the artist, for the antiquarian, for the historian. They make one feel to what a degree architecture is a primitive thing, by demonstrating, what is also demonstrated by the Cyclopean vestiges, the pyramids of Egypt, the gigantic Hindu pagodas, that the greatest products of architecture are less the works of individuals than of society, rather the offspring of a nation's effort than the inspired flash of a man of genius. The deposit left by a whole people, the heaps accumulated by centuries, the residue of successive evaporations of human society, in a word, species of formations. Each wave of time contributes its alluvium, each race deposits its layer on the monument, each individual brings his stone. Thus do the beavers, thus do the bees, thus do men. The great symbol of architecture, Babel, is a hive. Great edifices, like great mountains, are the work of centuries. Art often undergoes a transformation while they are pending, pendent opera interrupta. They proceed quietly in accordance with the transformed art. The new art takes the monument where it finds it, incrusts itself there, assimilates it to itself, develops it according to its fancy, and finishes it if it can. The thing is accomplished without trouble, without effort, without reaction, following a natural and tranquil law. It is a graft which shoots up, a sap which circulates, a vegetation which starts forth anew. Certainly there is matter here for many large volumes, and often the universal history of humanity in the successive engrafting of many arts at many levels, upon the same monument. The man, the artist, the individual is effaced in these great masses, which lack the name of their author. Human intelligence is there summed up and totalized. Time is the architect, the nation is the builder. Not to consider here anything except the Christian architecture of Europe, that younger sister of the great masonries of the Orient, it appears to the eyes as an immense formation divided into 3 well-defined zones, which are superposed, the one upon the other. The Romanesque zone, the Gothic zone, the zone of the Renaissance, which we would gladly call the Greco-Roman zone. The Roman layer, which is the most ancient and deepest, is occupied by the round arch, which reappears, supported by the Greek column, in the modern and upper layer of the Renaissance. The pointed arch is found between the two. The edifices which belong exclusively to any one of these 3 layers are perfectly distinct, uniform, and complete. There is the Abbey of Jumiages, there is the Cathedral of Reims, there is the Sainte Croix of Orleans, but the 3 zones mingle and amalgamate along the edges like the colors in the solar spectrum. Hence, complex monuments, edifices of gradation and transition. One is Roman at the base, Gothic in the middle, Greco-Roman at the top. It is because it was 600 years in building. This variety is rare. The donjon keep of Détampes is a specimen of it, but monuments of 2 formations are more frequent. There is Notre-Dame de Paris, a pointed arch edifice, which is embedded by its pillars in that Roman zone, in which are plunged the portal of Saint-Denis, and the nave of Saint-Germain-des-Prés. There is the charming, half-Gothic chapter house of Botcherville, where the Roman layer extends halfway up. There is the Cathedral of Rouen, which would be entirely Gothic if it did not bathe the tip of its central spire in the zone of the Renaissance. However, all these shades, all these differences, do not affect the surfaces of edifices only. It is art which has changed its skin. The very constitution of the Christian Church is not attacked by it. There is always the same internal woodwork, the same logical arrangement of parts. Whatever may be the carved and embroidered envelope of a cathedral, one always finds beneath it, in the state of a germ, and of a rudiment at the least, the Roman basilica. It is eternally developed upon the soil according to the same law. There are invariably two naves which intersect in a cross, and whose upper portion, rounded into an apse, forms the choir. There are always the side aisles, for interior processions, for chapels, a sort of lateral walks or promenades where the principal nave discharges itself through the spaces between the pillars. That settled, the number of chapels, doors, bell towers, and pinnacles are modified to infinity, according to the fancy of the century, the people, and art. The service of religion once assured and provided for, architecture does what she pleases. Statues, stained glass, rose windows, arabesques, denticulations, capitals, bas-reliefs. She combines all these imaginings according to the arrangement which best suits her. Hence, the prodigious exterior variety of these edifices, at whose foundation dwells so much order and unity. The trunk of a tree is immovable, the foliage is capricious. Chapter 2. A bird's-eye view of Paris. We have just attempted to restore, for the reader's benefit, that admirable church of Notre-Dame de Paris. We have briefly pointed out the greater part of the beauties which it possessed in the 15th century, and which it lacks today. But we have omitted the principal thing, the view of Paris which was then to be obtained from the summits of its towers. That was, in fact, when, after having long groped one's way up the dark spiral which perpendicularly pierces the thick wall of the belfries, one emerged at last abruptly upon one of the lofty platforms inundated with light and air. That was, in fact, a fine picture which spread out on all sides at once before the eye, spectacle sui generis of which those of our readers who have had the good fortune to see a Gothic city entire, complete, homogeneous, a few of which still remain, Nuremberg in Bavaria and Vittoria in Spain, can readily form an idea, or even smaller specimens, provided that they are well preserved, Vitré in Brittany, Nordhausen in Prussia. The Paris of 350 years ago, the Paris of the 15th century, was already a gigantic city. We Parisians generally make a mistake as to the ground which we think that we have gained, since Paris has not increased much over 1/3 since the time of Louis XI. It has certainly lost more in beauty than it has gained in size. Paris had its birth, as the reader knows, in that old island of the city which has the form of a cradle. The strand of that island was its first boundary wall, the Seine its first moat. Paris remained for many centuries in its island state, with two bridges, one on the north, the other on the south, and two bridge heads, which were at the same time its gates and its fortresses, the Grand Chatelet on the right bank, the Petit Chatelet on the left. Then, from the date of the kings of the first race, Paris, being too cribbed and confined in its island, and unable to return thither, crossed the water. Then, beyond the Grand, beyond the Petit Chatelet, a first circle of walls and towers began to infringe upon the country on the two sides of the Seine. Some vestiges of this ancient enclosure still remained in the last century. Today only the memory of it is left, and here and there a tradition, the Baudits or Bodger Gate, Porta Bagoda. Little by little the tide of houses, always thrust from the heart of the city outwards, overflows, devours, wears away, and effaces this wall. Philip Augustus makes a new dike for it. He imprisons Paris in a circular chain of great towers, both lofty and solid. For the period of more than a century, the houses press upon each other, accumulate, and raise their level in this basin like water in a reservoir. They begin to deepen, they pile story upon story, they mount upon each other, they gush forth at the top like all laterally compressed growth, and there is a rivalry as to which shall thrust its head above its neighbours, for the sake of getting a little air. The street glows narrower and deeper, every space is overwhelmed and disappears. The houses finally leap the wall of Philip Augustus, and scatter joyfully over the plain without order and all askew like runaways. There they plant themselves squarely, cut themselves gardens from the fields, and take their ease. Beginning with 1367, the city spreads to such an extent into the suburbs that a new wall becomes necessary, particularly on the right bank. Charles V builds it. But a city like Paris is perpetually growing. It is only such cities that become capitals. They are funnels, into which all the geographical, political, moral, and intellectual watersheds of a country, all the natural slopes of a people, pour. Wells of civilization, so to speak, and also sewers, where commerce, industry, intelligence, population, all that is sap, all that is life, all that is the soul of a nation, filters and amasses unceasingly, drop by drop, century by century. So Charles V's wall suffered the fate of that of Philip Augustus, At the end of the 15th century, the Faubourg strides across it, passes beyond it and runs farther. In the 16th, it seems to retreat visibly, and to bury itself deeper and deeper in the old city, so thick had the new city already become outside of it. Thus, beginning with the 15th century, where our story finds us, Paris had already outgrown the three concentric circles of walls which, from the time of Julian the Apostate, existed, so to speak, in germ in the Grand Chatelet and the Petit Chatelet. The mighty city had cracked in succession its four enclosures of walls, like a child grown too large for his garments of last year. Under Louis XI, this sea of houses was seen to be pierced at intervals by several groups of ruined towers, from the ancient wall like the summits of hills in an inundation, like archipelagos of the old Paris submerged beneath the new. Since that time Paris has undergone yet another transformation, unfortunately for our eyes, but it has passed only one more wall, that of Louis XV, that miserable wall of mud and spittle, worthy of the king who built it, worthy of the poet who sung it. Le murmurant Paris, rend Paris murmurant. In the 15th century, Paris was still divided into three wholly distinct and separate towns, each having its own physiognomy, its own specialty, its manners, customs, privileges, and history. The city, the university, the town. The city which occupied the island was the most ancient, the smallest and the mother of the other two, crowded in between them like, may we be pardoned the comparison, a little old woman between two large and handsome maidens. The university covered the left bank of the Seine, from the Tournelle to the Tour de Nesle, points which correspond in the Paris of today, the one to the wine market, the other to the mint. Its wall included a large part of that plain where Julian had built his hot baths. The hill of Saint Genevieve was enclosed in it. The culminating point of this sweep of walls was the Papal Gate, that is to say, near the present site of the Pantheon. The town, which was the largest of the three fragments of Paris, held the right bank. Its quay, broken or interrupted in many places, ran along the Seine, from the Tour de Billy to the Tour du Bois, that is to say, from the place where the granary stands today to the present site of the Tuileries. These 4 points where the Seine intersected the wall of the capital, the Tournelle and the Tour de Nesle on the right, the Tour de Billy and the Tour du Bois on the left, were called preeminently the Four Towers of Paris. The town encroached still more extensively upon the fields than the university. The culminating point of the town wall, that of Charles V, was at the gates of Saint-Denis and Saint-Martin, whose situation has not been changed. As we have just said, each of these three great divisions of Paris was a town, but too special a town to be complete, a city which could not get along without the other two. Hence three entirely distinct aspects. Churches abounded in the city, palaces in the town, and colleges in the university, neglecting here the originalities of secondary importance in Old Paris and the capricious regulations regarding the public highways. We will say, from a general point of view, taking only masses and the whole group in this chaos of communal jurisdictions, that the island belonged to the bishop, the right bank to the provost of the merchants, the left bank to the rector. Over all ruled the provost of Paris, a royal not a municipal official. The city had Notre-Dame, the town the Louvre and the Hôtel de Ville, the university the Sorbonne. The town had the markets Halles, the city the hospital, the university the Pré aux Clercs. Offences committed by the scholars on the left bank were tried in the law courts on the island and were punished on the right bank at Montfaucon, unless the rector, feeling the university to be strong and the king weak, intervened, for it was the students' privilege to be hanged on their own grounds. The greater part of these privileges, it may be noted in passing, and there were some even better than the above, had been extorted from the kings by revolts and mutinies. It is the course of things from time immemorial. The king only lets go when the people tear away. There is an old charter which puts the matter naively, apropos of fidelity, civibus fidelitas in reges, que tamen aliquatis seditionibus interrupta, multa peperit privilegia. In the 15th century the Seine bathed 5 islands within the walls of Paris, Louvieres Island where there were then trees, and where there is no longer anything but wood, L'Isle aux Vaches, and L'Isle Notre-Dame, both deserted with the exception of one house, both fiefs of the bishop. In the 17th century, a single island was formed out of these two, which was built upon and named L'Isle Saint-Louis, lastly the city, and at its point the little islet of the Cow Tender, which was afterwards engulfed beneath the platform of the Pont Neuf. The city then had 5 bridges, 3 on the right, the Pont Notre-Dame and the Pont au Change of stone, the Pont aux Muniers of wood, 2 on the left, the Petit Pont of stone, the Pont Saint-Michel of wood, all loaded with houses. The university had 6 gates built by Philip Augustus, There were, beginning with La Tournelle, the Port Saint-Victor, the Port Bordel, the Port Papil, the Port Saint-Jacques, the Port Saint-Michel, the Port Saint-Germain. The town had 6 gates built by Charles V. Beginning with the Tour de Billy they were the Port Saint-Antoine, the Port du Temple, the Port Saint-Martin, the Port Saint-Denis, the Port Montmartre, the Port Saint-Honoré. All these gates were strong and also handsome, which does not detract from strength. A large, deep moat with a brisk current during the high water of winter bathed the base of the wall round Paris. The Seine furnished the water. At night the gates were shut, the river was barred at both ends of the city with huge iron chains, and Paris slept tranquilly. From a bird's-eye view, these 3 burgs, the city, the town, and the university, each presented to the eye an inextricable skein of eccentrically tangled streets. Nevertheless, at first sight, one recognized the fact that these 3 fragments formed but one body. One immediately perceived 3 long parallel streets, unbroken, undisturbed, traversing, almost in a straight line, all 3 cities from one end to the other. From north to south, perpendicularly to the Seine, which bound them together, mingled them, infused them in each other, poured and transfused the people incessantly from one to the other, and made one out of the 3. The first of these streets ran from the Port Saint-Martin. It was called the Rue Saint-Jacques in the University, Rue de la Juiverie in the city, Rue Saint-Martin in the town. It crossed the water twice, under the name of the Petit Pont and the Pont Notre-Dame. The second, which was called the Rue de la Harpe on the left bank, Rue de la Barillerière in the island, Rue Saint-Denis on the right bank, Pont Saint-Michel on one arm of the Seine, Pont au Change on the other, ran from the Port Saint-Michel in the University to the Port Saint-Denis in the town. However, under all these names there were but 2 streets, parent streets, generating streets, the 2 arteries of Paris. All the other veins of the triple city either derived their supply from them or emptied into them. Independently of these 2 principal streets, piercing Paris diametrically in its whole breadth from side to side, common to the entire capital, the city and the university had also each its own great special street, which ran lengthwise by them, parallel to the Seine, cutting as it passed at right angles the 2 arterial thoroughfares. Thus, in the town, one descended in a straight line from the Port Saint-Antoine to the Port Saint-Honoré, in the university from the Port Saint-Victor to the Port Saint-Germain. These 2 great thoroughfares intersected by the 2 first, formed the canvas upon which reposed, knotted and crowded together on every hand, the labyrinthine network of the streets of Paris. In the incomprehensible plan of these streets, one distinguished likewise, on looking attentively, 2 clusters of great streets, like magnified sheaves of grain, one in the university, the other in the town, which spread out gradually from the bridges to the gates. Some traces of this geometrical plan still exist today. Now, what aspect did this whole present, when, as viewed from the summit of the towers of Notre-Dame in 1482, that we shall try to describe? For the spectator who arrived panting upon that pinnacle, it was first a dazzling, confusing view of roofs, chimneys, streets, bridges, places, spires, bell towers. Everything struck your eye at once: the carved gable, the pointed roof, the turrets suspended at the angles of the walls, the stone pyramids of the 11th century, the slate obelisks of the 15th, the round, bare tower of the donjon keep, the square and fretted tower of the church, the great and the little, the massive and the aerial. The eye was for a long time wholly lost in this labyrinth, where there was nothing which did not possess its originality, its reason, its genius, its beauty, nothing which did not proceed from art, beginning with the smallest house with its painted and carved front with external beams, elliptical door with projecting stories, to the Royal Louvre, which then had a colonnade of towers. But these are the principal masses which were then to be distinguished when the eye began to accustom itself to this tumult of edifices. In the first place, the city. The island of the city, as Sauval says, who, in spite of his confused medley, sometimes has such happy turns of expression, the island of the city is made like a great ship, stuck in the mud and run aground in the current, near the centre of the Seine. We have just explained that in the 15th century, this ship was anchored to the 2 banks of the river by 5 bridges. This form of a ship had also struck the heraldic scribes, for it is from that, and not from the siege by the Normans, that the ship which blazons the old shield of Paris comes, according to Favin and Pasquier. For him who understands how to decipher them, armorial bearings are algebra, armorial bearings have a tongue. The whole history of the second half of the Middle Ages is written in armorial bearings. The first half is in the symbolism of the Roman churches. They are the hieroglyphics of feudalism, succeeding those of theocracy. Thus the city first presented itself to the eye, with its stern to the east and its prow to the west. Turning towards the prow, one had before one an innumerable flock of ancient roofs, over which arched broadly the lead-covered apse of the Sainte-Chapelle, like an elephant's haunches loaded with its tower. Only here this tower was the most audacious, the most open, the most ornamented spire of cabinet-maker's work that ever let the sky peep through its cone of lace. In front of Notre-Dame and very near at hand, 3 streets opened into the cathedral square, a fine square lined with ancient houses. Over the south side of this place bent the wrinkled and sullen facade of the Hôtel Dieu, and its roof, which seemed covered with warts and pustules. Then on the right and the left, to east and west, within that wall of the city, which was yet so contracted, rose the bell towers of its 21 churches, of every date, of every form, of every size, from the low and worm-eaten belfry of Saint-Denis du Pas, Carcer Glossini, to the slender needles of Saint-Pierre aux Boeufs and Saint Landry. Behind Notre-Dame, the cloister and its Gothic galleries spread out towards the north, on the south the half-Roman palace of the bishop, on the east the desert point of the Touraine. In this throng of houses the eye also distinguished, by the lofty openwork mitres of stone, which then crowned the roof itself, even the most elevated windows of the palace, the hotel given by the city under Charles VI to Juvenal des Ursins, a little farther on the pitch-covered sheds of the palace market, in still another quarter the new apse of Saint-Germain-le-Vieux, lengthened in 1458 with a bit of the Rue aux Febres, and then in places a square crowded with people, a pillory erected at the corner of a street, a fine fragment of the pavement of Philip Augustus, a magnificent flagging, grooved for the horses' feet in the middle of the road, and so badly replaced in the 16th century by the miserable cobblestones, called the pavement of the League, a deserted back courtyard with one of those diaphanous staircase turrets, such as were erected in the 15th century, one of which is still to be seen in the Rue des Bourdonnais. Lastly, at the right of the Sainte-Chapelle towards the west, the Palais de Justice rested its group of towers at the edge of the water. The thickets of the King's Gardens, which covered the western point of the city, masked the island du Passeur. As for the water from the summit of the towers of Notre-Dame, one hardly saw it. On either side of the city, the Seine was hidden by bridges, the bridges by houses. And when the glance passed these bridges, whose roofs were visibly green, rendered mouldy before their time by the vapours from the water, if it was directed to the left, towards the university, the first edifice which struck it was a large, low sheaf of towers, the Petit Châtelet, whose yawning gate devoured the end of the Petit Pont. Then if your view ran along the bank from east to west from the Tournelle to the Tour de Nesle, there was a long cordon of houses, with carved beams, stained glass windows, each story projecting over that beneath it, an interminable zigzag of bourgeois gables, frequently interrupted by the mouth of a street, and from time to time also by the front or angle of a huge stone mansion, planted at its ease, with courts and gardens, wings and detached buildings. This populace of crowded and narrow houses, like a grand gentleman among a throng of rustics. There were 5 or 6 of these mansions on the quay, from the house of Lorraine, which shared with the Bernardins the grand enclosure adjoining the Tournelle, to the Hôtel de Nesle, whose principal tower ended Paris, and whose pointed roofs were in a position during 3 months of the year to encroach with their black triangles upon the scarlet disk of the setting sun. This side of the Seine was, however, the least mercantile of the two. Students furnished more of a crowd and more noise there than artisans, and there was not, properly speaking, any quay, except from the Pont Saint-Michel to the Tour de Nesle. The rest of the bank of the Seine was now a naked strand, the same as beyond the Bernardins, again a throng of houses, standing with their feet in the water as between the 2 bridges. There was a great uproar of laundresses. They screamed and talked and sang from morning till night along the beach, and beat a great deal of linen there, just as in our day. This is not the least of the gaieties of Paris. The university presented a dense mass to the eye. From one end to the other it was homogeneous and compact. The 1,000 roofs, dense, angular, clinging to each other, composed, nearly all, of the same geometrical element, offered, when viewed from above, the aspect of a crystallization of the same substance. The capricious ravine of streets did not cut this block of houses into 2 disproportionate slices. The 42 colleges were scattered about in a fairly equal manner, and there were some everywhere. The amusingly varied crests of these beautiful edifices were the product of the same art as the simple roofs which they overshot, and were actually only a multiplication of the square or the cube of the same geometrical figure. Hence they complicated the whole effect without disturbing it, completed without overloading it. Geometry is harmony. Some fine mansions here, and there made magnificent outlines against the picturesque attics of the left bank, the House of Nevers, the House of Rome, the House of Reims, which have disappeared, the Hôtel de Cluny, which still exists for the consolation of the artist, and whose tower was so stupidly deprived of its crown a few years ago. Close to Cluny, that Roman palace with fine round arches were once the hot baths of Julian. There were a great many abbeys of a beauty more devout, of a grandeur more solemn than the mansions, but not less beautiful, not less grand. Those which first caught the eye were the Bernardins with their 3 bell towers, St. Genevieve, whose square tower which still exists makes us regret the rest, the Sorbonne, half college, half monastery, of which so admirable a nave survives, the fine quadrilateral cloister of the Mathurins, its neighbour the cloister of St. Benoit, within whose walls they have had time to cobble up a theatre, between the 7th and 8th editions of this book, the Cordeliers with their 3 enormous adjacent gables, the Augustins, whose graceful spire formed after the Tour de Nesle, the second denticulation on this side of Paris, starting from the west. The colleges, which are in fact the intermediate ring between the cloister and the world, hold the middle position in the monumental series between the hotels and the abbeys, with a severity full of elegance, sculpture less giddy than the palaces, and architecture less severe than the convents. Unfortunately, hardly anything remains of these monuments, where Gothic art combined with so just a balance, richness and economy. The churches, and they were numerous and splendid in the university, and they were graded there also in all the ages of architecture, from the round arches of St. Julian to the pointed arches of St. Severin. The churches dominated the whole, and like one harmony more in this mass of harmonies, they pierced in quick succession the multiple open work of the gables with slashed spires, with open work bell towers, with slender pinnacles, whose line was also only a magnificent exaggeration of the acute angle of the roofs. The ground of the university was hilly. Mount St. Genevieve formed an enormous mound to the south, and it was a sight to see from the summit of Notre-Dame how that throng of narrow and tortuous streets, today the Latin Quarter, those bunches of houses which, spread out in every direction from the top of this eminence, precipitated themselves in disorder and almost perpendicularly down its flanks, nearly to the water's edge, having the air, some of falling, others of clambering up again, and all of holding to one another. A continual flux of 1,000 black points which passed each other on the pavements made everything move before the eyes. It was the populace seen thus from aloft and afar. Lastly, in the intervals of these roofs, of these spires, of these accidents of numberless edifices, which bent and writhed, and jagged in so eccentric a manner the extreme line of the university, one caught a glimpse here and there of a great expanse of moss-grown wall, thick round tower, a crenellated city gate shadowing forth the fortress. It was the wall of Philip Augustus. Beyond, the fields gleamed green, beyond fled the roads, along which were scattered a few more suburban houses, which became more infrequent as they became more distant. Some of these faubourgs were important. There were first, starting from La Tournelle, the Bourg Saint Victor with its one-arch bridge over the Beaver, its abbey where one could read the epitaph of Louis le Gros, Epitaphium Ludovis et Grossi, and its church with an octagonal spire, flanked with 4 little bell towers of the 11th century. A similar one can be seen at Étampes. It is not yet destroyed. Next, the Saint Marceau, which already had 3 churches and 1 convent. Then, leaving the mill of the Gobelins and its 4 white walls on the left, there was the Faubourg Saint-Jacques with the beautiful carved cross in its square. The church of Saint-Jacques du Haut-Pas, which was then Gothic, pointed, charming. Saint Magloire, a fine nave of the 14th century, which Napoleon turned into a hayloft. Notre-Dame des Champs, where there were Byzantine mosaics. Lastly, after having left behind, full in the country, the monastery des Chartreux, a rich edifice contemporary with the Palais de Justice, with its little garden divided into compartments, and the haunted ruins of Vauvert, the eye fell to the west, upon the 3 Roman spires of Saint Germain des Prés. The Bourg Saint Germain, already a large community, formed 15 or 20 streets in the rear. The pointed bell tower of Saint Sulpice marked one corner of the town. Close beside it one descried the quadrilateral enclosure of the Fair of Saint Germain, where the market is situated today. Then the abbot's pillory, a pretty little round tower, well capped with a leaden cone. The brickyard was further on, and the Rue du Four, which led to the common bakehouse, and the mill on its hillock, and the Lazar house, a tiny house, isolated and half seen. But that which attracted the eye most of all, and fixed it for a long time on that point, was the abbey itself. It is certain that this monastery, which had a grand air both as a church and as a seigneury, that abbatial palace, where the bishops of Paris counted themselves happy if they could pass the night, that refectory, upon which the architect had bestowed the air, the beauty and the rose window of a cathedral, that elegant chapel of the Virgin, that monumental dormitory, those vast gardens, that portcullis, that drawbridge, that envelope of battlements which notched to the eye the verdure of the surrounding meadows, those courtyards where gleamed men-at-arms, intermingled with golden copes. The whole grouped and clustered about 3 lofty spires, with round arches well planted upon a Gothic apse, made a magnificent figure against the horizon. When at length, after having contemplated the university for a long time, you turned towards the right bank, towards the town, the character of the spectacle was abruptly altered. The town, in fact much larger than the university, was also less of a unit. At the first glance, one saw that it was divided into many masses, singularly distinct. First, to the eastward, in that part of the town which still takes its name from the marsh where Camulogen's entangled CSR, was a pile of palaces. The block extended to the very water's edge. 4 almost contiguous hotels, Jowy, Sens, Barbeau, the House of the Queen, mirrored their slate peaks, broken with slender turrets in the Seine. These 4 edifices filled the space from the Rue des Nonnes-Diers to the Abbey of the Celestins, whose spire gracefully relieved their line of gables and battlements. A few miserable greenish hovels, hanging over the water in front of these sumptuous hotels, did not prevent one from seeing the fine angles of their facades, their large square windows with stone mullions, their pointed porches overloaded with statues, the vivid outlines of their walls, always clear-cut, and all those charming accidents of architecture, which cause Gothic art to have the air of beginning its combinations afresh with every monument. Behind these palaces, extended in all directions, now broken, fenced in, battlemented like a citadel, now veiled by great trees like a Carthusian convent, the immense and multiform enclosure of that miraculous Hôtel de Saint-Paul, where the King of France possessed the means of lodging superbly 22 princes of the rank of the Dauphin and the Duke of Burgundy, with their domestics and their suites, without counting the great lords, and the Emperor when he came to view Paris, and the Lions, who had their separate hotel at the Royal Hotel. Let us say here that a prince's apartment was then composed of never less than 11 large rooms, from the chamber of state to the oratory, not to mention the galleries, baths, vapor baths, and other superfluous places, with which each apartment was provided, not to mention the private gardens for each of the king's guests, not to mention the kitchens, the cellars, the domestic offices, the general refectories of the house, the poultry yards, where there were 22 general laboratories from the bakehouses to the wine cellars, games of 1,000 sorts, malls, tennis and riding at the ring, aviaries, fish-ponds, menageries, stables, barns, libraries, arsenals and foundries. This was what a king's palace, a Louvre, a Hôtel de Saint-Paul was then, a city within a city. From the tower where we are placed, the Hôtel Saint-Paul, almost half hidden by the 4 great houses of which we have just spoken, was still very considerable and very marvellous to see. One could there distinguish, very well though cleverly united with the principal building by long galleries, decked with painted glass and slender columns, the 3 hotels which Charles V had amalgamated with his palace, the Hôtel du Petit Meuse with the airy balustrade which formed a graceful border to its roof, the Hôtel of the Abbé de Saint-Maur, having the vanity of a stronghold, a great tower, machicolations, loopholes, iron gratings, and over the large Saxon door, the armorial bearings of the abbé between the 2 mortices of the drawbridge, the hotel of the Comte d'Etampes whose donjon keep, ruined at its summit, was rounded and notched like a cock's comb. Here and there 3 or 4 ancient oaks, forming a tuft together like enormous cauliflowers, gambols of swans in the clear water of the fish-ponds, all in folds of light and shade, many courtyards of which one beheld picturesque bits, the Hotel of the Lions with its low, pointed arches, on short Saxon pillars, its iron gratings and its perpetual roar, shooting up above the whole the scale-ornamented spire of the Ave Maria. On the left, the house of the Provost of Paris, flanked by 4 small towers, delicately grooved in the middle. At the extremity, the Hôtel Saint-Paul, properly speaking, with its multiplied facades, its successive enrichments from the time Charles V, the hybrid excrescences, with which the fancy of the architects had loaded it during the last 2 centuries, with all the apses of its chapels, all the gables of its galleries, 1,000 weathercocks for the 4 winds, and its 2 lofty contiguous towers, whose conical roof, surrounded by battlements at its base, looked like those pointed caps which have their edges turned up. Continuing to mount the stories of this amphitheatre of palaces spread out afar upon the ground, after crossing a deep ravine hollowed out of the roofs in the town, which marked the passage of the Rue Saint-Antoine, the eye reached the house of Angoulême, a vast construction of many epochs, where there were perfectly new and very white parts, which melted no better into the whole than a red patch on a blue doublet. Nevertheless, the remarkably pointed and lofty roof of the modern palace, bristling with carved eaves, covered with sheets of lead, where coiled 1,000 fantastic arabesques of sparkling incrustations of gilded bronze, That roof, so curiously damascened, darted upwards gracefully from the midst of the brown ruins of the ancient edifice, whose huge and ancient towers, rounded by age like casques, sinking together with old age, and rending themselves from top to bottom, resembled great bellies unbuttoned. There behind rose the forest of spires of the Palais des Tournelles. Not a view in the world, either at Chambord or at the Alhambra, is more magic, more aerial, more enchanting than that thicket of spires, tiny bell towers, chimneys, weather vanes, winding staircases, lanterns through which the daylight makes its way, which seem cut out at a blow, pavilions, spindle-shaped turrets, or as they were then called, tournelles, all differing in form, in height and attitude. One would have pronounced it a gigantic stone chessboard. To the right of the tournelles, that truss of enormous towers, black as ink, running into each other and tied as it were by a circular moat, that donjon keep much more pierced with loopholes than with windows, that drawbridge always raised, that portcullis always lowered, is the Bastille. Those sorts of black beaks which project from between the battlements, and which you take from a distance to be cave spouts, are cannons. Beneath them, at the foot of the formidable edifice, behold the Porte Saint-Antoine, buried between its two towers. Beyond the tournelles, as far as the wall of Charles V, spread out, with rich compartments of verdure and of flowers, a velvet carpet of cultivated land and royal parks, in the midst of which one recognized, by its labyrinth of trees and alleys, the famous Dia Dallas garden which Louis XI had given to Coictier. The doctor's observatory rose above the labyrinth like a great isolated column, with a tiny house for a capital. Terrible astrologies took place in that laboratory. There today is the Place Royale. As we have just said, the quarter of the palace, of which we have just endeavoured to give the reader some idea by indicating only the chief points, filled the angle which Charles V's wall made with the Seine on the east. The centre of the town was occupied by a pile of houses for the populace. It was there, in fact, that the three bridges disgorged upon the right bank, and bridges lead to the building of houses rather than palaces. That congregation of bourgeois habitations, pressed together like the cells in a hive, had a beauty of its own. It is with the roofs of a capital as with the waves of the sea, they are grand. First the streets, crossed and entangled, forming 100 amusing figures in the block. Around the marketplace it was like a star with 1,000 rays. The rues Saint-Denis and Saint-Martin, with their innumerable ramifications, rose one after the other, like trees intertwining their branches, and then the tortuous lines, the rues de la Platterie, de la Verrerie, de la Tixeranderie, etc., meandered over all. There were also fine edifices which pierced the petrified undulations of that sea of gables. At the head of the Pont aux Changeurs, behind which one beheld the Seine foaming beneath the wheels of the Pont aux Meuniers, there was the Chaillot, no longer a Roman tower, as under Julian the Apostate, but a feudal tower of the 13th century, and of a stone so hard that the pickaxe could not break away so much as the thickness of the fist in a space of 3 hours. There was the rich square bell tower of Saint Jacques de la Boucherie, with its angles all frothing with carvings, already admirable, although it was not finished in the 15th century. It lacked in particular the 4 monsters, which, still perched today on the corners of its roof, have the air of so many sphinxes who are propounding to new Paris the riddle of the ancient Paris. Rolt, the sculptor, only placed them in position in 1526, and received 20 francs for his pains. There was the Maison aux Piliers, the pillar house, opening upon that place de Grève of which we have given the reader some idea. There was Saint Gervais, which a front in good taste has since spoiled. Saint Mary, whose ancient pointed arches were still almost round arches. Saint Jean, whose magnificent spire was proverbial. There were 20 other monuments, which did not disdain to bury their wonders in that chaos of black, deep, narrow streets. Add the crosses of carved stone, more lavishly scattered through the squares than even the gibbets, the cemetery of the Innocents, whose architectural wall could be seen in the distance above the roofs, the pillory of the markets, whose top was visible between 2 chimneys of the Rue de la Cassonnerie, the ladder of the Croix du Trahoir, in its square always black with people, the circular buildings of the Wheat Mart, the fragments of Philip Augustus's ancient wall, which could be made out here and there, drowned among the houses, its towers gnawed by ivy, its gates in ruins, with crumbling and deformed stretches of wall, the quay with its 1,000 shops and its bloody knackers' yards, the Seine encumbered with boats, from the Port aux Foynes to Forêt-l'Évêque, and you will have a confused picture of what the central trapezium of the town was like in 1482. With these 2 quarters, one of hotels, the other of houses, the third feature of aspect presented by the city was a long zone of abbeys, which bordered it in nearly the whole of its circumference, from the rising to the setting sun, and behind the circle of fortifications which hemmed in Paris, formed a second interior enclosure of convents and chapels. Thus, immediately adjoining the Parc des Tournelles, between the Rue Saint-Antoine and the Ville Rue du Temple, there stood Saint Catherine, with its immense cultivated lands, which were terminated only by the wall of Paris. Between the old and the new Rue du Temple, there was the Temple, a sinister group of towers, lofty, erect, and isolated in the middle of a vast, battlemented enclosure. Between the Rue Neuve du Temple and the Rue Saint-Martin, there was the Abbey of Saint Martin, in the midst of its gardens, a superb fortified church, whose girdle of towers, whose diadem of bell towers, yielded in force and splendour only to Saint Germain des Prés. Between the Rue Saint-Martin and the Rue Saint-Denis spread the enclosure of the Trinité. Lastly, between the Rue Saint-Denis and the Rue Montorgueil stood the Filsdieu. On one side, the rotting roofs and unpaved enclosure of the Cour des Miracles could be descried. It was the sole profane ring which was linked to that devout chain of convents. Finally, the fourth compartment, which stretched itself out in the agglomeration of the roofs on the right bank, and which occupied the western angle of the enclosure, and the banks of the river downstream, was a fresh cluster of palaces and hotels pressed close about the base of the Louvre, the old Louvre of Philip Augustus, that immense edifice whose great tower rallied about it 23 chief towers, not to reckon the lesser towers, seemed from a distance to be enshrined in the Gothic roofs of the Hôtel de Lençon and the Petit Bourbon. This hydra of towers, giant guardian of Paris with its 24 heads, always erect with its monstrous haunches, loaded or scaled with slates, and all streaming with metallic reflections, terminated with wonderful effect the configuration of the town towards the west. Thus an immense block, which the Romans called insula, or island of bourgeois houses, flanked on the right and the left by 2 blocks of palaces, crowned, the one by the Louvre, the other by the Tournelles, bordered on the north by a long girdle of abbeys and cultivated enclosures, all amalgamated and melted together in one view. Upon these thousands of edifices, whose tiled and slated roofs outlined upon each other so many fantastic chains, the bell towers tattooed, fluted, and ornamented with twisted bands, of the 44 churches on the right bank, myriads of cross streets, for boundary on one side an enclosure of lofty walls with square towers, that of the university had round towers, on the other the Seine, cut by bridges, and bearing on its bosom a multitude of boats. Behold the town of Paris in the 15th century. Beyond the walls, several suburban villages pressed close about the gates, but less numerous and more scattered than those of the university. Behind the Bastille there were 20 hovels clustered round the curious sculptures of the Croix Forbin and the flying buttresses of the Abbey of Saint-Antoine des Champs, then Popincourt, lost amid wheat fields, then La Courtille, a merry village of wine shops, the hamlet of Saint Laurent with its church whose bell tower from afar seemed to add itself to the pointed towers of the Porte Saint-Martin, the Faubourg Saint-Denis with the vast enclosure of Saint-Ladder, beyond the Montmartre gate the Grange Batelière, encircled with white walls, behind it with its chalky slopes Montmartre, which had then almost as many churches as windmills, and which has kept only the windmills, for society no longer demands anything but bread for the body. Lastly, beyond the Louvre, the Faubourg Saint-Honoré, already considerable at that time, could be seen stretching away into the fields, and Petit-Bretagne gleaming green, and the Marché aux Pourceaux spreading abroad, in whose centre swelled the horrible apparatus used for boiling counterfeiters. Between La Courtille and Saint Laurent, your eye had already noticed, on the summit of an eminence crouching amid desert plains, a sort of edifice which resembled from a distance a ruined colonnade, mounted upon a basement with its foundation laid bare. This was neither a Parthenon, nor a temple of the Olympian Jupiter. It was Montfaucon. Now, if the enumeration of so many edifices, summary as we have endeavoured to make it, has not shattered in the reader's mind the general image of old Paris, as we have constructed it, we will recapitulate it in a few words. In the centre, the island of the city, resembling as to form an enormous tortoise, and throwing out its bridges with tiles for scales, like legs from beneath its grey shell of roofs. On the left, the monolithic trapezium, firm, dense, bristling of the university. On the right, the vast semicircle of the town, much more intermixed with gardens and monuments. The 3 blocks, city, university, and town, marbled with innumerable streets. Across all, the Seine, foster-mother Seine, as says Father du Breul, blocked with islands, bridges, and boats. All about an immense plain, patched with 1,000 sorts of cultivated plots, sown with fine villages. On the left, Issy, Vanvres, Vaugirard, Montrouge, Gentilly, with its round tower and its square tower, etc. On the right, 20 others from Conflans to Villers-l'Évêque. On the horizon, a border of hills arranged in a circle like the rim of the basin. Finally, far away to the east, Vincennes and its 7 quadrangular towers; to the south, Bicerta and its pointed turrets; to the north, Saint Denis and its spire; to the west, St. Cloud and its donjon keep. Such was the Paris which the ravens, who lived in 1482, beheld from the summits of the towers of Notre-Dame. Nevertheless, Voltaire said of this city that, before Louis XIV, it possessed but 4 fine monuments: the dome of the Sorbonne, the Val de Grace, the modern Louvre, and I know not what the 4th was, the Luxembourg perhaps. Fortunately, Voltaire was the author of Candide, in spite of this, and in spite of this he is, among all the men who have followed each other in the long series of humanity, the one who has best possessed the diabolical laugh. Moreover, this proves that one can be a fine genius, and yet understand nothing of an art to which one does not belong. Did not Molière imagine that he was doing Raphael and Michelangelo a very great honor by calling them those Mignards of their age? Let us return to Paris and to the 15th century. It was not then merely a handsome city, it was a homogeneous city, an architectural and historical product of the Middle Ages, a chronicle in stone. It was a city formed of 2 layers only, the Romanesque layer and the Gothic layer, for the Roman layer had disappeared long before, with the exception of the hot baths of Julian, where it still pierced through the thick crust of the Middle Ages. As for the Celtic layer, no specimens were any longer to be found, even when sinking wells. 50 years later, when the Renaissance began to mingle with this unity which was so severe and yet so varied, the dazzling luxury of its fantasies and systems, its debasements of Roman round arches, Greek columns and Gothic bases, its sculpture which was so tender and so ideal, its peculiar taste for arabesques and acanthus leaves, its architectural paganism, contemporary with Luther, Paris was perhaps still more beautiful, although less harmonious to the eye and to the thought. But this splendid moment lasted only for a short time. The Renaissance was not impartial. It did not content itself with building, it wished to destroy. It is true that it required the room. Thus Gothic Paris was complete only for a moment. Saint Jacques de la Boucherie had barely been completed when the demolition of the old Louvre was begun. After that, the great city became more disfigured every day. Gothic Paris, beneath which Roman Paris was effaced in its turn, but can anyone say what Paris has replaced it? There is the Paris of Catherine de Medicis at the Tuileries, the Paris of Henry II, at the Hôtel de Ville, 2 edifices still in fine taste, the Paris of Henry IV, at the Place Royale, facades of brick with stone corners and slated roofs, tricoloured houses, the Paris of Louis XIII, at the Val de Grace, a crushed and squat architecture with vaults like basket handles and something indescribably pot-bellied in the column and thick-set in the dome, the Paris of Louis XIV, in the Invalides, grand, rich, gilded, cold, the Paris of Louis XV, in Saint Sulpice, volutes, knots of ribbon, clouds, vermicelli and chicory leaves all in stone, the Paris of Louis XVI, in the Pantheon, St. Peter of Rome, badly copied, the edifice is awkwardly heaped together, which has not amended its lines, the Paris of the Republic in the School of Medicine, a poor Greek and Roman taste, which resembles the Colosseum or the Parthenon as the constitution of the year III resembles the laws of Minos. It is cold in architecture, the Messidor taste. The Paris of Napoleon in the Place Vendôme, this one is sublime, a column of bronze made of cannons. The Paris of the Restoration at the Bourse, a very white colonnade supporting a very smooth frieze, the whole is square and cost 20 millions. To each of these characteristic monuments there is attached, by a similarity of taste, fashion and attitude, a certain number of houses scattered about in different quarters, and which the eyes of the connoisseur easily distinguishes and furnishes with a date. When one knows how to look, one finds the spirit of a century, and the physiognomy of a king, even in the knocker on a door. The Paris of the present day has, then, no general physiognomy. It is a collection of specimens of many centuries, and the finest have disappeared. The capital grows only in houses, and what houses? At the rate at which Paris is now proceeding, it will renew itself every 50 years. Thus the historical significance of its architecture is being effaced every day. Monuments are becoming rarer and rarer, and one seems to see them gradually engulfed by the flood of houses. Our fathers had a Paris of stone, our sons will have one of plaster. So far as the modern monuments of New Paris are concerned, we would gladly be excused from mentioning them. It is not that we do not admire them as they deserve. The Saint Genevieve of M. Soufflot is certainly the finest Savoy cake that has ever been made in stone. The Palace of the Legion of Honor is also a very distinguished bit of pastry. The dome of the Wheat Market is an English jockey cap, on a grand scale. The towers of St. Sulpice are 2 huge clarinets, and the form is as good as any other. The telegraph, contorted and grimacing, forms an admirable accident upon their roofs. Saint-Roch has a door which, for magnificence, is comparable only to that of St. Thomas d'Aquin. It has also a crucifixion in high relief, in a cellar, with a sun of gilded wood. These things are fairly marvellous. The lantern of the labyrinth of the Jardin des Plantes is also very ingenious. As for the Palace of the Bourse, which is Greek as to its colonnade, Roman in the round arches of its doors and windows, of the Renaissance by virtue of its flattened vault, it is indubitably a very correct and very pure monument. The proof is that it is crowned with an attic, such as was never seen in Athens, a beautiful, straight line, gracefully broken here and there by stovepipes. Let us add that, if it is according to rule that the architecture of a building should be adapted to its purpose, in such a manner that this purpose shall be immediately apparent from the mere aspect of the building, one cannot be too much amazed at a structure which might be indifferently the palace of a king, chamber of communes, a town hall, a college, a riding school, an academy, a warehouse, a courthouse, a museum, a barracks, a sepulchre, a temple, or a theatre. However it is an exchange, an edifice ought to be, moreover, suitable to the climate. This one is evidently constructed expressly for our cold and rainy skies. It has a roof almost as flat as roofs in the East, which involves sweeping the roof in winter when it snows, and of course roofs are made to be swept. As for its purpose, of which we just spoke, it fulfills it to a marvel. It is a bourse in France as it would have been a temple in Greece. It is true that the architect was at a good deal of trouble to conceal the clock face, which would have destroyed the purity of the fine lines of the facade. But on the other hand, we have that colonnade which circles round the edifice, and under which, on days of high religious ceremony, the theories of the stockbrokers and the courtiers of commerce can be developed so majestically. These are very superb structures. Let us add a quantity of fine, amusing, and varied streets like the Rue de Rivoli, and I do not despair of Paris presenting to the eye, when viewed from a balloon, that richness of line, that opulence of detail, that diversity of aspect, that grandiose something in the simple, and unexpected in the beautiful, which characterizes a checkerboard. However admirable as the Paris of today may seem to you, reconstruct the Paris of the 15th century, call it up before you in thought. Look at the sky athwart that surprising forest of spires, towers, and belfries, spread out in the centre of the city, tear away at the point of the islands, fold at the arches of the bridges, the Seine, with its broad green and yellow expanses, more variable than the skin of a serpent. Project clearly against an azure horizon the Gothic profile of this ancient Paris, make its contour float in a winter's mist which clings to its numerous chimneys, drown it in profound night, and watch the odd play of lights and shadows in that sombre labyrinth of edifices. Cast upon it a ray of light which shall vaguely outline it and cause to emerge from the fog the great heads of the towers, or take that black silhouette again, enliven with shadow the thousand acute angles of the spires and gables, and make it start out more toothed than a shark's jaw against a copper-coloured western sky, and then compare. And if you wish to receive of the ancient city an impression with which the modern one can no longer furnish you, climb on the morning of some grand festival, beneath the rising sun of Easter or of Pentecost, climb upon some elevated point, whence you command the entire capital, and be present at the wakening of the chimes. Behold at a signal given from heaven, for it is the sun which gives it, all those churches quiver simultaneously. First come scattered strokes, running from one church to another, as when musicians give warning that they are about to begin. Then all at once behold, for it seems at times as though the ear also possessed a sight of its own, behold, rising from each bell tower, something like a column of sound, a cloud of harmony. First the vibration of each bell mounts straight upwards, pure and, so to speak, isolated from the others into the splendid morning sky. Then, little by little, as they swell they melt together, mingle, are lost in each other, and amalgamate in magnificent concert. It is no longer anything but a mass of sonorous vibrations incessantly sent forth from the numerous belfries, floats, undulates, bounds, whirls over the city, and prolongs far beyond the horizon the deafening circle of its oscillations. Nevertheless, this sea of harmony is not a chaos. Great and profound as it is, it has not lost its transparency. You behold the windings of each group of notes which escapes from the belfries. You can follow the dialogue, by turns grave and shrill, of the treble and the bass. You can see the octaves leap from one tower to another. You watch them spring forth, winged, light and whistling, from the silver bell, to fall, broken and limping from the bell of wood. You admire in their midst the rich gamut which incessantly ascends and reascends the 7 bells of Saint Eustache. You see light and rapid notes running across it, executing 3 or 4 luminous zigzags, and vanishing like flashes of lightning. Yonder is the Abbey of Saint Martin, a shrill, cracked singer. Here the gruff and gloomy voice of the Bastille. At the other end the great tower of the Louvre with its bass. The royal chime of the palace scatters on all sides, and without relaxation resplendent trills, upon which fall at regular intervals the heavy strokes from the belfry of Notre-Dame, which makes them sparkle like the anvil under the hammer. At intervals you behold the passage of sounds of all forms which come from the triple peal of Saint Germain-des-Prés. Then again, from time to time, this mass of sublime noises opens and gives passage to the beats of the Ave Maria, which bursts forth and sparkles like an aigrette of stars. Below, in the very depths of the concert, you confusedly distinguish the interior chanting of the churches, which exhales through the vibrating pores of their vaulted roofs. Assuredly, this is an opera which it is worth the trouble of listening to. Ordinarily, the noise which escapes from Paris by day is the city speaking, by night it is the city breathing, in this case it is the city singing. Lend an ear, then, to this concert of bell towers. Spread over all the murmur of 500,000 men, the eternal plaint of the river, the infinite breathings of the wind, the grave and distant quartet of the four forests arranged upon the hills, on the horizon, like immense stacks of organ pipes. Extinguish, as in a half-shade, all that is too hoarse and too shrill about the central chime, and say whether you know anything in the world more rich and joyful, more golden, more dazzling than this tumult of bells and chimes, than this furnace of music, than these 10,000 brazen voices chanting simultaneously in the flutes of stone, 300 feet high, than this city which is no longer anything but an orchestra, than this symphony which produces the noise of a tempest. Book 4th. Chapter 1. Good Souls. 16 years previous to the epoch when this story takes place, one fine morning on Quasimodo Sunday, a living creature had been deposited after Mass in the church of Notre-Dame, on the wooden bed securely fixed in the vestibule on the left, opposite that great image of Saint Christopher, which the figure of Messer Anton des Essarts Chevalier carved in stone had been gazing at on his knees since 1413, when they took it into their heads to overthrow the saint and the faithful follower. Upon this bed of wood it was customary to expose foundlings for public charity. Whoever cared to take them did so. In front of the wooden bed was a copper basin for alms. The sort of living being which lay upon that plank on the morning of Quasimodo, in the year of the Lord, 1467, appeared to excite to a high degree the curiosity of the numerous group which had congregated about the wooden bed. The group was formed for the most part of the fair sex. Hardly anyone was there except old women. In the first row, and among those who were most bent over the bed, 4 were noticeable, who, from their grey cagoule, a sort of cassock, were recognizable as attached to some devout sisterhood. I do not see why history has not transmitted to posterity the names of these 4 discreet and venerable damsels. They were Agnes la Herme, Jehanne de la Tarme, Henriette la Gaultière, Gotcher la Violette, all 4 widows, all 4 dames of the chapel Etienne Haudry, who had quitted their house with the permission of their mistress, and in conformity with the statutes of Peer Daily, in order to come and hear the sermon. However, if these good Haudriettes were, for the moment, complying with the statutes of Peer Daily, they certainly violated with joy those of Michel de Brake, and the Cardinal of Pisa, which so inhumanly enjoined silence upon them. "What is this, sister?" said Agnes to Gotcher, gazing at the little creature exposed, which was screaming and writhing on the wooden bed, terrified by so many glances. "What is to become of us," said Jehanne, "if that is the way children are made now?" "I'm not learned in the matter of children," resumed Agnes, "but it must be a sin to look at this one." "'Tis not a child, Agnes. 'Tis an abortion of a monkey," remarked Gotcher. "'Tis a miracle," interposed Henriette la Gaultière. "Then," remarked Agnes, "it is the 3rd since the Sunday of the El Ater, for in less than a week we had the miracle of the mocker of pilgrims divinely punished by Notre-Dame d'Aubervilliers, and that was the 2nd miracle within a month." "This pretended foundling is a real monster of abomination," resumed Jehanne. "He yells loud enough to deafen a chanter," continued Gotcher. "Hold your tongue, you little howler." "To think that Monsieur of Rheims sent this enormity to Monsieur of Paris," added La Gaultière, clasping her hands. "I imagine," said Agnes la Herme, "that it is a beast, an animal, the fruit of a Jew and a sow, something not Christian in short, which ought to be thrown into the fire or into the water." "I really hope," resumed La Gaultière, "that nobody will apply for it." "Ah, good heavens!" exclaimed Agnes, Those poor nurses yonder in the foundling asylum, which forms the lower end of the lane as you go to the river, just beside Monseigneur the Bishop. What if this little monster were to be carried to them to suckle? I'd rather give suck to a vampire." "How innocent that poor Laherme is," resumed Jehan. "Don't you see, sister, that this little monster is at least 4 years old, and that he would have less appetite for your breast than for a turnspit? The little monster, we should find it difficult ourselves to describe him otherwise, was in fact not a newborn child. It was a very angular and very lively little mass, imprisoned in its linen sack, stamped with the cipher of Messer Guillaume Chardier, then Bishop of Paris, with a head projecting. That head was deformed enough. One beheld only a forest of red hair, one eye, a mouth and teeth. The eye wept, the mouth cried, and the teeth seemed to ask only to be allowed to bite. The whole struggled in the sack, to the great consternation of the crowd, which increased and was renewed incessantly around it. Dame Elise de Gondelaurier, a rich and noble woman, who held by the hand a pretty girl about 5 or 6 years of age, and dragged a long veil about, suspended to the golden horn of her headdress, halted as she passed the wooden bed, and gazed for a moment at the wretched creature, while her charming little daughter, Fleur de Lys de Gondelaurier, spelled out with her tiny, pretty finger the permanent inscription attached to the wooden bed: "Foundlings." "Really," said the dame, turning away in disgust, "I thought that they only exposed children here." She turned her back, throwing into the basin a silver florin, which rang among the liards, and made the poor goodwives of the chapel of Etienne Haudry open their eyes. A moment later, the grave and learned Robert Mistrical, the king's protonotary, passed, with an enormous missal under one arm and his wife on the other, Damoiselle Guillemette la Merce, having thus by his side his 2 regulators, spiritual and temporal. "Foundling," he said after examining the object, "found apparently on the banks of the river Phlegethon." "One can only see one eye," observed Damoiselle Guillemette. "There is a wart on the other." "It's not a wart," returned Master Robert Mistrical. "It is an egg which contains another demon exactly similar, who bears another little egg which contains another devil, and so on." "How do you know that?" asked Guillemette la Merce. "I know it pertinently," replied the protonotary. "Monsieur le protonotaire," asked Gotcha, "what do you prognosticate of this pretended foundling?" "The greatest misfortunes," replied Mistrical. "Ah, good heavens," said an old woman among the spectators, "and that besides our having had a considerable pestilence last year, and that they say that the English are going to disembark in a company at Harfleur. Perhaps that will prevent the Queen from coming to Paris in the month of September," interposed another. "Trade is so bad already." "My opinion is," exclaimed Jehan de la Tarme, "that it would be better for the louts of Paris if this little magician were put to bed on a faggot than on a plank." "A fine flaming faggot," added the old woman. "It would be more prudent," said Mistrical. For several minutes, a young priest had been listening to the reasoning of the Haudriettes and the sentences of the notary. He had a severe face with a large brow, a profound glance. He thrust the crowd silently aside, scrutinized the little magician, and stretched out his hand upon him. It was high time, for all the devotees were already licking their chops over the fine, flaming faggot. "I adopt this child," said the priest. He took it in his cassock and carried it off. The spectators followed him with frightened glances. A moment later he had disappeared through the red door, which then led from the church to the cloister. When the first surprise was over, Jehan de la Tarme bent down to the ear of La Gaultière. "I told you so, sister. That young clerk, Monsieur Claude Frollo, is a sorcerer." Chapter 2. Chapter 150, Odd Frollo. In fact, Claude Frollo was no common person. He belonged to one of those middle-class families, which were called indifferently, in the impertinent language of the last century, the high bourgeois or the petty nobility. This family had inherited from the brothers Paclet the fief of Tirechap, which was dependent upon the Bishop of Paris, and whose 21 houses had been in the 13th century the object of so many suits before the official. As possessor of this fief, Claude Frollo was one of the 27 seigneurs keeping claim to a manor in fee in Paris and its suburbs, and for a long time his name was to be seen inscribed in this quality, between the Hôtel de Tancarville, belonging to Master François Lerez, and the College of Tours, in the records deposited at Saint Martin des Champs. Claude Frollo had been destined from infancy by his parents to the ecclesiastical profession. He had been taught to read in Latin, he had been trained to keep his eyes on the ground and to speak low. While still a child, his father had cloistered him in the College of Torquay in the university. There it was that he had grown up, on the Missal and the Lexicon. Moreover, he was a sad, grave, serious child who studied ardently and learned quickly. He never uttered a loud cry in recreation hour, mixed but little in the bacchanals of the Rue du Foire, did not know what it was to dare a lapis et capillos lanier, and had cut no figure in that revolt of 1463, which the annalists register gravely, under the title, The Sixth Trouble of the University. He seldom rallied the poor students of Montaigu on the capettes from which they derived their name, or the bursars of the College of Dormans on their shaved tonsure, and their surtout party-coloured of bluish-green, blue, and violet cloth, as urini coloris et bruni, as says the charter of the Cardinal des Quatre-Couronnes. On the other hand, he was assiduous at the great, and the small schools of the Rue Saint-Jean de Beauvais, the first pupil whom the Abbé de Saint-Pierre de Val, at the moment of beginning his reading on canon law, always perceived, glued to a pillar of the school's Saint Vendregesel. Opposite his rostrum was Claude Frollo, armed with his horn ink bottle, biting his pen, scribbling on his threadbare knee, and in winter blowing on his fingers. The first auditor whom Messer Miles Disliers, doctor in decretals, saw arrive every Monday morning, all breathless, at the opening of the gates of the school of the Chef Saint-Denis, was Claude Frollo. Thus, at 16 years of age, the young clerk might have held his own in mystical theology against a father of the church, in canonical theology against a father of the councils, in scholastic theology against a doctor of Sorbonne. Theology conquered, he had plunged into decretals. From the master of sentences, he had passed to the capitularies of Charlemagne, and he had devoured in succession in his appetite for science decretals upon decretals, those of Theodore, Bishop of Hispalis, those of Bouchard, Bishop of Worms, those of Yves, Bishop of Chartres, next the decretal of Gratian, which succeeded the capitularies of Charlemagne, then the collection of Gregory IX, then the epistle of Super Specula of Honorius III. He rendered clear and familiar to himself that vast and tumultuous period of civil law and canon law in conflict and at strife with each other, in the chaos of the Middle Ages, a period which Bishop Theodore opens in 618, and which Pope Gregory closes in 1227. Decretals digested, he flung himself upon medicine on the liberal arts. He studied the science of herbs, the science of unguents. He became an expert in fevers and in contusions, in sprains and abscesses. Jacques d'Espars would have received him as a physician, Richard Helene as a surgeon. He also passed through all the degrees of licentiate, master, and doctor of arts. He studied the languages, Latin, Greek, Hebrew, a triple sanctuary then very little frequented. His was a veritable fever for acquiring and hoarding in the matter of science. At the age of 18, he had made his way through the 4 faculties. It seemed to the young man that life had but one sole object, learning. It was towards this epoch that the excessive heat of the summer of 1466 caused that grand outburst of the plague which carried off more than 40,000 souls in the Vicomte of Paris, and among others, as Jean de Troyes states, Master Arnold, astrologer to the king, who was a very fine man, both wise and pleasant. The rumour spread in the university that the Rue Tirechap was especially devastated by the malady. It was there that Claude's parents resided, in the midst of their fief. The young scholar rushed in great alarm to the paternal mansion. When he entered it, he found that both father and mother had died on the preceding day. A very young brother of his, who was in swaddling clothes, was still alive and crying abandoned in his cradle. This was all that remained to Claude of his family. The young man took the child under his arm and went off in a pensive mood. Up to that moment he had lived only in science, he now began to live in life. This catastrophe was a crisis in Claude's existence. Orphaned, the eldest, head of the family at the age of 19, he felt himself rudely recalled from the reveries of school to the realities of this world. Then, moved with pity, he was seized with passion and devotion towards that child, his brother. A sweet and strange thing was a human affection to him, who had hitherto loved his books alone. This affection developed to a singular point, in a soul so new it was like a first love. Separated since infancy from his parents whom he had hardly known, cloistered and immured as it were in his books, eager above all things to study and to learn, exclusively attentive up to that time, to his intelligence which broadened in science, to his imagination, which expanded in letters, the poor scholar had not yet had time to feel the place of his heart. This young brother without mother or father, this little child which had fallen abruptly from heaven into his arms, made a new man of him. He perceived that there was something else in the world besides the speculations of the Sorbonne, and the verses of Homer. That man needed affections. That life without tenderness and without love was only a set of dry, shrieking, and rending wheels. Only, he imagined, for he was at the age when illusions are as yet replaced only by illusions, that the affections of blood and family were the sole ones necessary, and that a little brother to love sufficed to fill an entire existence. He threw himself, therefore, into the love for his little Jehan with the passion of a character already profound, ardent, concentrated. That poor frail creature, pretty, fair-haired, rosy and curly, that orphan with another orphan for his only support, touched him to the bottom of his heart, and grave thinker as he was, he set to meditating upon Jehan with an infinite compassion. He kept watch and ward over him as over something very fragile and very worthy of care. He was more than a brother to the child, he became a mother to him. Little Jehan had lost his mother while he was still at the breast. Claude gave him to a nurse. Besides the fief of Tirechap, he had inherited from his father the fief of Moulin, which was a dependency of the square tower of Gentilly. It was a mill on a hill near the Château of Winchester by Cerder. There was a miller's wife there who was nursing a fine child. It was not far from the university, and Claude carried the little Jehan to her in his own arms. From that time forth, feeling that he had a burden to bear, he took life very seriously. The thought of his little brother became not only his recreation, but the object of his studies. He resolved to consecrate himself entirely to a future for which he was responsible in the sight of God, and never to have any other wife, any other child than the happiness and fortune of his brother. Therefore he attached himself more closely than ever to the clerical profession. His merits, his learning, his quality of immediate vassal of the Bishop of Paris, threw the doors of the church wide open to him. At the age of 20, by special dispensation of the Holy See, he was a priest, and served as the youngest of the chaplains of Notre-Dame, the altar which is called, because of the late mass which is said there, Alter Pigrorum. There, plunged more deeply than ever in his dear books, which he quitted only to run for an hour to the fief of Moulin, this mixture of learning and austerity, so rare at his age, had promptly acquired for him the respect and admiration of the monastery. From the cloister, his reputation as a learned man had passed to the people, among whom it had changed a little, a frequent occurrence at that time, into reputation as a sorcerer. It was at the moment when he was returning, on Quasimodo day, from saying his mass at the altar of the Lazy, which was by the side of the door leading to the nave on the right, near the image of the Virgin, that his attention had been attracted by the group of old women chattering around the bed for foundlings. Then it was that he approached the unhappy little creature, which was so hated and so menaced. That distress, that deformity, that abandonment, the thought of his young brother, the idea which suddenly occurred to him, that if he were to die, his dear little Jehan might also be flung miserably on the plank for foundlings. All this had gone to his heart simultaneously. A great pity had moved in him, and he had carried off the child. When he removed the child from the sack, he found it greatly deformed in very sooth. The poor little wretch had a wart on his left eye, his head placed directly on his shoulders, his spinal column was crooked, his breastbone prominent and his legs bowed, but he appeared to be lively, and although it was impossible to say in what language he lisped, his cry indicated considerable force and health. Claude's compassion increased at the sight of this ugliness, and he made a vow in his heart to rear the child for the love of his brother, in order that, whatever might be the future faults of the little Jehan, he should have beside him that charity done for his sake. It was a sort of investment of good works, which he was effecting in the name of his young brother. It was a stock of good works which he wished to amass in advance for him, in case the little rogue should some day find himself short of that coin, the only sort which is received at the toll-bar of paradise. He baptized his adopted child, and gave him the name of Quasimodo, either because he desired thereby to mark the day when he had found him, or because he wished to designate by that name to what a degree the poor little creature was incomplete, and hardly sketched out. In fact, Quasimodo, blind, hunchbacked, knock-kneed, was only an almost. Chapter 3. Chapter 1999, Annis pecoris custos immanuer ips. Now in 1482 Quasimodo had grown up. He had become a few years previously the bell-ringer of Notre-Dame, thanks to his father by adoption, Claude Frollo, who had become archdeacon of Josses, thanks to his suzerain, Messer Louis de Beaumont, who had become Bishop of Paris at the death of Guillaume Chardier in 1472, thanks to his patron Olivier le Dame, barber to Louis XI, king by the grace of God. So Quasimodo was the ringer of the chimes of Notre-Dame. In the course of time, there had been formed a certain peculiarly intimate bond, which united the ringer to the church, separated forever from the world, by the double fatality of his unknown birth and his natural deformity, imprisoned from his infancy in that impassable double circle. The poor wretch had grown used to seeing nothing in this world beyond the religious walls which had received him under their shadow. Notre-Dame had been to him successively, as he grew up and developed, the egg, the nest, the house, the country, the universe. There was certainly a sort of mysterious and pre-existing harmony between this creature and this church. When still a little fellow, he had dragged himself tortuously, and by jerks beneath the shadows of its vaults. He seemed, with his human face and his bestial limbs, the natural reptile of that humid and sombre pavement, upon which the shadow of the Romanesque capitals cast so many strange forms. Later on, the first time that he caught hold mechanically of the ropes to the towers, and hung suspended from them, and set the bell to clanging, it produced upon his adopted father, Claude, the effect of a child whose tongue is unloosed and who begins to speak. It is thus that, little by little, developing always in sympathy with the cathedral, living there, sleeping there, hardly ever leaving it, subject every hour to the mysterious impress, he came to resemble it, he encrusted himself in it, so to speak, and became an integral part of it. His salient angles fitted into the retreating angles of the cathedral, if we may be allowed this figure of speech, and he seemed not only its inhabitant but more than that, its natural tenant. One might almost say that he had assumed its form, as the snail takes on the form of its shell. It was his dwelling, his hole, his envelope. There existed between him and the old church so profound an instinctive sympathy, so many magnetic affinities, so many material affinities, that he adhered to it somewhat as a tortoise adheres to its shell. The rough and wrinkled cathedral was his shell. It is useless to warn the reader not to take literally all the similes, which we are obliged to employ here to express the singular, symmetrical, direct, almost consubstantial union of a man and an edifice. It is equally unnecessary to state to what a degree that whole cathedral was familiar to him, after so long and so intimate a cohabitation. That dwelling was peculiar to him. It had no depths to which Quasimodo had not penetrated, no height which he had not scaled. He often climbed many stones up the front, aided solely by the uneven points of the carving. The towers, on whose exterior surface he was frequently seen clambering, like a lizard gliding along a perpendicular wall, those two gigantic twins, so lofty, so menacing, so formidable, possessed for him neither vertigo nor terror nor shocks of amazement. To see them so gentle under his hand, so easy to scale, one would have said that he had tamed them. By dint of leaping, climbing, gambolling amid the abysses of the gigantic cathedral, he had become, in some sort, a monkey and a goat, like the Calabrian child who swims before he walks, and plays with the sea while still a babe. Moreover, it was not his body alone which seemed fashioned after the cathedral, but his mind also. In what condition was that mind? What bent had it contracted? What form had it assumed beneath that knotted envelope in that savage life? This it would be hard to determine. Quasimodo had been born one-eyed, hunchbacked, lame. It was with great difficulty, and by dint of great patience, that Claude Frollo had succeeded in teaching him to talk. But a fatality was attached to the poor foundling. Bellringer of Notre-Dame at the age of 14, a new infirmity had come to complete his misfortunes. The bells had broken the drums of his ears. He had become deaf. The only gate which nature had left wide open for him had been abruptly closed, and forever. In closing, it had cut off the only ray of joy and of light which still made its way into the soul of Quasimodo. His soul fell into profound night. The wretched being's misery became as incurable and as complete as his deformity. Let us add that his deafness rendered him to some extent dumb, for in order not to make others laugh, the very moment that he found himself to be deaf, he resolved upon a silence which he only broke when he was alone. He voluntarily tied that tongue which Claude Frollo had taken so much pains to unloose. Hence it came about that when necessity constrained him to speak, his tongue was torpid, awkward, and like a door whose hinges have grown rusty. If now we were to try to penetrate to the soul of Quasimodo through that thick, hard rind, if we could sound the depths of that badly constructed organism, if it were granted to us to look with a torch behind those non-transparent organs to explore the shadowy interior of that opaque creature, to elucidate his obscure corners, his absurd no-thoroughfares, and suddenly to cast a vivid light upon the soul enchained at the extremity of that cave, we should, no doubt, find the unhappy psyche in some poor, cramped and rickety attitude, like those prisoners beneath the leads of Venice, who grew old bent double in a stone box which was both too low and too short for them. It is certain that the mind becomes atrophied in a defective body. Quasimodo was barely conscious of a soul cast in his own image, moving blindly within him. The impressions of objects underwent a considerable refraction before reaching his mind. His brain was a peculiar medium. The ideas which passed through it issued forth completely distorted. The reflection which resulted from this refraction was, necessarily, divergent and perverted. Hence 1,000 optical illusions, 1,000 aberrations of judgment, 1,000 deviations, in which his thought strayed, now mad, now idiotic. The first effect of this fatal organization was to trouble the glance which he cast upon things. He received hardly any immediate perception of them. The external world seemed much farther away to him than it does to us. The second effect of his misfortune was to render him malicious. He was malicious, in fact, because he was savage. He was savage because he was ugly. There was logic in his nature as there is in ours. His strength, so extraordinarily developed, was a cause of still greater malevolence. Malice pure robustus, says Hobbes. This justice must, however, be rendered to him. Malevolence was not perhaps innate in him. From his very first steps among men he had felt himself, later on he had seen himself, spewed out, blasted, rejected. Human words were, for him, always a raillery or a malediction. As he grew up he had found nothing but hatred around him. He had caught the general malevolence. He had picked up the weapon with which he had been wounded. After all, he turned his face towards men only with reluctance. His cathedral was sufficient for him. It was peopled with marble figures, kings, saints, bishops, who at least did not burst out laughing in his face, and who gazed upon him only with tranquillity and kindliness. The other statues, those of the monsters and demons, cherished no hatred for him, Quasimodo. He resembled them too much for that. They seemed rather to be scoffing at other men. The saints were his friends and blessed him, the monsters were his friends and guarded him. So he held long communion with them. He sometimes passed whole hours crouching before one of these statues, in solitary conversation with it. If anyone came, he fled like a lover surprised in his serenade. And the cathedral was not only society for him, but the universe and all nature beside. He dreamed of no other hedgerows than the painted windows, always in flower, no other shade than that of the foliage of stone which spread out, loaded with birds, in the tufts of the Saxon capitals, of no other mountains than the colossal towers of the church, of no other ocean than Paris, roaring at their bases. What he loved above all else in the maternal edifice, that which aroused his soul, and made it open its poor wings, which it kept so miserably folded in its cavern, that which sometimes rendered him even happy, was the bells. He loved them, fondled them, talked to them, understood them, from the chime in the spire, over the intersection of the aisles and nave, to the great bell of the front. He cherished a tenderness for them all. The central spire and the two towers were to him as three great cages, whose birds, reared by himself, sang for him alone. Yet it was these very bells which had made him deaf. But mothers often love best that child which has caused them the most suffering. It is true that their voice was the only one which he could still hear. On this score the big bell was his beloved. It was she whom he preferred out of all that family of noisy girls which bustled above him on festival days. This bell was named Marie. She was alone in the southern tower with her sister Jacqueline, a bell of lesser size, shut up in a smaller cage beside hers. This Jacqueline was so called from the name of the wife of Jean Montagu, who had given it to the church, which had not prevented his going and figuring without his head at Montfaucon. In the second tower there were 6 other bells, and finally 6 smaller ones inhabited the belfry over the crossing, with the wooden bell, which rang only between after dinner on Good Friday and the morning of the day before Easter. So Quasimodo had 15 bells in his seraglio, but Big Marie was his favourite. No idea can be formed of his delight on days when the grand peal was sounded. At the moment when the archdeacon dismissed him and said, "Go," he mounted the spiral staircase of the clock tower faster than anyone else could have descended it. He entered perfectly breathless into the aerial chamber of the great bell. He gazed at her a moment devoutly and lovingly. Then he gently addressed her and patted her with his hand, like a good horse, which is about to set out on a long journey. He pitied her for the trouble that she was about to suffer. After these first caresses, he shouted to his assistants, placed in the lower story of the tower, to begin. They grasped the ropes, the wheel creaked. The enormous capsule of metal started slowly into motion. Quasimodo followed it with his glance and trembled. The first shock of the clapper and the brazen wall made the framework upon which it was mounted quiver. Quasimodo vibrated with the bell. "Va!" he cried with a senseless burst of laughter. However, the movement of the bass was accelerated, and in proportion as it described a wider angle, Quasimodo's eye opened also more and more widely, phosphoric and flaming. At length the grand peal began, the whole tower trembled. Woodwork, leads, cut stones all groaned at once from the piles of the foundation to the trefoils of its summit. Then Quasimodo boiled and frothed, he went and came, he trembled from head to foot with the tower. The bell, furious, running riot, presented to the two walls of the tower alternately its brazen throat, whence escaped that tempestuous breath which is audible leagues away. Quasimodo stationed himself in front of this open throat. He crouched and rose with the oscillations of the bell, breathed in this overwhelming breath, gazed by turns at the deep place which swarmed with people 200 feet below him, and at that enormous brazen tongue which came, second after second, to howl in his ear. It was the only speech which he understood, the only sound which broke for him the universal silence. He swelled out in it as a bird does in the sun. All of a sudden the frenzy of the bell seized upon him, his look became extraordinary. He lay in wait for the great bell as it passed, as a spider lies in wait for a fly, and flung himself abruptly upon it with might and main. Then, suspended above the abyss, borne to and fro by the formidable swinging of the bell, he seized the brazen monster by the ear-laps, pressed it between both knees, spurred it on with his heels, and redoubled the fury of the peal with the whole shock and weight of his body. Meanwhile the tower trembled. He shrieked and gnashed his teeth, his red hair rose erect, his breast heaving like a bellows, his eye flashed flames, the monstrous bell neighed panting beneath him. And then it was no longer the great bell of Notre-Dame nor Quasimodo. It was a dream, a whirlwind, a tempest, dizziness mounted astride of noise. A spirit clinging to a flying crupper, a strange centaur, half man, half bell, a sort of horrible Astolphus borne away upon a prodigious hippogriff of living bronze. The presence of this extraordinary being caused, as it were, a breath of life to circulate throughout the entire cathedral. It seemed as though there escaped from him, at least according to the growing superstitions of the crowd, a mysterious emanation which animated all the stones of Notre-Dame, and made the deep bowels of the ancient church to palpitate. It sufficed for people to know that he was there, to make them believe that they beheld the 1,000 statues of the galleries and the fronts in motion, and the cathedral did indeed seem a docile and obedient creature beneath his hand. It waited on his will to raise its great voice. It was possessed and filled with Quasimodo, as with a familiar spirit. One would have said that he made the immense edifice breathe. He was everywhere about it. In fact, he multiplied himself on all points of the structure. Now one perceived with affright at the very top of one of the towers, a fantastic dwarf climbing, writhing, crawling on all fours, descending outside above the abyss, leaping from projection to projection, and going to ransack the belly of some sculptured gorgon. It was Quasimodo dislodging the crows. Again, in some obscure corner of the church one came in contact with a sort of living chimera, crouching and scowling. It was Quasimodo engaged in thought. Sometimes one caught sight upon a bell tower of an enormous head, and a bundle of disordered limbs swinging furiously at the end of a rope. It was Quasimodo ringing vespers or the Angelus. Often at night, a hideous form was seen wandering along the frail balustrade of carved lacework, which crowns the towers and borders the circumference of the apse. Again, it was the hunchback of Notre-Dame. Then, said the women of the neighborhood, the whole church took on something fantastic, supernatural, horrible. Eyes and mouths were opened, here and there. One heard the dogs, the monsters, and the gargoyles of stone, which keep watch night and day with outstretched neck and open jaws, around the monstrous cathedral, barking, and if it was a Christmas Eve, while the great bell, which seemed to emit the death rattle, summoned the faithful to the midnight mass, such an air was spread over the sombre facade that one would have declared that the grand portal was devouring the throng, and that the rose window was watching it. And all this came from Quasimodo. Egypt would have taken him for the god of this temple. The Middle Ages believed him to be its demon. He was in fact its soul. To such an extent was this disease that for those who know that Quasimodo has existed, Notre-Dame is today deserted, inanimate, dead. One feels that something has disappeared from it. That immense body is empty. It is a skeleton, the spirit has quitted it, one sees its place and that is all. It is like a skull which still has holes for the eyes but no longer sight. Chapter 4. The Dog and His Master. Nevertheless, there was one human creature whom Quasimodo accepted from his malice and from his hatred for others, and whom he loved even more perhaps than his cathedral. This was Claude Frollo. The matter was simple. Claude Frollo had taken him in, had adopted him, had nourished him, had reared him. When a little lad, it was between Claude Frollo's legs that he was accustomed to seek refuge, when the dogs and the children barked after him. Claude Frollo had taught him to talk, to read, to write. Claude Frollo had finally made him the bell-ringer. Now, to give the big bell in marriage to Quasimodo was to give Juliet to Romeo. Hence Quasimodo's gratitude was profound, passionate, boundless, and although the visage of his adopted father was often clouded or severe, although his speech was habitually curt, harsh, imperious, that gratitude never wavered for a single moment. The archdeacon had in Quasimodo the most submissive slave, the most docile lackey, the most vigilant of dogs. When the poor bellringer became deaf, there had been established between him and Claude Frollo a language of signs, mysterious and understood by themselves alone. In this manner the archdeacon was the sole human being with whom Quasimodo had preserved communication. He was in sympathy with but two things in this world, Notre-Dame and Claude Frollo. There is nothing which can be compared with the empire of the archdeacon over the bellringer, with the attachment of the bellringer for the archdeacon. A sign from Claude and the idea of giving him pleasure would have sufficed to make Quasimodo hurl himself headlong from the summit of Notre-Dame. It was a remarkable thing, all that physical strength which had reached in Quasimodo such an extraordinary development, and which was placed by him blindly at the disposition of another. There was in it, no doubt, filial devotion, domestic attachment. There was also the fascination of one spirit by another spirit. It was a poor, awkward, and clumsy organization, which stood with lowered head and supplicating eyes before a lofty and profound, a powerful and superior intellect. Lastly, and above all, it was gratitude. Gratitude so pushed to its extremest limit that we do not know to what to compare it. This virtue is not one of those of which the finest examples are to be met with among men. We will say, then, that Quasimodo loved the archdeacon as never a dog, never a horse, never an elephant loved his master. Chapter 5. More about Claude Frollo. In 1482, Quasimodo was about 20 years of age, Claude Frollo about 36. One had grown up, the other had grown old. Claude Frollo was no longer the simple scholar of the College of Torquay, the tender protector of a little child, the young and dreamy philosopher who knew many things and was ignorant of many. He was a priest, austere, grave, morose, one charged with souls, Monsieur the Archdeacon of Josses, the bishop's second acolyte, having charge of the 2 deaneries of Montlhéry and Châteaufort and 174 country curacies. He was an imposing and sombre personage, before whom the choir boys in alb and in jacket trembled, as well as the matchicarts, and the brothers of St. Augustine and the matutinal clerks of Notre-Dame. When he passed slowly beneath the lofty arches of the choir, majestic, thoughtful, with arms folded, and his head so bent upon his breast that all one saw of his face was his large, bold brow. Dom Claude Frollo had, however, abandoned neither science nor the education of his young brother, those 2 occupations of his life. But as time went on, some bitterness had been mingled with these things which were so sweet. In the long run, says Paul Diaker, the best lard turns rancid. Little Jehan Frollo, surnamed Du Moulin, of the mill, because of the place where he had been reared, had not grown up in the direction which Claude would have liked to impose upon him. The big brother counted upon a pious, docile, learned, and honourable pupil, but the little brother, like those young trees which deceive the gardener's hopes and turn obstinately to the quarter whence they receive sun and air, the little brother did not grow and did not multiply, but only put forth fine bushy and luxuriant branches on the side of laziness, ignorance, and debauchery. He was a regular devil, and a very disorderly one who made Dom Claude scowl, but very droll and very subtle, which made the big brother smile. Claude had confided him to that same college of Torquay, where he had passed his early years in study and meditation, and it was a grief to him that this sanctuary, formerly edified by the name of Frollo, should today be scandalized by it. He sometimes preached Jehan very long and severe sermons, which the latter intrepidly endured. After all, the young scapegrace had a good heart, as can be seen in all comedies, but the sermon over, he none the less tranquilly resumed his course of seditions and enormities. Now it was a Bajon or Yellow Beak, as they called the new arrivals at the university, whom he had been mauling by way of welcome, a precious tradition which has been carefully preserved to our own day. Again, he had set in movement a band of scholars, who had flung themselves upon a wine-shop in classic fashion, quasi classico excitati, had then beaten the tavern-keeper with offensive cudgels, and joyously pillaged the tavern, even to smashing in the hogsheads of wine in the cellar. And then it was a fine report in Latin, which the sub-monitor of Torquay carried piteously to Dom Claude with this dolorous marginal comment, Rixa, prima causa vinum optimum potatum. Finally it was said, a thing quite horrible in a boy of 16, that his debauchery often extended as far as the Rue de Glatigny. Claude, saddened and discouraged in his human affections by all this, had flung himself eagerly into the arms of learning, that sister which at least does not laugh in your face, and which always pays you, though in money that is sometimes a little hollow, for the attention which you have paid to her. Hence he became more and more learned, and at the same time, as a natural consequence, more and more rigid as a priest, more and more sad as a man. There are for each of us several parallelisms between our intelligence, our habits, and our character, which develop without a break, and break only in the great disturbances of life. As Claude Frollo had passed through nearly the entire circle of human learning, positive, exterior, and permissible, since his youth he was obliged, unless he came to a halt ubi defuit orbis, to proceed further and seek other aliments for the insatiable activity of his intelligence. The antique symbol of the serpent biting its tail is, above all, applicable to science. It would appear that Claude Frollo had experienced this. Many grave persons affirm that, after having exhausted the fars of human learning, he had dared to penetrate into the nephers. He had, they said, tasted in succession all the apples of the tree of knowledge, and whether from hunger or disgust, had ended by tasting the forbidden fruit. He had taken his place by turns, as the reader has seen in the conferences of the theologians in Sorbonne, in the assemblies of the doctors of art, after the manner of Saint Hilaire, in the disputes of the decretalists, after the manner of Saint Martin, in the congregations of physicians at the holy water font of Notre-Dame, ad cupam nostra a domine, all the dishes permitted and approved, which those four great kitchens called the four faculties could elaborate and serve to the understanding, he had devoured, and had been satiated with them before his hunger was appeased. Then he had penetrated further, lower, beneath all that finished material limited knowledge. He had perhaps risked his soul, and had seated himself in the cavern at that mysterious table of the alchemists, of the astrologers, of the hermetics, of which Averroes, Guillaume de Paris, and Nicolas Flamel hold the end in the Middle Ages, and which extends in the East, by the light of the seven-branched candlestick, to Solomon, Pythagoras, and Zoroaster. That is, at least, what was supposed, whether rightly or not. It is certain that the archdeacon often visited the cemetery of the Saints' Innocents, where, it is true, his father and mother had been buried, with other victims of the plague of 1466, but that he appeared far less devout before the cross of their grave than before the strange figures with which the tomb of Nicolas Flamel and Claude Pernelle, erected just beside it, was loaded. It is certain that he had frequently been seen to pass along the Rue des Lombards, and furtively enter a little house which formed the corner of the Rue des Écrivains and the Rue Marivault. It was the house which Nicolas Flamel had built, where he had died about 1417, and which, constantly deserted since that time, had already begun to fall in ruins. So greatly had the hermetics and the alchemists of all countries wasted away the walls, merely by carving their names upon them. Some neighbours even affirmed that they had once seen, through an air hole, Archdeacon Claude excavating, turning over, digging up the earth in the two cellars, whose supports had been daubed with numberless couplets and hieroglyphics by Nicolas Flamel himself. It was supposed that Flamel had buried the philosopher's stone in the cellar, and the alchemists, for the space of 2 centuries, from Magistry to Father Pacifique, never ceased to worry the soil until the house, so cruelly ransacked and turned over, ended by falling into dust beneath their feet. Again, it is certain that the archdeacon had been seized with a singular passion for the symbolical door of Notre-Dame, that page of a conjuring book written in stone, by Bishop Guillaume de Paris, who has, no doubt, been damned for having affixed so infernal a frontispiece to the sacred poem chanted by the rest of the edifice. Archdeacon Claude had the credit also of having fathomed the mystery of the Colossus of Saint Christopher, and of that lofty, enigmatical statue, which then stood at the entrance of the vestibule, and which the people in derision called Monsieur Legris. But what everyone might have noticed was the interminable hours which he often employed, seated upon the parapet of the area in front of the church, in contemplating the sculptures of the front, examining now the foolish virgins with their lamps reversed, now the wise virgins with their lamps upright. Again, calculating the angle of vision of that raven which belongs to the left front, and which is looking at a mysterious point inside the church, where is concealed the philosopher's stone, if it be not in the cellar of Nicolas Flamel. It was, let us remark in passing, a singular fate for the church of Notre-Dame at that epoch to be so beloved, in 2 different degrees, and with so much devotion, by 2 beings so dissimilar as Claude and Quasimodo. Beloved by one, a sort of instinctive and savage half-man, for its beauty, for its stature, for the harmonies which emanated from its magnificent ensemble. Beloved by the other, a learned and passionate imagination, for its myth, for the sense which it contains, for the symbolism scattered beneath the sculptures of its front, like the first text underneath the second in a palimpsest, in a word, for the enigma which it is eternally propounding to the understanding. Furthermore, it is certain that the archdeacon had established himself in that one of the two towers which looks upon the greave, just beside the frame for the bells, a very secret little cell, into which no one, not even the bishop, entered without his leave, it was said. This tiny cell had formerly been made almost at the summit of the tower, among the ravens' nests, by Bishop Hugo de Besançon, who had wrought sorcery there in his day. What that cell contained, no one knew. But from the strand of the terrain at night, there was often seen to appear, disappear, and reappear at brief and regular intervals, at a little dormer window opening upon the back of the tower, a certain red, intermittent, singular light which seemed to follow the panting breaths of a bellows, and to proceed from a flame rather than from a light. In the darkness at that height it produced a singular effect, and the goodwives said, "There's the archdeacon blowing, hell is sparkling up yonder." There were no great proofs of sorcery in that after all, but there was still enough smoke to warrant a surmise of fire, and the archdeacon bore a tolerably formidable reputation. We ought to mention, however, that the sciences of Egypt, that necromancy and magic, even the whitest, even the most innocent, had no more envenomed enemy, no more pitiless denunciator before the gentlemen of the officialty of Notre-Dame, whether this was sincere horror, or the game played by the thief who shouts, "Stop, thief!" At all events, it did not prevent the archdeacon from being considered by the learned heads of the chapter as a soul who had ventured into the vestibule of hell, who was lost in the caves of the cabal, groping amid the shadows of the occult sciences. Neither were the people deceived thereby. With anyone who possessed any sagacity, Quasimodo passed for the demon, Claude Frollo for the sorcerer. It was evident that the bell-ringer was to serve the archdeacon for a given time, at the end of which he would carry away the latter's soul, by way of payment. Thus the archdeacon, in spite of the excessive austerity of his life, was in bad odour among all pious souls, and there was no devout nose so inexperienced that it could not smell him out to be a magician. And if, as he grew older, abysses had formed in his science, they had also formed in his heart. That, at least, is what one had grounds for believing on scrutinizing that face upon which the soul was only seen to shine through a sombre cloud, whence that large, bold brow, that head forever bent, that breast always heaving with sighs. What secret thought caused his mouth to smile with so much bitterness, at the same moment that his scowling brows approached each other like two bulls on the point of fighting? Why was what hair he had left already grey? What was that internal fire which sometimes broke forth in his glance, to such a degree that his eye resembled a hole pierced in the wall of a furnace? These symptoms of a violent moral preoccupation had acquired an especially high degree of intensity at the epoch when this story takes place. More than once a choir-boy had fled in terror at finding him alone in the church, so strange and dazzling was his look. More than once in the choir at the hour of the offices, his neighbour in the stalls had heard him mingle with the plain song, ad omnem tonum, unintelligible parentheses. More than once the laundress of the terrain charged with washing the chapter had observed, not without affright, the marks of nails and clenched fingers on the surplice of Monsieur the Archdeacon of Joses. However, he redoubled his severity and had never been more exemplary. By profession as well as by character, he had always held himself aloof from women. He seemed to hate them more than ever. The mere rustling of a silken petticoat caused his hood to fall over his eyes. Upon this score he was so jealous of austerity and reserve, that when the Dame de Beaujeu, the king's daughter, came to visit the cloister of Notre-Dame, in the month of December 1481, he gravely opposed her entrance, reminding the bishop of the statute of the Black Book, dating from the vigil of Saint Bartholomew, 1334, which interdicts access to the cloister to any woman whatever, old or young, mistress or maid, upon which the bishop had been constrained to recite to him the ordinance of Legate Odo, which accepts certain great dames, alic a magnates mulieres, que a sine scandalo vitari non passant. And again the archdeacon had protested, objecting that the ordinance of the legate, which dated back to 1207, was anterior by 127 years to the Black Book, and consequently was abrogated in fact by it, and he had refused to appear before the princess. It was also noticed that his horror for Bohemian women and gypsies had seemed to redouble for some time past. He had petitioned the bishop for an edict, which expressly forbade the Bohemian women to come and dance and beat their tambourines on the place of the parvis, and for about the same length of time he had been ransacking the mouldy placards of the officialty, in order to collect the cases of sorcerers and witches condemned to fire or the rope, for complicity in crimes with rams, sows, or goats. Chapter 6. Unpopularity. The archdeacon and the bell-ringer, as we have already said, were but little loved by the populace great and small, in the vicinity of the cathedral, when Claude and Quasimodo went out together, which frequently happened, and when they were seen traversing in company, the valet behind the master, the cold, narrow, and gloomy streets of the block of Notre-Dame, more than one evil word, more than one ironical quaver, more than one insulting jest greeted them on their way, unless Claude Frollo, which was rarely the case, walked with head upright and raised, showing his severe and almost august brow to the dumbfounded jeerers. Both were in their quarter like the poets of whom Raignier speaks. All sorts of persons run after poets, as warblers fly shrieking after owls. Sometimes a mischievous child risked his skin and bones for the ineffable pleasure of driving a pin into Quasimodo's hump. Again, a young girl, more bold and saucy than was fitting, brushed the priest's black robe, singing in his face the sardonic ditty, "Nitch, nitch, the devil is caught." Sometimes a group of squalid old crones, squatting in a file under the shadow of the steps to a porch, scolded noisily as the archdeacon and the bell-ringer passed, and tossed them this encouraging welcome with a curse. "Hum, there's a fellow whose soul is made like the other one's body." Or a band of schoolboys and street urchins playing hopscotch rose in a body and saluted him classically with some cry in Latin, "Aya, aya, Claudius cum Claudo." But the insult generally passed unnoticed both by the priest and the bell-ringer. Quasimodo was too deaf to hear all these gracious things, and Claude was too dreamy. Book 5. Chapter 1. Abbasbati Martini. Dame Claude's fame had spread far and wide. It procured for him, at about the epoch when he refused to see Madame de Beaujeu, a visit which he long remembered. It was in the evening. He had just retired after the office to his canon's cell in the cloister of Notre-Dame. This cell, with the exception possibly of some glass phials, relegated to a corner and filled with a decidedly equivocal powder, which strongly resembled the alchemist's powder of projection, presented nothing strange or mysterious. There were indeed here and there some inscriptions on the walls, but they were pure sentences of learning and piety, extracted from good authors. The archdeacon had just seated himself, by the light of a three-jetted copper lamp, before a vast coffer crammed with manuscripts. He had rested his elbow upon the open volume of Honorius Doton, De Predestination et Libero Arbitrio, and he was turning over in deep meditation the leaves of a printed folio which he had just brought, the sole product of the press which his cell contained. In the midst of his reverie there came a knock at his door. "Who's there?" cried the learned man, in the gracious tone of a famished dog disturbed over his bone. A voice without replied, "Your friend Jacques Coictier." He went to open the door. It was, in fact, the king's physician, a person about 50 years of age, whose harsh physiognomy was modified only by a crafty eye. Another man accompanied him. Both wore long slate-coloured robes, furred with minever, girded and closed, with caps of the same stuff and hue. Their hands were concealed by their sleeves, their feet by their robes, their eyes by their caps. "God help me, messieurs," said the archdeacon, showing them in. "I was not expecting distinguished visitors at such an hour." And while speaking in this courteous fashion, he cast an uneasy and scrutinizing glance from the physician to his companion. "'Tis never too late to come and pay a visit to so considerable a learned man as Dame Claude Frollo de Tirechap," replied Dr. Coictier, whose Franche-Comté accent made all his phrases drag along with the majesty of a train-robe. Then ensued between the physician and the archdeacon one of those congratulatory prologues which, in accordance with custom, at that epoch preceded all conversations between learned men, and which did not prevent them from detesting each other in the most cordial manner in the world. However, it is the same nowadays. Every wise man's mouth complimenting another wise man is a vase of honeyed gall. Claude Frollo's felicitations to Jacques Coictier bore reference principally to the temporal advantages which the worthy physician had found means to extract, in the course of his much-envied career, from each malady of the king, an operation of alchemy much better and more certain than the pursuit of the philosopher's stone. "In truth, Monsieur le Docteur Coictier, I felt great joy on learning of the bishopric given your nephew, my reverend Seigneur Pierre Versailles. Is he not Bishop of Amiens?" "Yes, Monsieur Archdeacon, it is a grace and mercy of God." "Do you know that you made a great figure on Christmas Day at the head of your company of the Chamber of Accounts, Monsieur President?" "Vice-President Dame Claude, alas, nothing more." "How is your superb house in the Rue Saint-André des Arcs coming on? 'Tis a Louvre. I love greatly the apricot tree which is carved on the door with this play of words, a 50 abricotier, sheltered from reefs." Alas, Master Claude, all that masonry costeth me dear. In proportion as the house is erected, I am ruined. Ho, have you not your revenues from the jail and the bailiwick of the palais, and the rents of all the houses, sheds, stalls, and booths of the enclosure? 'Tis a fine breast to suck. My castellany of Poissy has brought me in nothing this year. But your tolls of trial, of St. James, of St. Germain-en-Laye are always good. 60 livers, and not even Parisian livers at that. You have your office of counsellor to the king, that is fixed. Yes, brother Claude, but that accursed seigneury of Poligny, which people make so much noise about, is worth not 60 gold crowns, year out and year in. In the compliments which Dame Claude addressed to Jacques Coictier, there was that sardonical, biting, and covertly mocking accent, and the sad, cruel smile of a superior and unhappy man who toys for a moment, by way of distraction, with the dense prosperity of a vulgar man. The other did not perceive it. Upon my soul, said Claude at length, pressing his hand, I am glad to see you and in such good health. Thanks, Master Claude. By the way, exclaimed Dame Claude, how is your royal patient? He payeth not sufficiently his physician, replied the doctor, casting a side glance at his companion. Think you so, gossip Coictier? Said the latter. These words, uttered in a tone of surprise and reproach, drew upon this unknown personage the attention of the archdeacon which, to tell the truth, had not been diverted from him a single moment since the stranger had set foot across the threshold of his cell. It had even required all the 1,000 reasons which he had for handling tenderly Dr. Jacques Coictier, the all-powerful physician of King Louis XI, to induce him to receive the latter thus accompanied. Hence, there was nothing very cordial in his manner when Jacques Coictier said to him, By the way, Dame Claude, I bring you a colleague who has desired to see you on account of your reputation. Monsieur belongs to science? Asked the archdeacon, fixing his piercing eye upon Coictier's companion. He found beneath the brows of the stranger a glance no less piercing or less distrustful than his own. He was, so far as the feeble light of the lamp permitted one to judge, an old man about 60 years of age and of medium stature, who appeared somewhat sickly and broken in health. His profile, although of a very ordinary outline, had something powerful and severe about it. His eyes sparkled beneath a very deep superciliary arch, like a light in the depths of a cave, and beneath his cap, which was well drawn down and fell upon his nose, one recognized the broad expanse of a brow of genius. He took it upon himself to reply to the archdeacon's question. Reverend Master, he said in a grave tone, your renown has reached my ears and I wish to consult you. I am but a poor provincial gentleman who removeth his shoes before entering the dwellings of the learned. You must know my name. I am called Gossip Tourangeau. Strange name for a gentleman, said the archdeacon to himself. Nevertheless, he had a feeling that he was in the presence of a strong and earnest character. The instinct of his own lofty intellect made him recognize an intellect no less lofty under Gossip Tourangeau's furred cap. And as he gazed at the solemn face, the ironical smile which Jacques Coictier's presence called forth on his gloomy face gradually disappeared as twilight fades on the horizon of night. Stern and silent, he had resumed his seat in his great armchair, his elbow rested as usual on the table and his brow on his hand. After a few moments of reflection, he motioned his visitors to be seated, and turning to Gossip Tourangeau, he said, You come to consult me, master, and upon what science? Your reverence, replied Tourangeau, I am ill, very ill. You are said to be great Esculapius, and I am come to ask your advice in medicine. Medicine, said the archdeacon, tossing his head. He seemed to meditate for a moment and then resumed, Gossip Tourangeau, since that is your name, turn your head. You will find my reply already written on the wall. Gossip Tourangeau obeyed and read this inscription engraved above his head. Medicine is the daughter of dreams. Jamblique. Meanwhile, Dr. Jacques Coictier had heard his companion's question with a displeasure which Dame Claude's response had but redoubled. He bent down to the ear of Gossip Tourangeau and said to him, softly enough not to be heard by the archdeacon, I warned you that he was mad. You insisted on seeing him. 'Tis very possible that he is right, madman as he is, Dr. Jacques, replied his comrade in the same low tone, and with a bitter smile. As you please, replied Coictier dryly. Then, addressing the archdeacon, You are clever at your trade, Dame Claude, and you are no more at a loss over Hippocrates than a monkey is over a nut. Medicine a dream. I suspect that the pharmacopolists and the master physicians would insist upon stoning you if they were here. So you deny the influence of filters upon the blood and unguents on the skin. You deny that eternal pharmacy of flowers and metals, which is called the world, made expressly for that eternal invalid called man. I deny, said Dom Claude coldly, neither pharmacy nor the invalid. I reject the physician. Then it is not true, resumed Coictier hotly, that gout is an internal eruption, that a wound caused by artillery is to be cured by the application of a young mouse roasted, that young blood, properly injected, restores youth to aged veins. It is not true that 2 and 2 make 4, and that improstathonos follows opistathonos. The archdeacon replied without perturbation, there are certain things of which I think in a certain fashion. Coictier became crimson with anger. There, my good Coictier, let us not get angry, said gossip Tourangeau. Monsieur the archdeacon is our friend. Coictier calmed down, muttering in a low tone. After all, he's mad. Pasque dear Master Claude, resumed gossip Tourangeau after a silence, you embarrass me greatly. I had 2 things to consult you upon, one touching my health and the other touching my star. Monsieur, returned the archdeacon, if that be your motive you would have done as well not to put yourself out of breath climbing my staircase. I do not believe in medicine, I do not believe in astrology. Indeed, said the man with surprise. Coictier gave a forced laugh. You see that he is mad, he said in a low tone to gossip Tourangeau. He does not believe in astrology. The idea of imagining, pursued Dom Claude, that every ray of a star is a thread which is fastened to the head of a man. And what then do you believe in? Exclaimed gossip Tourangeau. The archdeacon hesitated for a moment, then he allowed a gloomy smile to escape, which seemed to give the lie to his response. Credo in diem. Dominum nostrum, added gossip Tourangeau, making the sign of the cross. Amen, said Coictier. Reverend Master, resumed Tourangeau, I am charmed in soul to see you in such a religious frame of mind. But have you reached the point, great savant as you are, of no longer believing in science? No, said the archdeacon, grasping the arm of gossip Tourangeau, and a ray of enthusiasm lighted up his gloomy eyes. No, I do not reject science. I have not crawled so long, flat on my belly with my nails in the earth, through the innumerable ramifications of its caverns, without perceiving far in front of me at the end of the obscure gallery, a light, a flame, a something, the reflection, no doubt, of the dazzling central laboratory, where the patient and the wise have found out God. And in short, interrupted Tourangeau, what do you hold to be true and certain? Alchemy. Coictier exclaimed, Pardieu, Dom Claude, alchemy has its use no doubt, but why blaspheme medicine and astrology? Naught is your science of man, naught is your science of the stars, said the archdeacon commandingly. That's driving Epidaurus and Chaldea very fast, replied the physician with a grin. Listen, Messer Jacques, this is said in good faith. I am not the king's physician, and his majesty has not given me the garden of Daedalus in which to observe the constellations. Don't get angry, but listen to me. What truth have you deduced, I will not say from medicine, which is too foolish a thing, but from astrology? Cite to me the virtues of the vertical boustropheden, the treasures of the number Zeruf, and those of the number Zephirad. Will you deny, said Coictier, the sympathetic force of the collar bone and the cabalistics which are derived from it? An error, Messer Jacques, none of your formulas end in reality. Alchemy, on the other hand, has its discoveries. Will you contest results like this? Ice confined beneath the earth for 1,000 years is transformed into rock crystals. Lead is the ancestor of all metals. For gold is not a metal, gold is light. Lead requires only 4 periods of 200 years each, to pass in succession from the state of lead to the state of red arsenic, from red arsenic to tin, from tin to silver. Are not these facts? But to believe in the collar bone, in the full line and in the stars, is as ridiculous as to believe with the inhabitants of Grand Cathay that the golden oriole turns into a mole, and that grains of wheat turn into fish of the carp species. I have studied hermetic science, exclaimed Coictier, and I affirm. The fiery archdeacon did not allow him to finish. And I have studied medicine, astrology, and hermetics. Here alone is the truth. As he spoke thus, he took from the top of the coffer a phial filled with the powder which we have mentioned above. Here alone is light. Hippocrates is a dream, Urania is a dream, Hermes a thought, gold is the sun, to make gold is to be God. Herein lies the one and only science. I have sounded the depths of medicine and astrology, I tell you. Not nothingness, the human body shadows, the planets shadows. And he fell back in his armchair in a commanding and inspired attitude. Gossip Turrejo watched him in silence. Coictier tried to grin, shrugged his shoulders imperceptibly, and repeated in a low voice, "A madman." "And," said Turrejo suddenly, "the wondrous result, have you attained it, have you made gold?" "If I had made it," replied the archdeacon, articulating his words slowly like a man who is reflecting, "the King of France would be named Claude and not Louis." The stranger frowned. "What am I saying?" resumed Dame Claude with a smile of disdain. "What would the throne of France be to me when I could rebuild the empire of the Orient?" "Very good," said the stranger. "Oh, the poor fool," murmured Coictier. The archdeacon went on, appearing to reply now only to his thoughts. "But no, I am still crawling. I am scratching my face and knees against the pebbles of the subterranean pathway. I catch a glimpse, I do not contemplate. I do not read, I spell out." "And when you know how to read," demanded the stranger, "will you make gold?" "Who doubts it?" said the archdeacon. "In that case Our Lady knows that I am greatly in need of money, and I should much desire to read in your books. Tell me, Reverend Master, is your science inimical or displeasing to Our Lady?" "Whose archdeacon I am," Dame Claude contented himself with replying with tranquil hauteur. "That is true, my master. Well, will it please you to initiate me? Let me spell with you." Claude assumed the majestic and pontifical attitude of a Samuel. "Old man, it requires longer years than remain to you to undertake this voyage across mysterious things. Your head is very grey. One comes forth from the cavern only with white hair, but only those with dark hair enter it. Science alone knows well how to hollow, wither, and dry up human faces. She needs not to have old age bring her faces already furrowed. Nevertheless, if the desire possesses you of putting yourself under discipline at your age, and of deciphering the formidable alphabet of the sages, come to me. 'Tis well, I will make the effort. I will not tell you, poor old man, to go and visit the sepulchral chambers of the pyramids, of which ancient Herodotus speaks, nor the brick tower of Babylon, nor the immense white marble sanctuary of the Indian temple of Eklinga. I no more than yourself have seen the Chaldean masonry works constructed according to the sacred form of the Sikra, nor the temple of Solomon, which is destroyed, nor the stone doors of the sepulchre of the kings of Israel, which are broken. We will content ourselves with the fragments of the Book of Hermes which we have here. I will explain to you the statue of Saint Christopher, the symbol of the sower, and that of the two angels which are on the front of the Saint Chapelle, and one of which holds in his hands a vase, the other, a cloud." Here Jacques Coictier, who had been unhorsed by the archdeacon's impetuous replies, regained his saddle, and interrupted him with the triumphant tone of one learned man correcting another. "Errors amus Claudi. The symbol is not the number. You take Orpheus for Hermes." "'Tis you who are in error," replied the archdeacon gravely. "Daedalus is the base, Orpheus is the wall, Hermes is the edifice, that is all. You shall come when you will," he continued, turning to Turrejo. "I will show you the little parcels of gold which remained at the bottom of Nicholas Flamel's alembic, and you shall compare them with the gold of Guillaume de Paris. I will teach you the secret virtues of the Greek word peristera, but first of all I will make you read, one after the other, the marble letters of the alphabet, the granite pages of the book. We shall go to the portal of Bishop Guillaume and of Saint Jean Le Rond at the Saint Chapelle, then to the house of Nicholas Flamel, Rue Manvolt, to his tomb, which is at the Saints Innocents, to his two hospitals, Rue de Montmorency. I will make you read the hieroglyphics which cover the 4 great iron cramps on the portal of the Hospital Saint Gervais, and of the Rue de la Ferronnerie. We will spell out in company, also the facade of Saint Come, of Saint Genevieve Desardents, of Saint Martin, of Saint Jacques de la Boucherie. For a long time Gossip Turrejo, intelligent as was his glance, had appeared not to understand Dame Claude. He interrupted. "Pasque, what are your books then?" "Here is one of them," said the archdeacon. And opening the window of his cell he pointed out with his finger the immense church of Notre-Dame, which, outlining against the starry sky the black silhouette of its 2 towers, its stone flanks, its monstrous haunches, seemed an enormous 2-headed sphinx, seated in the middle of the city. The archdeacon gazed at the gigantic edifice for some time in silence, then extending his right hand, with a sigh, towards the printed book which lay open on the table, and his left towards Notre-Dame, and turning a sad glance from the book to the church. "Alas," he said, This will kill that. Coictia, who had eagerly approached the book, could not repress an exclamation. Hey, but now, what is there so formidable in this? Glassa in Epistolas de Pauli Nuremberg A. Antonius Carburger, 1474. This is not new. 'Tis a book of Pierre Lombard, the master of sentences. Is it because it is printed? You have said it, replied Claude, who seemed absorbed in a profound meditation and stood resting, his forefinger bent backward on the folio which had come from the famous press of Nuremberg. Then he added these mysterious words. Alas, alas, small things come at the end of great things, a tooth triumphs over a mass. The Nile rat kills the crocodile, the swordfish kills the whale, the book will kill the edifice. The curfew of the cloister sounded at the moment when Master Jacques was repeating to his companion in low tones his eternal refrain, "He is mad," to which his companion this time replied, "I believe that he is." It was the hour when no stranger could remain in the cloister. The two visitors withdrew. "Master," said gossip Tourangeau as he took leave of the archdeacon, "I love wise men and great minds, and I hold you in singular esteem. Come tomorrow to the Palace des Tournelles, and inquire for the Abbé de Saint Martin of Tours." The archdeacon returned to his chamber dumbfounded, comprehending at last who gossip Tourangeau was, and recalling that passage of the Register of Saint Martin of Tours. Arbus biti Martini, Silicet rex Francia, est canonicus de consududine, et habit parvum pr abendum quam habit sanctus venantius, et debit sedur in sede thesaurari. It is asserted that after that epoch, the archdeacon had frequent conferences with Louisi, when his majesty came to Paris, and that Dame Claude's influence quite overshadowed that of Olivier le Dame and Jacques Coictier, who, as was his habit, rudely took the king to task on that account. Chapter 2. This will kill that. Our lady readers will pardon us if we pause for a moment to seek what could have been the thought concealed beneath those enigmatic words of the archdeacon. This will kill that. The book will kill the edifice. To our mind, this thought had two faces. In the first place, it was a priestly thought. It was the affright of the priest in the presence of a new agent, the printing press. It was the terror and dazzled amazement of the men of the sanctuary in the presence of the luminous press of Gutenberg. It was the pulpit and the manuscript taking the alarm at the printed word, something similar to the stupor of a sparrow which should behold the angel legion unfold his 6,000,000 wings. It was the cry of the prophet who already hears emancipated humanity roaring and swarming, who beholds in the future intelligence sapping faith, opinion dethroning belief, the world shaking off Rome. It was the prognostication of the philosopher who sees human thought, volatilized by the press, evaporating from the theocratic recipient. It was the terror of the soldier who examines the brazen battering ram and says, "The tower will crumble." It signified that one power was about to succeed another power. It meant, the press will kill the church. But underlying this thought, the first and most simple one, no doubt, there was in our opinion another, newer one, a corollary of the first, less easy to perceive and more easy to contest, a view as philosophical and belonging no longer to the priest alone, but to the savant and the artist. It was a presentiment that human thought in changing its form was about to change its mode of expression, that the dominant idea of each generation would no longer be written with the same matter, and in the same manner, that the book of stone, so solid and so durable, was about to make way for the book of paper, more solid and still more durable. In this connection, the archdeacon's vague formula had a second sense. It meant, printing will kill architecture. In fact, from the origin of things down to the 15th century of the Christian era, inclusive architecture is the great book of humanity, the principal expression of man in his different stages of development, either as a force or as an intelligence. When the memory of the first races felt itself overloaded, when the mass of reminiscences of the human race became so heavy and so confused that speech naked and flying ran the risk of losing them on the way, men transcribed them on the soil in a manner which was at once the most visible, most durable, and most natural. They sealed each tradition beneath a monument. The first monuments were simple masses of rock, which the iron had not touched, as Moses says. Architecture began like all writing. It was first an alphabet. Men planted a stone upright. It was a letter, and each letter was a hieroglyph, and upon each hieroglyph rested a group of ideas, like the capital on the column. This is what the earliest races did everywhere at the same moment on the surface of the entire world. We find the standing stones of the Celts in Asian Siberia, in the pampas of America. Later on they made words, they placed stone upon stone, they coupled those syllables of granite and attempted some combinations. The Celtic dolmen and cromlech, the Etruscan tumulus, the Hebrew galgal, are words. Some, especially the tumulus, are proper names. Sometimes even when men had a great deal of stone and a vast plain, they wrote a phrase. The immense pile of Karnak is a complete sentence. At last they made books. Traditions had brought forth symbols, beneath which they disappeared like the trunk of a tree beneath its foliage. All these symbols in which humanity placed faith continued to grow, to multiply, to intersect, to become more and more complicated. First monuments no longer sufficed to contain them, they were overflowing in every part. These monuments hardly expressed now the primitive tradition, simple like themselves, naked and prone upon the earth. The symbol felt the need of expansion in the edifice. Then architecture was developed in proportion with human thought. It became a giant with 1,000 heads and 1,000 arms, and fixed all this floating symbolism in an eternal, visible, palpable form, while Daedalus, who is force, measured, while Orpheus, who is intelligence, sang. The pillar, which is a letter, the arcade, which is a syllable, the pyramid, which is a word, all set in movement at once by a law of geometry and by a law of poetry, grouped themselves, combined, amalgamated, descended, ascended, placed themselves side by side on the soil, ranged themselves in stories in the sky, until they had written under the dictation of the general idea of an epoch, those marvelous books which were also marvelous edifices, the pagoda of Eclinga, the Ramesseum of Egypt, the Temple of Solomon. The generating idea, the word, was not only at the foundation of all these edifices, but also in the form. The Temple of Solomon, for example, was not alone the binding of the Holy Book, it was the Holy Book itself. On each one of its concentric walls, the priests could read the word translated and manifested to the eye, and thus they followed its transformations from sanctuary to sanctuary, until they seized it in its last tabernacle, under its most concrete form, which still belonged to architecture, the arch. Thus the word was enclosed in an edifice, but its image was upon its envelope, like the human form on the coffin of a mummy. And not only the form of edifices, but the sites selected for them, revealed the thought which they represented, according as the symbol to be expressed was graceful or grave. Greece crowned her mountains with a temple harmonious to the eye. India disemboweled hers, to chisel therein those monstrous subterranean pagodas, borne up by gigantic rows of granite elephants. Thus, during the first 6,000 years of the world, from the most immemorial pagoda of Hindustan to the Cathedral of Cologne, architecture was the great handwriting of the human race. And this is so true that not only every religious symbol, but every human thought, has its page and its monument in that immense book. All civilization begins in theocracy and ends in democracy. This law of liberty following unity is written in architecture. For let us insist upon this point, masonry must not be thought to be powerful only in erecting the temple and in expressing the myth and sacerdotal symbolism, in inscribing in hieroglyphs upon its pages of stone the mysterious tables of the law. If it were thus, as there comes in all human society a moment when the sacred symbol is worn out and becomes obliterated under freedom of thought, when man escapes from the priest, when the excrescence of philosophies and systems devour the face of religion, architecture could not reproduce this new state of human thought. Its leaves, so crowded on the face, would be empty on the back, its work would be mutilated, its book would be incomplete. But no. Let us take as an example the Middle Ages, where we see more clearly because it is nearer to us. During its first period, while theocracy is organizing Europe, while the Vatican is rallying and reclassing about itself, the elements of a Rome made from the Rome which lies in ruins around the capital, while Christianity is seeking all the stages of society, amid the rubbish of anterior civilization, and rebuilding with its ruins a new hierarchic universe, the keystone to whose vault is the priest, one first hears a dull echo from that chaos, and then, little by little, one sees, arising from beneath the breath of Christianity, from beneath the hand of the barbarians, from the fragments of the dead Greek and Roman architectures, that mysterious Romanesque architecture, sister of the theocratic masonry of Egypt and of India, inalterable emblem of pure Catholicism, unchangeable hieroglyph of the papal unity. All the thought of that day is written, in fact, in this somber Romanesque style. One feels everywhere in it authority, unity, the impenetrable, the absolute, Gregory Roman 7. Always the priest, never the man, everywhere caste, never the people. But the Crusades arrive. They are a great popular movement, and every great popular movement, whatever may be its cause and object, always sets free the spirit of liberty from its final precipitate. New things spring into life every day. Here opens the stormy period of the jacqueries, praeries, and leagues. Authority wavers, unity is divided, feudalism demands to share with theocracy while awaiting the inevitable arrival of the people, who will assume the part of the lion, quia nominer leo. Seigneury pierces through sacerdotalism, the commonality through seigneury. The face of Europe is changed. Well, the face of architecture is changed also. Like civilization, it has turned a page, and the new spirit of the time finds her ready to write at its dictation. It returns from the Crusades with the pointed arch, like the nations with liberty. Then, while Rome is undergoing gradual dismemberment, Romanesque architecture dies. The hieroglyph deserts the cathedral and betakes itself to blazoning the donjon keep, in order to lend prestige to feudalism. The cathedral itself, that edifice formerly so dogmatic, invaded henceforth by the bourgeoisie, by the community, by liberty, escapes the priest and falls into the power of the artist. The artist builds it after his own fashion. Farewell to mystery, myth, law. Fancy and caprice welcome. Provided the priest has his basilica and his altar, he has nothing to say. The four walls belong to the artist. The architectural book belongs no longer to the priest, to religion, to Rome. It is the property of poetry, of imagination, of the people. Hence the rapid and innumerable transformations of that architecture which owns but 3 centuries, so striking after the stagnant immobility of the Romanesque architecture, which owns 6 or 7. Nevertheless, art marches on with giant strides. Popular genius amid originality accomplished the task which the bishops formerly fulfilled. Each race writes its line upon the book as it passes. It erases the ancient Romanesque hieroglyphs on the frontispieces of cathedrals, and at the most one only sees dogma cropping out here and there, beneath the new symbol which it has deposited. The popular drapery hardly permits the religious skeleton to be suspected. One cannot even form an idea of the liberties which the architects then take, even toward the church. There are capitals knitted of nuns and monks, shamelessly coupled, as on the hall of chimney-pieces in the Palais de Justice in Paris. There is Noah's adventure carved to the last detail, as under the great portal of Bourges. There is a bacchanalian monk, with ass's ears and glass in hand, laughing in the face of a whole community, as on the lavatory of the Abbey of Botcherville. There exists at that epoch, for thought written in stone, a privilege exactly comparable to our present liberty of the press. It is the liberty of architecture. This liberty goes very far. Sometimes a portal, a facade, an entire church presents a symbolical sense absolutely foreign to worship, or even hostile to the church. In the 13th century, Guillaume de Paris and Nicolas Flamel, in the 15th, wrote such seditious pages. Saint Jacques de la Boucherie was a whole church of the opposition. Thought was then free only in this manner, hence it never wrote itself out completely except on the books called edifices. Thought, under the form of edifice, could have beheld itself burned in the public square by the hands of the executioner, in its manuscript form, if it had been sufficiently imprudent to risk itself thus. Thought, as the door of a church, would have been a spectator of the punishment of thought as a book, having thus only this resource, masonry, in order to make its way to the light, flung itself upon it from all quarters. Hence the immense quantity of cathedrals which have covered Europe, a number so prodigious that one can hardly believe it even after having verified it. All the material forces, all the intellectual forces of society converged towards the same point, architecture. In this manner, under the pretext of building churches to God, art was developed in its magnificent proportions. Then whoever was born a poet became an architect. Genius, scattered in the masses, repressed in every quarter under feudalism as under a testudo of brazen bucklers, finding no issue except in the direction of architecture, gushed forth through that art, and its Iliads assumed the form of cathedrals. All other arts obeyed, and placed themselves under the discipline of architecture. They were the workmen of the great work. The architect, the poet, the master, summed up in his person the sculpture which carved his facades, painting which illuminated his windows, music which set his bells to pealing and breathed into his organs. There was nothing down to poor poetry, properly speaking, that which persisted in vegetating in manuscripts, which was not forced, in order to make something of itself, to come and frame itself in the edifice in the shape of a hymn or of prose, the same part, after all, which the tragedies of Aeschylus had played in the sacerdotal festivals of Greece, Genesis in the Temple of Solomon. Thus, down to the time of Gutenberg, architecture is the principal writing, the universal writing. In that granite book begun by the Orient, continued by Greek and Roman antiquity, the Middle Ages wrote the last page. Moreover, this phenomenon of an architecture of the people following an architecture of caste, which we have just been observing in the Middle Ages, is reproduced with every analogous movement in the human intelligence at the other great epochs of history. Thus, in order to enunciate here only summarily, a law which it would require volumes to develop. In the High Orient, the cradle of primitive times, after Hindu architecture came Phoenician architecture, that opulent mother of Arabian architecture. Antiquity after Egyptian architecture, of which Etruscan-style and Cyclopean monuments are but one variety, came Greek architecture, of which the Roman style is only a continuation, surcharged with the Carthaginian dome. In modern times, after Romanesque architecture, came Gothic architecture, and by separating their three series into their component parts, we shall find in the three eldest sisters, Hindu architecture, Egyptian architecture, Romanesque architecture, the same symbol. That is to say, theocracy, caste, unity, dogma, myth, God. And for the three younger sisters, Phoenician architecture, Greek architecture, Gothic architecture, whatever nevertheless may be the diversity of form inherent in their nature, the same signification also, that is to say, liberty, the people man. In the Hindu, Egyptian or Romanesque architecture, one feels the priest, nothing but the priest, whether he calls himself Brahmin, Magian or Pope. It is not the same in the architectures of the people. They are richer and less sacred. In the Phoenician, one feels the merchant, in the Greek, the republican, in the Gothic, the citizen. The general characteristics of all theocratic architecture are immutability, horror of progress, the preservation of traditional lines, the consecration of the primitive types, the constant bending of all the forms of men and of nature to the incomprehensible caprices of the symbol. These are dark books, which the initiated alone understand how to decipher. Moreover, every form, every deformity even, has there a sense which renders it inviolable. Do not ask of Hindu, Egyptian, Romanesque masonry to reform their design, or to improve their statuary. Every attempt at perfecting is an impiety to them. In these architectures, it seems as though the rigidity of the dogma had spread over the stone, like a sort of second petrifaction. The general characteristics of popular masonry, on the contrary, are progress, originality, opulence, perpetual movement. They are already sufficiently detached from religion to think of their beauty, to take care of it, to correct without relaxation their parure of statues or arabesques. They are of the age, they have something human, which they mingle incessantly with the divine symbol under which they still produce. Hence, edifices comprehensible to every soul, to every intelligence, to every imagination, symbolical still, but as easy to understand as nature. Between theocratic architecture, and this there is the difference that lies between a sacred language and a vulgar language, between hieroglyphics and art, between Solomon and Phidias. If the reader will sum up what we have hitherto briefly, very briefly indicated, neglecting 1,000 proofs and also 1,000 objections of detail, he will be led to this: that architecture was, down to the 15th century, the chief register of humanity, that in that interval not a thought which is in any degree complicated made its appearance in the world, which has not been worked into an edifice, that every popular idea and every religious law has had its monumental records, that the human race has, in short, had no important thought which it has not written in stone. And why? Because every thought, either philosophical or religious, is interested in perpetuating itself, because the idea which has moved one generation wishes to move others also, and leave a trace. Now what a precarious immortality is that of the manuscript! How much more solid, durable, unyielding is a book of stone! In order to destroy the written word, a torch and a Turk are sufficient. To demolish the constructed word, a social revolution, a terrestrial revolution are required. The barbarians passed over the Colosseum, the deluge perhaps passed over the pyramids. In the 15th century, everything changes. Human thought discovers a mode of perpetuating itself, not only more durable and more resisting than architecture, but still more simple and easy. Architecture is dethroned. Gutenberg's letters of lead are about to supersede Orpheus's letters of stone. The book is about to kill the edifice. The invention of printing is the greatest event in history. It is the mother of revolution. It is the mode of expression of humanity which is totally renewed. It is human thought stripping off one form and donning another. It is the complete and definitive change of skin of that symbolical serpent which since the days of Adam has represented intelligence. In its printed form, thought is more imperishable than ever. It is volatile, irresistible, indestructible. It is mingled with the air. In the days of architecture it made a mountain of itself and took powerful possession of a century and a place. Now it converts itself into a flock of birds, scatters itself to the four winds, and occupies all points of air and space at once. We repeat, who does not perceive that in this form it is far more indelible. It was solid, it has become alive. It passes from duration in time to immortality. One can demolish a mass. How can one extirpate ubiquity? If a flood comes, the mountains will have long disappeared beneath the waves, while the birds will still be flying about. And if a single ark floats on the surface of the cataclysm, they will alight upon it, will float with it, will be present with it at the ebbing of the waters. And the new world which emerges from this chaos will behold, on its awakening, the thought of the world which has been submerged soaring above it, winged and living. And when one observes that this mode of expression is not only the most conservative, but also the most simple, the most convenient, the most practicable for all, when one reflects that it does not drag after it bulky baggage, and does not set in motion a heavy apparatus, when one compares thought forced, in order to transform itself into an edifice, to put in motion 4 or 5 other arts and tons of gold, whole mountain of stones, a whole forest of timberwork, a whole nation of workmen, when one compares it to the thought which becomes a book, and for which a little paper, a little ink, and a pen suffice, how can one be surprised that human intelligence should have quitted architecture for printing? Cut the primitive bed of a river abruptly with a canal hollowed out below its level, and the river will desert its bed. Behold how, beginning with the discovery of printing, architecture withers away little by little, becomes lifeless and bare. How one feels the water sinking, the sap departing, the thought of the times and of the people withdrawing from it. The chill is almost imperceptible in the 15th century. The press is as yet too weak, and at the most draws from powerful architecture a superabundance of life. But practically beginning with the 16th century, the malady of architecture is visible. It is no longer the expression of society. It becomes classic art in a miserable manner. From being Gallic, European, indigenous, it becomes Greek and Roman. From being true and modern, it becomes pseudo-classic. It is this decadence which is called the Renaissance. A magnificent decadence, however, for the ancient Gothic genius, that sun which sets behind the gigantic press of Mayence, still penetrates for a while longer with its rays that whole hybrid pile of Latin arcades and Corinthian columns. It is that setting sun which we mistake for the dawn. Nevertheless, from the moment when architecture is no longer anything but an art like any other, as soon as it is no longer the total art, the sovereign art, the tyrant art, it has no longer the power to retain the other arts, so they emancipate themselves, break the yoke of the architect, and take themselves off, each one in its own direction. Each one of them gains by this divorce. Isolation aggrandizes everything. Sculpture becomes statuary, the image trade becomes painting, the canon becomes music. One would pronounce it an empire dismembered at the death of its Alexander, and whose provinces become kingdoms. Hence Raphael, Michelangelo, Jean Gauguin, Palestrina, those splendors of the dazzling 16th century. Thought emancipates itself in all directions at the same time as the arts. The arch-heretics of the Middle Ages had already made large incisions into Catholicism. The 16th century breaks religious unity. Before the invention of printing, reform would have been merely a schism. Printing converted it into a revolution. Take away the press, heresy is enervated. Whether it be providence or fate, Gutenberg is the precursor of Luther. Nevertheless, when the sun of the Middle Ages is completely set, when the Gothic genius is forever extinct upon the horizon, architecture grows dim, loses its color, becomes more and more effaced. The printed book, the gnawing worm of the edifice, sucks and devours it. It becomes bare, denuded of its foliage, and grows visibly emaciated. It is petty, it is poor, it is nothing. It no longer expresses anything, not even the memory of the art of another time. Reduced to itself, abandoned by the other arts because human thought is abandoning it, it summons bunglers in place of artists. Glass replaces the painted windows. The stone cutter succeeds the sculptor. Farewell all sap, all originality, all life, all intelligence. It drags along, a lamentable workshop mendicant from copy to copy. Michelangelo, who, no doubt, felt even in the 16th century that it was dying, had a last idea, an idea of despair. That titan of art piled the Pantheon on the Parthenon and made St. Peter's at Rome. A great work which deserved to remain unique, the last originality of architecture, the signature of a giant artist at the bottom of the colossal register of stone which was closed forever. With Michelangelo dead, what does this miserable architecture which survived itself in the state of a spectre do? It takes St. Peter in Rome, copies it and parodies it. It is a mania. It is a pity. Each century has its St. Peter S of Rome. In the 17th century the Val de Grace, in the 18th St. Genevieve. Each country has its St. Peter's of Rome. London has one, Petersburg has another, Paris has 2 or 3. The insignificant testament, the last dotage of a decrepit grand art falling back into infancy before it dies. If in place of the characteristic monuments which we have just described, we examine the general aspect of art from the 16th to the 18th century, we notice the same phenomena of decay and phthisis. Beginning with François Roman II, the architectural form of the edifice effaces itself more and more, and allows the geometrical form, like the bony structure of an emaciated invalid, to become prominent. The fine lines of art give way to the cold and inexorable lines of geometry. An edifice is no longer an edifice, it is a polyhedron. Meanwhile, architecture is tormented in her struggles to conceal this nudity. Look at the Greek pediment inscribed upon the Roman pediment, and vice versa. It is still the Pantheon on the Parthenon, St. Peter's of Rome. Here are the brick houses of Henry Roman IV, with their stone corners, the Place Royale, the Place Dauphine. Here are the churches of Louis Roman XIII, heavy, squat, thickset, crowded together, loaded with a dome like a hump. Here is the Mazarin architecture, the wretched Italian pasticcio of the 4 nations. Here are the palaces of Louis Roman XIV, long barracks for courtiers, stiff, cold, tiresome. Here finally is Louis Roman XV, with chicory leaves and vermicelli and all the warts and all the fungi which disfigure that decrepit, toothless and coquettish old architecture. From François Roman II to Louis Roman XV, the evil has increased in geometrical progression. Art has no longer anything but skin upon its bones, it is miserably perishing. Meanwhile, what becomes of printing? All the life which is leaving architecture comes to it. In proportion as architecture ebbs, printing swells and grows. That capital of forces which human thought had been expending in edifices, it henceforth expends in books. Thus, from the 16th century onward, the press, raised to the level of decaying architecture, contends with it and kills it. In the 17th century, it is already sufficiently the sovereign, sufficiently triumphant, sufficiently established in its victory, to give to the world the feast of a great literary century. In the 18th, having reposed for a long time at the court of Louis Roman XIV, it seizes again the old sword of Luther, puts it into the hand of Voltaire, and rushes impetuously to the attack of that ancient Europe, whose architectural expression it has already killed. At the moment when the 18th century comes to an end, it has destroyed everything. In the 19th, it begins to reconstruct. Now we ask, which of the 3 arts has really represented human thought for the last 3 centuries, which translates it, which expresses not only its literary and scholastic vagaries, but its vast, profound, universal movement, which constantly superposes itself without a break, without a gap, upon the human race, which walks a monster with 1,000 legs. Architecture or printing? It is printing. Let the reader make no mistake, architecture is dead, irretrievably slain by the printed book, slain because it endures for a shorter time, slain because it costs more. Every cathedral represents millions. Let the reader now imagine what an investment of funds it would require to rewrite the architectural book, to cause thousands of edifices to swarm once more upon the soil, to return to those epochs when the throng of monuments was such, according to the statement of an witness, that one would have said that the world, in shaking itself, had cast off its old garments in order to cover itself with a white vesture of churches. Erat inimat si mundus, ipse excusando semit rejecta vetestate, candidum ecclesiarum vestum indurit, glaber Radulphus. A book is so soon made, costs so little and can go so far. How can it surprise us that all human thought flows in this channel? This does not mean that architecture will not still have a fine monument, an isolated masterpiece here and there. We may still have from time to time, under the reign of printing, a column made, I suppose, by a whole army from melted cannon, as we had under the reign of architecture, Iliads and Roman Seros, Mahabharata and Nibelungen Lieds, made by a whole people, with rhapsodies piled up and melted together. The great accident of an architect of genius may happen in the 20th century, like that of Dante in the 13th. But architecture will no longer be the social art, the collective art, the dominating art. The grand poem, the grand edifice, the grand work of humanity will no longer be built, it will be printed. And henceforth, if architecture should arise again accidentally, it will no longer be mistress. It will be subservient to the law of literature, which formerly received the law from it. The respective positions of the 2 arts will be inverted. It is certain that in architectural epochs, the poems, rare it is true, resemble the monuments. In India, Vyasa is branching, strange, impenetrable as a pagoda. In Egyptian Orient, poetry has like the edifices, grandeur and tranquility of line. In antique Greece, beauty, serenity, calm; in Christian Europe, the Catholic majesty, the popular naivete, the rich and luxuriant vegetation of an epoch of renewal. The Bible resembles the pyramids, the Iliad the Parthenon, Homer Phidias. Dante in the 13th century is the last Romanesque church, Shakespeare in the 16th the last Gothic cathedral. Thus, to sum up what we have hitherto said, in a fashion which is necessarily incomplete and mutilated, the human race has two books, two registers, two testaments, masonry and printing, the Bible of stone and the Bible of paper. No doubt, when one contemplates these two Bibles, laid so broadly open in the centuries, it is permissible to regret the visible majesty of the writing of granite, those gigantic alphabets formulated in colonnades, in pylons, in obelisks, those sorts of human mountains which cover the world, and the past from the pyramid to the bell tower, from Cheops to Strasbourg. The past must be reread upon these pages of marble. This book, written by architecture, must be admired and perused incessantly, but the grandeur of the edifice which printing erects in its turn must not be denied. That edifice is colossal. Some compiler of statistics has calculated that if all the volumes which have issued from the press since Gutenberg's day were to be piled one upon another, they would fill the space between the earth and the moon. But it is not that sort of grandeur of which we wish to speak. Nevertheless, when one tries to collect in one's mind a comprehensive image of the total products of printing down to our own days, does not that total appear to us like an immense construction, resting upon the entire world, at which humanity toils without relaxation, and whose monstrous crest is lost in the profound mists of the future? It is the anthill of intelligence. It is the hive whither come all imaginations, those golden bees with their honey. The edifice has 1,000 stories. Here and there one beholds on its staircases the gloomy caverns of science which pierce its interior. Everywhere upon its surface, art causes its arabesques, rosettes, and laces to thrive luxuriantly before the eyes. There, every individual work, however capricious and isolated it may seem, has its place and its projection. Harmony results from the whole. From the Cathedral of Shakespeare to the Mosque of Byron, 1,000 tiny bell towers are piled pell-mell above this metropolis of universal thought. At its base are written some ancient titles of humanity which architecture had not registered. To the left of the entrance has been fixed the ancient bas-relief, in white marble, of Homer. To the right, the polyglot Bible rears its 7 heads. The Hydra of the Roman Cero and some other hybrid forms, the Vedas and the Nibelungen, bristle further on. Nevertheless, the prodigious edifice still remains incomplete. The press, that giant machine which incessantly pumps all the intellectual sap of society, belches forth without pause fresh materials for its work. The whole human race is on the scaffoldings. Each mind is a mason. The humblest fills his hole or places his stone. Ratif de la Bretonne brings his heart of plaster. Every day a new course rises. Independently of the original and individual contribution of each writer, there are collective contingents. The 18th century gives the encyclopedia, the Revolution gives the monitor. Assuredly, it is a construction which increases and piles up in endless spirals. There also are confusion of tongues, incessant activity, indefatigable labor, eager competition of all humanity, refuge promised to intelligence, a new flood against an overflow of barbarians. It is the second Tower of Babel of the human race. Book 6. Chapter 1. An impartial glance at the ancient magistracy. A very happy personage in the year of grace 1482 was the noble gentleman Robert d'Estouteville, Chevalier, Sieur de Bain, Baron d'Ivry and Saint Andre en la Marque, counsellor and chamberlain to the king, and guard of the provostship of Paris. It was already nearly 17 years since he had received from the king, on November 7, 1465, the comet year, that fine charge of the provostship of Paris, which was reputed rather a seigneury than an office. Dignitas, says Joannes Lomnous, que cum non exigua potestate policium concernent, ac pr arrogativis multis et juribus conjuncta est. A marvellous thing in 82 was a gentleman bearing the king's commission, and whose letters of institution ran back to the epoch of the marriage of the natural daughter of Louis XI, with Monsieur the Bastard of Bourbon. The same day on which Robert d'Estouteville took the place of Jacques de Villiers in the provostship of Paris, Master Jehan Dovit replaced Mescar Heli de Thoretz in the first presidency of the Court of Parliament. Jehan Juvenal des Ursins supplanted Pierre de Morvilliers in the office of Chancellor of France. Rignault des Dormans ousted Pierre Pie from the charge of Master of Requests in ordinary of the king's household. Now upon how many heads had the presidency, the chancellorship, the mastership passed since Robert d'Estouteville had held the provostship of Paris? It had been granted to him for safekeeping, as the letter's patent said, and certainly he kept it well. He had clung to it, he had incorporated himself with it, he had so identified himself with it that he had escaped that fury for change which possessed Louis XI, a tormenting and industrious king, whose policy it was to maintain the elasticity of his power by frequent appointments and revocations. More than this, the brave Chevalier had obtained the reversion of the office for his son, and for 2 years already the name of the noble man Jacques d'Estauteville, equerry, had figured beside his at the head of the register of the salary list of the provostship of Paris, a rare and notable favour indeed. It is true that Robert d'Estauteville was a good soldier, that he had loyally raised his pennon against the League of Public Good, and that he had presented to the Queen a very marvellous stag and confectionery on the day of her entrance to Paris in 14. Moreover, he possessed the good friendship of Messer Tristan L. Hermite, provost of the marshals of the king's household. Hence a very sweet and pleasant existence was that of Messer Robert. In the first place, very good wages to which were attached, and from which hung, like extra bunches of grapes on his vine, the revenues of the civil and criminal registries of the provostship, plus the civil and criminal revenues of the tribunals of embase of the chatelet, without reckoning some little toll from the bridges of Mantes and of Corbel, and the profits on the craft of shagreen makers, of Paris on the corders of firewood and the measurers of salt. Add to this the pleasure of displaying himself in rides about the city, and of making his fine military costume, which you may still admire sculptured on his tomb in the Abbey of Valmont in Normandy, and his morion, all embossed at Montlhéry, stand out a contrast against the party-coloured red and tawny robes of the older men and police. And then was it nothing to wield absolute supremacy over the sergeants of the police, the porter and watch of the chatelet, the 2 auditors of the chatelet, auditors Casaletti, the 16 commissioners of the 16 quarters, the jailer of the chatelet, the 4 enfeoffed sergeants, the 120 mounted sergeants, with maces, the chevalier of the watch with his watch, his sub-watch, his counter-watch, and his rear watch. Was it nothing to exercise high and low justice, the right to interrogate, to hang and to draw, without reckoning petty jurisdiction in the first resort, in prima instantia, as the charters say, on that Viscounty of Paris, so nobly appanaged with 7 noble bailiwicks? Can anything sweeter be imagined than rendering judgments and decisions, as Messer Robert d'Estauteville daily did in the grand chatelet, under the large and flattened arches of Philip Augustus, and going, as he was wont to do every evening, to that charming house situated in the Rue Galilée, in the enclosure of the royal palace, which he held in right of his wife, Madame Ambroise de Lorey, to repose after the fatigue of having sent some poor wretch to pass the night in that little cell of the Rue de Escorcherie, which the provosts and aldermen of Paris used to make their prison, the same being 11 feet long, 7 feet and 4 inches wide, and 11 feet high. And not only had Messer Robert d'Estauteville his special court as provost and vicomte of Paris, but in addition he had a share, both for eye and tooth, in the grand court of the king. There was no head in the least elevated which had not passed through his hands before it came to the headsman. It was he who went to seek M. de Nemours at the Bastille Saint-Antoine in order to conduct him to the Halles, and to conduct to the Greve M. de Saint-Paul, who clamoured and resisted, to the great joy of the provost, who did not love Monsieur the Constable. Here assuredly is more than sufficient to render a life happy and illustrious, and to deserve some day a notable page in that interesting history of the provosts of Paris, where one learns that Auder de Villeneuve had a house in the Rue des Boucheries, that Guillaume de Hengist purchased the Great and the Little Savoy, that Guillaume Thibaust gave the nuns of Saint Genevieve his houses in the Rue Clopin, that Hugues Aubriot lived in the Hotel du Porc-Épic, and other domestic facts. Nevertheless, with so many reasons for taking life patiently and joyously, Messer Robert d'Estauteville woke up on the morning of the 7th of January, 1482, in a very surly and peevish mood. Whence came this ill temper, he could not have told himself. Was it because the sky was grey, or was the buckle of his old belt of Montlhéry badly fastened, so that it confined his provostal portliness too closely? Had he beheld ribald fellows, marching in bands of 4 beneath his window, and setting him at defiance in doublets but no shirts, hats without crowns, with wallet and bartle at their side? Was it a vague presentiment of the 370 livres, 16 sous 8 farthings which the future King Charles VII was to cut off from the provostship in the following year? The reader can take his choice. We, for our part, are much inclined to believe that he was in a bad humour, simply because he was in a bad humour. Moreover, it was the day after a festival, a tiresome day for everyone, and above all for the magistrate who is charged with sweeping away all the filth, properly and figuratively speaking, which a festival day produces in Paris, and then he had to hold a sitting at the Grand Chatelet. Now, we have noticed that judges in general so arrange matters that their day of audience shall also be their day of bad humour, so that they may always have someone upon whom to vent it conveniently, in the name of the king, law, and justice. However, the audience had begun without him. His lieutenants, civil, criminal, and private, were doing his work, according to usage, and from 8 o'clock in the morning, some scores of bourgeois and bourgeoises, heaped and crowded into an obscure corner of the audience chamber of Embase du Chatelet, between a stout, oaken barrier and the wall, had been gazing blissfully at the varied and cheerful spectacle of civil and criminal justice, dispensed by Master Florian Barbedian, auditor of the Chatelet, lieutenant of Monsieur the Provost, in a somewhat confused and utterly haphazard manner. The hall was small, low, vaulted. A table studded with fleur-de-lis stood at one end, with a large armchair of carved oak which belonged to the provost and was empty, and a stool on the left for the auditor, Master Florian. Below sat the clerk of the court, scribbling, opposite was the populace, and in front of the door and in front of the table were many sergeants of the provostship in sleeveless jackets of violet camlet, with white crosses, 2 sergeants of the Parloir Auxbourgeois, clothed in their jackets of Toussaint, half red, half blue, were posted as sentinels before a low, closed door, which was visible at the extremity of the hall behind the table. A single pointed window, narrowly encased in the thick wall, illuminated with a pale ray of January sun 2 grotesque figures, the capricious demon of stone carved as a tailpiece in the keystone of the vaulted ceiling, and the judge seated at the end of the hall on the fleur-de-lis. Imagine, in fact, at the provost's table, leaning upon his elbows between 2 bundles of documents of cases, with his foot on the train of his robe of plain brown cloth, his face buried in his hood of white lamb's skin, of which his brows seemed to be of a piece, red, crabbed, winking, bearing majestically the load of fat on his cheeks which met under his chin, Master Florian Barbedian, auditor of the Chatelet. Now the auditor was deaf, a slight defect in an auditor. Master Florian delivered judgment none the less without appeal and very suitably. It is certainly quite sufficient for a judge to have the air of listening, and the venerable auditor fulfilled this condition, the sole one in justice, all the better because his attention could not be distracted by any noise. Moreover, he had in the audience a pitiless censor of his deeds and gestures, in the person of our friend Jehan Frollo du Moulin, that little student of yesterday, that stroller, whom one was sure of encountering all over Paris, anywhere except before the rostrums of the professors. "Stay," he said in a low tone to his companion, Robin Pausapain, who was grinning at his side, while he was making his comments on the scenes which were being unfolded before his eyes. "Yonder is Jehanneton du Buisson, the beautiful daughter of the lazy dog at the Marché Neuf. Upon my soul, he is condemning her, the old rascal. He has no more eyes than ears. 15 sous 4 farthings Parisian for having worn 2 rosaries. 'Tis somewhat dear. Lex duri carmines. Who's that? Robin Chief de Ville, hauberk maker, for having been passed and received master of the said trade. That's his entrance money. He, 2 gentlemen among these knaves. Aiglet de Soins, Hutin de Mailly, 2 equerries, Corpus Christi. Ah, they have been playing at dice. When shall I see our rector here? 100 livres Parisian, fine to the king. That Barbedian strikes like a deaf man, as he is. I'll be my brother the archdeacon if that keeps me from gaming by day, gaming by night, living at play, dying at play, and gaming away my soul after my shirt. Holy Virgin, what damsels! One after the other my lambs. Ambroise Lakeher, Issebau la Painette, Berard Gyernin, I know them all by heavens. A fine, that's what will teach you to wear gilded girdles. 10 sous parisis, you coquettes. Oh, the old snout of a judge, deaf and imbecile. Oh, Florian the dolt, oh, Barbedian the blockhead, there he is at the table. He's eating the plaintiff, he's eating the suits, he eats, he chews, he crams, he fills himself. Fines, lost goods, taxes, expenses, loyal charges, salaries, damages and interests, Gehenna, prison and jail, and fetters with expenses are Christmas spice cake and marchpanes of St. John to him. Look at him, the pig. Come, good, another amorous woman, Thibaud la Thibaud, neither more nor less. For having come from the Rue Glatigny, what fellow is this? Geoffroy Mabon, gendarme bearing the crossbow. He has cursed the name of the father. A fine for la Thibaud, a fine for Geoffroy, a fine for them both, the deaf old fool, he must have mixed up the 2 cases. 10 to 1 that he makes the wench pay for the oath and the gendarme for the amour. Attention, Robin Pausapain. What are they going to bring in? Here are many sergeants. By Jupiter, all the bloodhounds of the pack are there. It must be the great beast of the hunt, a wild boar. And 'tis one, Robin, 'tis one. And a fine one too, Hercule. Tease our prince of yesterday, our pope of the fools, our bell-ringer, our one-eyed man, our hunchback, our grimace. Tease Quasimodo. It was he indeed. It was Quasimodo, bound, encircled, roped, pinioned, and under good guard. The squad of policemen who surrounded him was assisted by the Chevalier of the Watch in person, wearing the arms of France embroidered on his breast, and the arms of the city on his back. There was nothing, however, about Quasimodo, except his deformity, which could justify the display of halberds and arquebuses. He was gloomy, silent, and tranquil. Only now and then did his single eye cast a sly and wrathful glance upon the bonds with which he was loaded. He cast the same glance about him, but it was so dull and sleepy that the women only pointed him out to each other in derision. Meanwhile Master Florian, the auditor, turned over attentively the document in the complaint entered against Quasimodo, which the clerk handed him, and having thus glanced at it, appeared to reflect for a moment. Thanks to this precaution, which he always was careful to take at the moment when on the point of beginning an examination, he knew beforehand the names, titles, and misdeeds of the accused, made cut and dried responses to questions foreseen, and succeeded in extricating himself from all the windings of the interrogation without allowing his deafness to be too apparent. The written charges were to him what the dog is to the blind man. If his deafness did happen to betray him here and there, by some incoherent apostrophe or some unintelligible question, it passed for profundity with some, and for imbecility with others. In neither case did the honour of the magistracy sustain any injury, for it is far better that a judge should be reputed imbecile or profound than deaf. Hence he took great care to conceal his deafness from the eyes of all, and he generally succeeded so well that he had reached the point of deluding himself, which is, by the way, easier than is supposed. All hunchbacks walk with their heads held high, all stutterers harangue, all deaf people speak low. As for him, he believed at the most that his ear was a little refractory. It was the sole concession which he made on this point to public opinion, in his moments of frankness and examination of his conscience. Having then thoroughly ruminated Quasimodo's affair, he threw back his head and half closed his eyes, for the sake of more majesty and impartiality, so that, at that moment, he was both deaf and blind. A double condition, without which no judge is perfect. It was in this magisterial attitude that he began the examination. "You're named." Now this was a case which had not been provided for by law, where a deaf man should be obliged to question a deaf man. Quasimodo, whom nothing warned that a question had been addressed to him, continued to stare intently at the judge and made no reply. The judge, being deaf, and being in no way warned of the deafness of the accused, thought that the latter had answered, as all accused do in general, and therefore he pursued with his mechanical and stupid self-possession. "Very well, and your age?" Again Quasimodo made no reply to this question. The judge supposed that it had been replied to and continued. "Now your profession?" Still the same silence. The spectators had begun, meanwhile, to whisper together and to exchange glances. "That will do," went on the imperturbable auditor, when he supposed that the accused had finished his third reply. "You are accused before us, primo, of nocturnal disturbance, secundo, of a dishonourable act of violence upon the person of a foolish woman, in pr adjudicium meretricis, tertio, of rebellion and disloyalty towards the archers of the police of our lord, the king. Explain yourself upon all these points. Clerk, have you written down what the prisoner has said thus far?" At this unlucky question, a burst of laughter rose from the clerk's table caught by the audience, so violent, so wild, so contagious, so universal, that the two deaf men were forced to perceive it. Quasimodo turned round, shrugging his hump with disdain, while Master Florian, equally astonished, and supposing that the laughter of the spectators had been provoked by some irreverent reply from the accused rendered visible to him by that shrug of the shoulders, apostrophized him indignantly. "You have uttered a reply, knave, which deserves the halter. Do you know to whom you are speaking?" This sally was not fitted to arrest the explosion of general merriment. It struck all as so whimsical and so ridiculous that the wild laughter even attacked the sergeants of the Parle-Aux-Bourgeois, a sort of pikemen, whose stupidity was part of their uniform. Quasimodo alone preserved his seriousness, for the good reason that he understood nothing of what was going on around him. The judge, more and more irritated, thought it his duty to continue in the same tone, hoping thereby to strike the accused with a terror which should react upon the audience, and bring it back to respect. "So this is as much as to say, perverse and thieving knave that you are, that you permit yourself to be lacking in respect towards the auditor of the chatelet, to the magistrate committed to the popular police of Paris, charged with searching out crimes, delinquencies, and evil conduct, with controlling all trades and interdicting monopoly, with maintaining the pavements, with debarring the hucksters of chickens, poultry, and waterfowl, of superintending the measuring of faggots and other sorts of wood, of purging the city of mud and the air of contagious maladies, in a word, with attending continually to public affairs, without wages or hope of salary. Do you know that I am called Florian Barbedian, actual lieutenant to Monsieur the Provost, and moreover, commissioner, inquisitor, controller, and examiner, with equal power in provostship, bailiwick, preservation, and inferior court of judicature? There is no reason why a deaf man talking to a deaf man should stop. God knows where and when Master Florian would have landed, when thus launched at full speed in lofty eloquence, if the low door at the extreme end of the room had not suddenly opened, and given entrance to the provost in person. At his entrance, Master Florian did not stop short, but making a half-turn on his heels, and aiming at the provost the harangue with which he had been withering Quasimodo a moment before. "Monseigneur," said he, "I demand such penalty as you shall deem fitting against the prisoner here present, for grave and aggravated offence against the court." And he seated himself, utterly breathless, wiping away the great drops of sweat which fell from his brow and drenched, like tears, the parchments spread out before him. Messer Robert d'Estouteville frowned, and made a gesture so imperious and significant to Quasimodo, that the deaf man in some measure understood it. The provost addressed him with severity. "What have you done that you have been brought hither, knave?" The poor fellow, supposing that the provost was asking his name, broke the silence which he habitually preserved, and replied in a harsh and guttural voice, "Quasimodo." The reply matched the question so little that the wild laugh began to circulate once more, and Messer Robert exclaimed, red with wrath, "Are you mocking me also, you errant knave?" "Bell-ringer of Notre-Dame," replied Quasimodo, supposing that what was required of him was to explain to the judge who he was. "Bell-ringer," interpolated the provost, who had waked up early enough to be in a sufficiently bad temper, as we have said, not to require to have his fury inflamed by such strange responses. "Bell-ringer, I'll play you a chime of rods on your back through the squares of Paris. Do you hear, knave?" "If it is my age that you wish to know," said Quasimodo, "I think that I shall be 20 at St. Martin's Day." This was too much. The provost could no longer restrain himself. "Ah, you are scoffing at the provostship, wretch. Messieurs the sergeants of the mace, you will take me this knave to the pillory of the Greve, you will flog him, and turn him for an hour. He shall pay me for it, tête dieu, and I order that the present judgment shall be cried, with the assistance of 4 sworn trumpeters, in the 7 Castellanies of the Viscounty of Paris." The clerk set to work incontinently to draw up the account of the sentence. "Ventre Dieu, 'tis well adjudged," cried the little scholar Jehan Frollo du Moulin from his corner. The provost turned and fixed his flashing eyes once more on Quasimodo. "I believe the knave said ventre Dieu. Clerk, add 12 deniers Parisian for the oath, and let the vestry of Saint Eustache have the half of it. I have a particular devotion for Saint Eustache." In a few minutes the sentence was drawn up. Its tenor was simple and brief. The customs of the provostship and the viscounty had not yet been worked over by President Thibaut Baylet, and by Roger Barmny, the king's advocate. They had not been obstructed at that time by that lofty hedge of quibbles and procedures, which the 2 jurisconsults planted there at the beginning of the 16th century. All was clear, expeditious, explicit. One went straight to the point then, and at the end of every path there was immediately visible, without thickets and without turnings, the wheel, the gibbet, or the pillory. One at least knew whither one was going. The clerk presented the sentence to the provost, who affixed his seal to it, and departed to pursue his round of the audience hall, in a frame of mind which seemed destined to fill all the jails in Paris that day. Jehan Frollo and Robin Pausipane laughed in their sleeves. Quasimodo gazed on the whole with an indifferent and astonished air. However, at the moment when Master Florian Barbedian was reading the sentence in his turn, before signing it, the clerk felt himself moved with pity for the poor wretch of a prisoner, and in the hope of obtaining some mitigation of the penalty, he approached as near the auditor's ear as possible, and said, pointing to Quasimodo, "That man is deaf." He hoped that this community of infirmity would awaken Master Florian's interest in behalf of the condemned man. But in the first place, we have already observed that Master Florian did not care to have his deafness noticed. In the next place, he was so hard of hearing that he did not catch a single word of what the clerk said to him. Nevertheless, he wished to have the appearance of hearing, and replied, that is different. I did not know that. An hour more of the pillory in that case. And he signed the sentence thus modified. "'Tis well done," said Robin Proserpine, who cherished a grudge against Quasimodo. "That will teach him to handle people roughly." Chapter 2. The Rat Holes. The reader must permit us to take him back to the Place de Grève, which we quitted yesterday with Gringoire, in order to follow La Esmeralda. It is 10 o'clock in the morning. Everything is indicative of the day after a festival. The pavement is covered with rubbish, ribbons, rags, feathers from tufts of plumes, drops of wax from the torches, crumbs of the public feast. A goodly number of bourgeois are sauntering, as we say, here and there, turning over with their feet the extinct brands of the bonfire, going into raptures in front of the pillar house, over the memory of the fine hangings of the day before, and today staring at the nails that secured them a last pleasure. The vendors of cider and beer are rolling their barrels among the groups, some busy passers, by come and go. The merchants converse and call to each other from the thresholds of their shops. The festival, the ambassadors, Coppenole, the Pope of the Fools, are in all mouths. They vie with each other, each trying to criticize it best and laugh the most. And meanwhile, 4 mounted sergeants who have just posted themselves at the 4 sides of the pillory have already concentrated around themselves a goodly proportion of the populace scattered on the place, who condemn themselves to immobility and fatigue in the hope of a small execution. If the reader, after having contemplated this lively and noisy scene which is being enacted in all parts of the place, will now transfer his gaze towards that ancient demi-Gothic, demi-Romanesque house of the Tour Roland, which forms the corner on the quay to the west, he will observe at the angle of the façade a large public breviary, with rich illuminations, protected from the rain by a little penthouse, and from thieves by a small grating, which, however, permits of the leaves being turned. Beside this breviary is a narrow, arched window, closed by 2 iron bars in the form of a cross and looking on the square, the only opening which admits a small quantity of light and air to a little cell without a door, constructed on the ground floor in the thickness of the walls of the old house, and filled with a peace all the more profound, with a silence all the more gloomy, because a public place, the most populous and most noisy in Paris, swarms and shrieks around it. This little cell had been celebrated in Paris for nearly 3 centuries, ever since Madame Roland de la Tour Roland, in mourning for her father who died in the Crusades, had caused it to be hollowed out in the wall of her own house, in order to immure herself there forever, keeping of all her palace only this lodging whose door was walled up, and whose window stood open, winter and summer, giving all the rest to the poor and to God. The afflicted damsel had, in fact, waited 20 years for death in this premature tomb, praying night and day for the soul of her father, sleeping in ashes without even a stone for a pillow, clothed in a black sack, and subsisting on the bread and water which the compassion of the passers-by led them to deposit on the ledge of her window, thus receiving charity after having bestowed it. At her death, at the moment when she was passing to the other sepulchre, she had bequeathed this one in perpetuity to afflicted women, mothers, widows, or maidens, who should wish to pray much for others or for themselves, and who should desire to inter themselves alive in a great grief or a great penance. The poor of her day had made her a fine funeral, with tears and benedictions, but to their great regret, the pious maid had not been canonized, for lack of influence. Those among them who were a little inclined to impiety had hoped that the matter might be accomplished in paradise more easily than at Rome, and had frankly besought God, instead of the Pope, in behalf of the deceased. The majority had contented themselves with holding the memory of Roland sacred, and converting her rags into relics. The city on its side had founded in honor of the Damiscelle, a public breviary which had been fastened near the window of the cell, in order that passers-by might halt there from time to time, were it only to pray. That prayer might remind them of alms, and that the poor recluses, heiresses of Madame Roland's vault, might not die outright of hunger and forgetfulness. Moreover, this sort of tomb was not so very rare a thing in the cities of the Middle Ages. One often encountered in the most frequented street, in the most crowded and noisy market, in the very middle, under the feet of the horses, under the wheels of the carts, as it were, a cellar, a well, a tiny walled and grated cabin, at the bottom of which a human being prayed night and day, voluntarily devoted to some eternal lamentation, to some great expiation, and all the reflections which that strange spectacle would awaken in us today. That horrible cell, a sort of intermediary link between a house and the tomb, the cemetery and the city, that living being cut off from the human community, and thenceforth reckoned among the dead, that lamp consuming its last drop of oil in the darkness, that remnant of life flickering in the grave, that breath, that voice, that eternal prayer in a box of stone, that face forever turned towards the other world, that eye already illuminated with another sun, that ear pressed to the walls of a tomb, that soul a prisoner in that body a prisoner in that dungeon cell, and beneath that double envelope of flesh and granite the murmur of that soul in pain. Nothing of all this was perceived by the crowd. The piety of that age, not very subtle nor much given to reasoning, did not see so many facets in an act of religion. It took the thing in the block, honored, venerated, hallowed the sacrifice at need, but did not analyze the sufferings and felt but moderate pity for them. It brought some pittance to the miserable penitent from time to time, looked through the hole to see whether he was still living, forgot his name, hardly knew how many years ago he had begun to die, and to the stranger who questioned them about the living skeleton who was perishing in that cellar, the neighbors replied simply, "It is the recluse." Everything was then viewed without metaphysics, without exaggeration, without magnifying glass with the naked eye. The microscope had not yet been invented, either for things of matter or for things of the mind. Moreover, although people were but little surprised by it, the examples of this sort of claustration in the hearts of cities were in truth frequent, as we have just said. There were in Paris a considerable number of these cells. For praying to God and doing penance, they were nearly all occupied. It is true that the clergy did not like to have them empty, since that implied lukewarmness in believers, and that lepers were put into them when there were no penitents on hand. Besides the cell on the Greve, there was one at Montfaucon, one at the Charnier des Innocents, another I hardly know where, at the Clichon House, I think, others still at many spots where traces of them are found in traditions, in default of memorials. The university had also its own, on Mount Saint Genevieve, a sort of job of the Middle Ages, for the space of 30 years, chanted the 7 penitential psalms on a dunghill at the bottom of a cistern, beginning anew when he had finished, singing loudest at night, magna voce per umbras, and today the antiquary fancies that he hears his voice as he enters the Rue du Puitsquiparle, the street of the speaking well. To confine ourselves to the cell in the Tour Roland, we must say that it had never lacked recluses. After the death of Madame Roland, it had stood vacant for a year or two, though rarely. Many women had come thither to mourn until their death, for relatives, lovers, faults. Parisian malice, which thrusts its finger into everything, even into things which concern it the least, affirmed that it had beheld but few widows there. In accordance with the fashion of the epoch, a Latin inscription on the wall indicated to the learned passerby the pious purpose of this cell. The custom was retained until the middle of the 16th century of explaining an edifice by a brief device inscribed above the door. Thus one still reads in France, above the wicket of the prison in the seigneurial mansion of Tourville, Salto et Spira. In Ireland, beneath the armorial bearings which surmount the grand door to Fortescue Castle, Forte Scutum, Salus Ducum. In England, over the principal entrance to the hospitable mansion of the Earls Cowper, Tuum Est. At that time every edifice was a thought. As there was no door to the walled cell of the Tour Roland, these 2 words had been carved in large Roman capitals over the window. Tu ora. And this caused the people, whose good sense does not perceive so much refinement in things, and likes to translate Ludovico Magno by Port Saint Denis, to give to this dark, gloomy, damp cavity the name of the rat hole. An explanation less sublime perhaps than the other, but on the other hand more picturesque. Chapter 3. History of a leavened cake of maize. At the epoch of this history, the cell in the Tour Roland was occupied. If the reader desires to know by whom, he has only to lend an ear to the conversation of 3 worthy gossips, who, at the moment when we have directed his attention to the rat hole, were directing their steps towards the same spot, coming up along the water's edge from the Chatelet towards the Greve. 2 of these women were dressed like good bourgeoises of Paris, their fine white ruffs, their petticoats of linsey woolsey striped red and blue, their white knitted stockings with clocks embroidered in colours well drawn upon their legs, the square-toed shoes of tawny leather with black soles, and above all their headgear that sort of tinsel, horn loaded down with ribbons and laces, which the women of Champagne still wear, in company with the grenadiers of the Imperial Guard of Russia, announced that they belonged to that class wives, which holds the middle ground between what the lackeys call a woman and what they term a lady. They wore neither rings nor gold crosses, and it was easy to see that, in their ease, this did not proceed from poverty, but simply from fear of being fined. Their companion was attired in very much the same manner, but there was that indescribable something about her dress and bearing which suggested the wife of a provincial notary. One could see, by the way in which her girdle rose above her hips, that she had not been long in Paris. Add to this a plaited tucker, knots of ribbon on her shoes, and that the stripes of her petticoat ran horizontally instead of vertically, and 1,000 other enormities which shocked good taste. The two first walked with that step peculiar to Parisian ladies, showing Paris to women from the country. The provincial held by the hand a big boy, who held in his a large flat cake. We regret to be obliged to add that, owing to the rigor of the season, he was using his tongue as a handkerchief. The child was making them drag him along, non passibus aquis, as Virgil says, and stumbling at every moment, to the great indignation of his mother. It is true that he was looking at his cake more than at the pavement. Some serious motive, no doubt, prevented his biting the cake, for he contented himself with gazing tenderly at it, but the mother should have rather taken charge of the cake. It was cruel to make a Tantalus of the chubby-cheeked boy. Meanwhile, the three demoiselles, for the name of dames was then reserved for noble women, were all talking at once. "Let us make haste, Demoiselle Mahiette," said the youngest of the three, who was also the largest, to the provincial. "I greatly fear that we shall arrive too late. They told us at the chatelet that they were going to take him directly to the pillory." "Ah bah, what are you saying, Demoiselle Audard Musnier?" interposed the other Parisienne. "There are 2 hours yet to the pillory. We have time enough. Have you ever seen anyone pilloried, my dear Mahiette?" "Yes," said the provincial, "at Rheims." "Ah bah, what is your pillory at Rheims? A miserable cage into which only peasants are turned. A great affair, truly." "Only peasants," said Mahiette, "at the cloth market in Rheims. We have seen very fine criminals there who have killed their father and mother. Peasants, for what do you take us, Gervais?" It is certain that the provincial was on the point of taking offence, for the honour of her pillory. Fortunately, that discreet Damoiselle Audard Musnier turned the conversation in time. "By the way, Damoiselle Mahiette, what say you to our Flemish ambassadors? Have you as fine ones at Rheims?" "I admit," replied Mahiette, "that it is only in Paris that such Flemings can be seen." "Did you see among the embassy that big ambassador who is a hosier?" asked Audard. "Yes," said Mahiette, "he has the eye of a Saturn." "And the big fellow whose face resembles a bare belly," resumed Gervais, "and the little one with small eyes framed in red eyelids, pared down and slashed up like a thistle head." "'Tis their horses that are worth seeing," said Audard, "caparisoned as they are after the fashion of their country." "Ah, my dear," interrupted provincial Mahiette, assuming in her turn an air of superiority, "what would you say then if you had seen in 61, at the consecration at Rheims, 18 years ago, the horses of the princes and of the king's company, housings and caparisons of all sorts, some of damask cloth, of fine cloth of gold furred with sables, others of velvet furred with ermine, others all embellished with goldsmith's work and large bells of gold and silver, and what money that had cost, and what handsome boy pages rode upon them?" "That," replied Audard dryly, "does not prevent the Flemings having very fine horses, and having had a superb supper yesterday with Monsieur, the provost of the merchants, at the Hôtel de Ville, where they were served with comfits and hippocras and spices and other singularities." "What are you saying, neighbour?" exclaimed Gervais. "It was with Monsieur the Cardinal at the Petit Bourbon that they supped." "Not at all, at the Hôtel de Ville." "Yes, indeed, at the Petit Bourbon." "It was at the Hôtel de Ville," retorted Audard sharply, and Dr. Scourable addressed them a harangue in Latin, which pleased them greatly. "My husband, who is sworn bookseller, told me so." "It was at the Petit Bourbon," replied Gervais with no less spirit, "and this is what Monsieur the Cardinal's procurator presented to them: 12 double quarts of hippocras, white, claret, and red, 24 boxes of double Lyon marchpane, gilded, as many torches worth 2 livres apiece, and 6 demi-cues of bone wine, white and claret, the best that could be found. I have it from my husband, who is a cinquantenaire at the Parloir Rox Bourgeois, and who was this morning comparing the Flemish ambassadors with those of Prester John and the Emperor of Trebizond, who came from Mesopotamia to Paris under the last king, and who wore rings in their ears." "So true is it that they supped at the Hôtel de Ville," replied Audard, but little affected by this catalogue, "that such a triumph of viands and comforts has never been seen. I tell you that they were served by Le Sec, sergeant of the city, at the Hôtel du Petit Bourbon, and that is where you are mistaken." "At the Hôtel de Ville, I tell you." "At the Petit Bourbon, my dear, and they had illuminated with magic glasses the word hope, which is written on the grand portal." At the Hôtel de Ville, at the Hôtel de Ville, and Husson Lavoir played the flute. I tell you no. I tell you yes. I say no. Plump and worthy Audard was preparing to retort, and the quarrel might perhaps have proceeded to a pulling of caps, had not Mahiette suddenly exclaimed, Look at those people assembled yonder at the end of the bridge. There is something in their midst that they are looking at. In sooth, said Gervaise, I hear the sounds of a tambourine. I believe 'tis the little Esmeralda who plays her mummeries with her goat. Be quick, Mahiette, redouble your pace and drag along your boy. You are come hither to visit the curiosities of Paris. You saw the Flemings yesterday, you must see the gypsy today. The gypsy, said Mahiette, suddenly retracing her steps and clasping her son's arm forcibly. God preserve me from it, she would steal my child from me. Come, Eustache. And she set out on a run along the quay towards the Grève, until she had left the bridge far behind her. In the meanwhile, the child whom she was dragging after her fell upon his knees. She halted breathless. Audard and Gervaise rejoined her. That gypsy steal your child from you, said Gervaise. That's a singular freak of yours. Mahiette shook her head with a pensive air. The singular point is, observed Audard, that La Sachette has the same idea about the Egyptian woman. What is La Sachette? Asked Mahiette. Hey, said Audard, Sister Gudule. And who is Sister Gudule? Persisted Mahiette. You are certainly ignorant of all but your Reims not to know that, replied Audard. 'Tis the recluse of the rat hole. What? Demanded Mahiette. That poor woman to whom we are carrying this cake. Audard nodded affirmatively. Precisely, you will see her presently at her window on the Grève. She has the same opinion as yourself of these vagabonds of Egypt, who play the tambourine and tell fortunes to the public. No one knows whence comes her horror of the gypsies and Egyptians. But you, Mahiette, why do you run so at the mere sight of them? Oh, said Mahiette, seizing her child's round head in both hands, I don't want that to happen to me which happened to Paquette la Chantifleurie. Oh, you must tell us that story, my good Mahiette, said Gervaise, taking her arm. Gladly, replied Mahiette, but you must be ignorant of all but your Paris not to know that. I will tell you then, but 'tis not necessary for us to halt that I may tell you the tale, that Paquette la Chantifleurie was a pretty maid of 18 when I was one myself, that is to say, 18 years ago, and 'tis her own fault if she is not today like me, a good, plump, fresh mother of 36 with a husband and a son. However, after the age of 14 it was too late. Well, she was the daughter of Guibertant, minstrel of the barges at Reims, the same who had played before King Charles VII. At his coronation, when he descended our river vessel from Sillery to Muisson, when Madame the Maid of Orleans was also in the boat, the old father died when Paquette was still a mere child. She had then no one but her mother, the sister of M. Pradon, Master Brazier and coppersmith in Paris, Rue Perringarlin, who died last year. You see, she was of good family. The mother was a good simple woman, unfortunately, and she taught Paquette nothing but a bit of embroidery and toy-making which did not prevent the little one from growing very large and remaining very poor. They both dwelt at Reims on the river front, Rue de Falpaine. Mark this, for I believe it was this which brought misfortune to Paquette. In 61, the year of the coronation of our King Louis XI, whom God preserve, Paquette was so gay and so pretty that she was called everywhere by no other name than La Chantifleurie, blossoming song. Poor girl, she had handsome teeth, she was fond of laughing and displaying them. Now a maid who loves to laugh is on the road to weeping. Handsome teeth ruin handsome eyes. So she was La Chantifleurie. She and her mother earned a precarious living. They had been very destitute since the death of the minstrel. Their embroidery did not bring them in more than 6 farthings a week, which does not amount to quite 2 eagle-liards. Where were the days when Father Guibertant had earned 12 sous Parisian in a single coronation with a song? One winter, it was in that same year of 61, when the 2 women had neither faggots nor firewood, it was very cold, which gave La Chantifleurie such a fine colour that the men called her Paquette, and many called her Paquerette, and she was ruined. Eustache, just let me see you bite that cake if you dare. We immediately perceived that she was ruined one Sunday when she came to church with a gold cross about her neck, at 14 years of age. Do you see? First it was the young Vicomte de Cormontreuil, who has his bell tower 3 leagues distant from Reims, then Messer Henry de Triancourt, equerry to the king, then less than that Chiart de Bolian, sergeant-at-arms, then still descending Gury Aubergine, carver to the king, then Massey de Frapus, barber to Monsieur the Dauphin, then Thaven in Lemoyne, king's cook. Then the men. Growing continually younger and less noble, she fell to Guillaume Racine, minstrel of the hurdy-gurdy, and to Thierry de Meur, lamplighter. Then poor Chantifleury, she belonged to everyone. She had reached the last sou of her gold piece. What shall I say to you, my damoiselles? At the coronation in the same year, 61, 'twas she who made the bed of the king of the debauchees. In the same year. Mahiette sighed, and wiped away a tear which trickled from her eyes. This is no very extraordinary history, said Gervaise, and in the whole of it I see nothing of any Egyptian women or children. Patience, resumed Mahiette, you will see one child. In 66, 'twill be 16 years ago this month at St. Paul's Day, Paquette was brought to bed of a little girl. The unhappy creature, it was a great joy to her, she had long wished for a child. Her mother, good woman, who had never known what to do except to shut her eyes, her mother was dead. Paquette had no longer anyone to love in the world, or anyone to love her. La Chantifleury had been a poor creature during the 5 years since her fall. She was alone in this life. Fingers were pointed at her. She was hooted at in the streets, beaten by the sergeants, jeered at by the little boys in rags. And then 20 had arrived, and 20 is an old age for amorous women. Folly began to bring her in no more than her trade of embroidery in former days. For every wrinkle that came, a crown fled. Winter became hard to her once more. Wood became rare again in her brazier, and bread in her cupboard. She could no longer work because, in becoming voluptuous, she had grown lazy, and she suffered much more because, in growing lazy, she had become voluptuous. At least, that is the way in which Monsieur the Curé of Saint-Tremaille explains why these women are colder and hungrier than other poor women when they are old. Yes, remarked Gervaise, but the gypsies. One moment, Gervaise, said Audard, whose attention was less impatient. What would be left for the end if all were in the beginning? Continue, Mahiette, I entreat you. That poor Chantifleury. Mahiette went on. So she was very sad, very miserable, and furrowed her cheeks with tears, but in the midst of her shame, her folly, her debauchery, it seemed to her that she should be less wild, less shameful, less dissipated, if there were something or someone in the world whom she could love, and who could love her. It was necessary that it should be a child, because only a child could be sufficiently innocent for that. She had recognized this fact after having tried to love a thief, the only man who wanted her. But after a short time, she perceived that the thief despised her. Those women of love require either a lover or a child to fill their hearts. Otherwise they are very unhappy. As she could not have a lover, she turned wholly towards a desire for a child, and as she had not ceased to be pious, she made her constant prayer to the good God for it. So the good God took pity on her and gave her a little daughter. I will not speak to you of her joy. It was a fury of tears and caresses and kisses. She nursed her child herself, made swaddling bands for it out of her coverlet, the only one which she had on her bed, and no longer felt either cold or hunger. She became beautiful once more in consequence of it. An old maid makes a young mother. Gallantry claimed her once more. Men came to see La Chantifleury. She found customers again for her merchandise, and out of all these horrors she made baby clothes, caps and bibs, bodices with shoulder straps of lace, and tiny bonnets of satin, without even thinking of buying herself another coverlet. Master Eustache, I have already told you not to eat that cake. It is certain that little Agnes, that was the child's name, a baptismal name, for it was a long time since La Chantifleury had had any surname. It is certain that that little one was more swathed in ribbons and embroideries than a dauphiness of Dauphiny. Among other things, she had a pair of little shoes, the like of which King Louis XI certainly never had. Her mother had stitched and embroidered them herself. She had lavished on them all the delicacies of her art of embroideress, and all the embellishments of a robe for the good Virgin. They certainly were the 2 prettiest little pink shoes that could be seen. They were no longer than my thumb, and one had to see the child's little feet come out of them, in order to believe that they had been able to get into them. 'Tis true that those little feet were so small, so pretty, so rosy, rosier than the satin of the shoes. When you have children, Audard, you will find that there is nothing prettier than those little hands and feet. I ask no better, said Audard with a sigh, but I am waiting until it shall suit the good pleasure of M. Andry Musnier. However, Paquette's child had more that was pretty about it besides its feet. I saw her when she was only 4 months old. She was a love. She had eyes larger than her mouth and the most charming black hair which already curled. She would have been a magnificent brunette at the age of 16. Her mother became more crazy over her every day. She kissed her, caressed her, tickled her, washed her, decked her out, devoured her. She lost her head over her, she thanked God for her. Her pretty little rosy feet above all were an endless source of wonderment. They were a delirium of joy. She was always pressing her lips to them, and she could never recover from her amazement at their smallness. She put them into the tiny shoes, took them out, admired them, marveled at them, looked at the light through them, was curious to see them try to walk on her bed, and would gladly have passed her life on her knees, putting on and taking off the shoes from those feet, as though they had been those of an infant Jesus. "The tale is fair and good," said Gervaise in a low tone, "but where do gypsies come into all that?" "Here," replied Mahiette. "One day there arrived in Reims a very queer sort of people. They were beggars and vagabonds who were roaming over the country, led by their duke and their counts. They were browned by exposure to the sun, they had closely curling hair and silver rings in their ears. The women were still uglier than the men. They had blacker faces which were always uncovered, a miserable frock on their bodies, an old cloth woven of cords bound upon their shoulder, and their hair hanging like the tail of a horse. The children who scrambled between their legs would have frightened as many monkeys. A band of excommunicates. All these persons came direct from Lower Egypt to Reims through Poland. The Pope had confessed them, it was said, and had prescribed to them as penance to roam through the world for 7 years without sleeping in a bed, and so they were called penancers and smelt horribly. It appears that they had formerly been Saracens, which was why they believed in Jupiter, and claimed 10 livers of tournay from all archbishops, bishops, and mitred abbots with croziers. A bull from the Pope empowered them to do that. They came to Reims to tell fortunes in the name of the King of Algiers and the Emperor of Germany. You can readily imagine that no more was needed to cause the entrance to the town to be forbidden them. Then the whole band camped with good grace outside the Gate of Brain, on that hill where stands a mill, beside the cavities of the ancient chalk pits. And everybody in Reims vied with his neighbour in going to see them. They looked at your hand and told you marvellous prophecies. They were equal to predicting to Judas that he would become Pope. Nevertheless, ugly rumours were in circulation in regard to them, about children stolen, purses cut, and human flesh devoured. The wise people said to the foolish, "Don't go there," and then went themselves on the sly. It was an infatuation. The fact is that they said things fit to astonish a cardinal. Mothers triumphed greatly over their little ones after the Egyptians had read in their hands all sorts of marvels written in pagan and in Turkish. One had an emperor, another a pope, another a captain. Poor Chanticleery was seized with curiosity. She wished to know about herself, and whether her pretty little Agnes would not become some day Empress of Armenia, or something else. So she carried her to the Egyptians, and the Egyptian women fell to admiring the child, and to caressing it, and to kissing it with their black mouths, and to marvelling over its little band, alas, to the great joy of the mother. They were especially enthusiastic over her pretty feet and shoes. The child was not yet a year old. She already lisped a little, laughed at her mother like a little mad thing, was plump and quite round, and possessed 1,000 charming little gestures of the angels of paradise. She was very much frightened by the Egyptians and wept, but her mother kissed her more warmly and went away enchanted with the good fortune which the soothsayers had foretold for her Agnes. She was to be a beauty, virtuous, a queen. So she returned to her attic in the Rue Falpain, very proud of bearing with her a queen. The next day she took advantage of a moment when the child was asleep on her bed, for they always slept together, gently left the door a little way open, and ran to tell a neighbour in the Rue de la Chesserie that the day would come when her daughter Agnes would be served at table by the King of England and the Archduke of Ethiopia, and 100 other marvels. On her return, hearing no cries on the staircase, she said to herself, "Good, the child is still asleep." She found her door wider open than she had left it, but she entered, poor mother, and ran to the bed. The child was no longer there, the place was empty. Nothing remained of the child but one of her pretty little shoes. She flew out of the room, dashed down the stairs, and began to beat her head against the wall, crying, "My child! Who has my child? Who has taken my child?" The street was deserted, the house isolated. No one could tell her anything about it. She went about the town, searched all the streets, ran hither and thither the whole day long, wild, beside herself, terrible, snuffing at doors and windows like a wild beast which has lost its young. She was breathless, dishevelled, frightful to see, and there was a fire in her eyes which dried her tears. She stopped the passers-by and cried, my daughter, my pretty little daughter. If anyone will give me back my daughter, I will be his servant, the servant of his dog, and he shall eat my heart if he will." She met M., the curé of Saint-Tremaille, and said to him, "Monsieur, I will till the earth with my fingernails, but give me back my child." It was heartrending, Auderd, and I saw a very hard man, Master Ponce Lacaber, the procurator, weep. Ah, poor mother! In the evening she returned home. During her absence, a neighbour had seen 2 gypsies ascend up to it with a bundle in their arms, then descend again after closing the door. After their departure, something like the cries of a child were heard in Paquette's room. The mother burst into shrieks of laughter. ascended the stairs as though on wings and entered, a frightful thing to tell, Audred. Instead of her pretty little Agnes, so rosy and so fresh, who was a gift of the good God, a sort of hideous little monster, lame, one-eyed, deformed, was crawling and squalling over the floor. She hid her eyes in horror. "Oh," said she, "have the witches transformed my daughter into this horrible animal?" They hastened to carry away the little clubfoot. He would have driven her mad. It was the monstrous child of some gypsy woman who had given herself to the devil. He appeared to be about 4 years old, and talked a language which was no human tongue. There were words in it which were impossible. La Chantifleurie flung herself upon the little shoe, all that remained to her of all that she loved. She remained so long motionless over it, mute and without breath, that they thought she was dead. Suddenly she trembled all over, covered her relic with furious kisses, and burst out sobbing as though her heart were broken. "I assure you that we were all weeping also." She said, "Oh, my little daughter, my pretty little daughter, where art thou? And it wrung your very heart. I weep still when I think of it. Our children are the marrow of our bones, you see. My poor Eustache, thou art so fair. If you only knew how nice he is. Yesterday he said to me, 'I want to be a gendarme, that I do.' Oh, my Eustache, if I were to lose thee." All at once La Chantifleurie rose and set out to run through Reims, screaming, "To the gypsies' camp, to the gypsies' camp, police to burn the witches." The gypsies were gone. It was pitch dark. They could not be followed. On the morrow, 2 leagues from Reims, on a heath between Gueux and Tilleuil, the remains of a large fire were found, some ribbons which had belonged to Paquette's child, drops of blood, and the dung of a ram. The night just past had been a Saturday. There was no longer any doubt that the Egyptians had held their Sabbath on that heath, and that they had devoured the child in company with Beelzebub, as the practice is among the Mahometans. When La Chantifleurie learned these horrible things, she did not weep. She moved her lips as though to speak, but could not. On the morrow her hair was grey. On the second day she had disappeared. "'Tis in truth a frightful tale," said Audred, "and one which would make even a Burgundian weep." "I am no longer surprised," added Gervaise, "that fear of the gypsies should spur you on so sharply." "And you did all the better," resumed Audred, "to flee with your Eustache just now, since these also are gypsies from Poland." "No," said Gervaise, "'tis said that they come from Spain and Catalonia." "Catalonia, 'tis possible," replied Audred. "Pologne, Catalogne, Valognes, I always confound those 3 provinces. One thing is certain, that they are gypsies." "Who certainly," added Gervaise, "have teeth long enough to eat little children. I should not be surprised if La Esmeralda ate a little of them also, though she pretends to be dainty. Her white goat knows tricks that are too malicious for there not to be some impiety underneath it all." Mahiette walked on in silence. She was absorbed in that reverie which is, in some sort, the continuation of a mournful tale, and which ends only after having communicated the emotion from vibration to vibration, even to the very last fibres of the heart. Nevertheless, Gervaise addressed her. "And did they ever learn what became of La Chantifleurie?" Mahiette made no reply. Gervaise repeated her question and shook her arm, calling her by name. Mahiette appeared to awaken from her thoughts. "What became of La Chantifleurie?" she said, repeating mechanically the words whose impression was still fresh in her ear. Then, making an effort to recall her attention to the meaning of her words, "Ah," she continued briskly, "no one ever found out." She added after a pause, "Some said that she had been seen to quit Reims at nightfall by the Flakenbolt gate, others at daybreak by the old Basset gate. A poor man found her gold cross hanging on the stone cross in the field where the fair is held. It was that ornament which had wrought her ruin in 61. It was a gift from the handsome Vicomte de Cormontreuil, her first lover. Paquette had never been willing to part with it, wretched as she had been. She had clung to it as to life itself. So when we saw that cross abandoned, we all thought that she was dead. Nevertheless, there were people of the Cabaret Les Vents who said that they had seen her pass along the road to Paris, walking on the pebbles with her bare feet. But in that case, she must have gone out through the Porte de Vessel, and all this does not agree. Or, to speak more truly, I believe that she actually did depart by the Porte de Vessel, but departed from this world." "I do not understand you," said Gervaise. "La Vessel," replied Mahiette with a melancholy smile, "is the river." "Poor Chantifleurie," said Audred with a shiver, "drowned." "Drowned," resumed Mahiette, "who could have told good Father Guibertant, when he passed under the bridge of Tinga with the current, singing in his barge, that one day his dear little Paquette would also pass beneath that bridge, but without song or boat." "And the little shoe?" asked Gervaise. "Disappeared with the mother," replied Mahiette. "Poor little shoe," said Audred. Audard, a big and tender woman, would have been well pleased to sigh in company with Mahiette, but Gervaise, more curious, had not finished her questions. "And the monster," she said suddenly to Mahiette. "What monster?" inquired the latter. "The little gypsy monster left by the sorceresses in Chantiflery's chamber in exchange for her daughter. What did you do with it? I hope you drowned it also." "No," replied Mahiette. "What, you burned it then? In sooth that is more just, a witch child." "Neither the one nor the other, Gervaise. Monseigneur the Archbishop interested himself in the child of Egypt, exorcised it, blessed it, removed the devil carefully from its body, and sent it to Paris, to be exposed on the wooden bed at Notre-Dame as a foundling." "Those bishops," grumbled Gervaise, "because they are learned they do nothing like anybody else. I just put it to you, Audard, the idea of placing the devil among the foundlings, for that little monster was assuredly the devil. Well, Mahiette, what did they do with it in Paris? I am quite sure that no charitable person wanted it." "I do not know," replied the Rameuse. "'Twas just at that time that my husband bought the office of notary at Beroux, 2 leagues from the town, and we were no longer occupied with that story. Besides, in front of Beroux stand the 2 hills of Cernay, which hide the towers of the cathedral in Reims from view." While chatting thus, the 3 worthy bourgeoises had arrived at the Place de Grève. In their absorption, they had passed the public breviary of the Tour Roland without stopping, and took their way mechanically towards the pillory around which the throng was growing more dense with every moment. It is probable that the spectacle which at that moment attracted all looks in that direction would have made them forget completely the rat hole, and the halt which they intended to make there, if big Eustache, 6 years of age, whom Mahiette was dragging along by the hand, had not abruptly recalled the object to them. "Mother," said he, as though some instinct warned him that the rat hole was behind him, "can I eat the cake now?" If Eustache had been more adroit, that is to say, less greedy, he would have continued to wait, and would only have hazarded that simple question, "Mother, can I eat the cake now?" On their return to the university, to Master André Musnier, Rue Madame la Valence, when he had the 2 arms of the Seine and the 5 bridges of the city between the rat hole and the cake. This question, highly imprudent at the moment when Eustache put it, aroused Mahiette's attention. "By the way," she exclaimed, "we are forgetting the recluse. Show me the rat hole that I may carry her cake." "Immediately," said Audard, "'tis a charity." But this did not suit Eustache. "Stop my cake," said he, rubbing both ears alternatively with his shoulders, which in such cases is the supreme sign of discontent. The 3 women retraced their steps, and on arriving in the vicinity of the Tour Roland, Audard said to the other 2, "We must not all 3 gaze into the hole at once for fear of alarming the recluse. Do you 2 pretend to read the Dominus in the breviary, while I thrust my nose into the aperture. The recluse knows me a little. I will give you warning when you can approach." She proceeded alone to the window. At the moment when she looked in, a profound pity was depicted on all her features, and her frank, gay visage altered its expression and colour as abruptly as though it had passed from a ray of sunlight to a ray of moonlight. Her eye became humid, her mouth contracted, like that of a person on the point of weeping. A moment later, she laid her finger on her lips, and made a sign to Mahiette to draw near and look. Mahiette, much touched, stepped up in silence on tiptoe, as though approaching the bedside of a dying person. It was, in fact, a melancholy spectacle which presented itself to the eyes of the 2 women, as they gazed through the grating of the rat hole, neither stirring nor breathing. The cell was small, broader than it was long, with an arched ceiling, and viewed from within, it bore a considerable resemblance to the interior of a huge bishop's mitre. On the bare flagstones which formed the floor in one corner, a woman was sitting, or rather crouching. Her chin rested on her knees, which her crossed arms pressed forcibly to her breast, thus doubled up, clad in a brown sack which enveloped her entirely in large folds, her long grey hair pulled over in front, falling over her face and along her legs nearly to her feet. She presented, at the first glance, only a strange form outlined against the dark background of the cell, a sort of dusky triangle which the ray of daylight falling through the opening cut roughly into 2 shades, the one sombre, the other illuminated. It was one of those spectres, half light, half shadow, such as one beholds in dreams and in the extraordinary work of Goya, pale, motionless, sinister, crouching over a tomb, or leaning against the grating of a prison cell. It was neither a woman, nor a man, nor a living being, nor a definite form. It was a figure, a sort of vision, in which the real and the fantastic intersected each other, like darkness and day. It was with difficulty that one distinguished, beneath her hair which spread to the ground, a gaunt and severe profile. Her dress barely allowed the extremity of a bare foot to escape, which contracted on the hard, cold pavement. The little of human form of which one caught a sight beneath this envelope of mourning caused a shudder. That figure, which one might have supposed to be riveted to the flagstones, appeared to possess neither movement, nor thought, nor breath, lying in January in that thin, linen sack lying on a granite floor without fire, in the gloom of a cell whose oblique air-hole allowed only the cold breeze, but never the sun to enter from without. She did not appear to suffer or even to think. One would have said that she had turned to stone with the cell, ice with the season. Her hands were clasped, her eyes fixed. At first sight one took her for a spectre, at the second for a statue. Nevertheless, at intervals, her blue lips half opened to admit a breath, and trembled, but as dead and as mechanical as the leaves which the wind sweeps aside. Nevertheless, from her dull eyes there escaped a look, an ineffable look, a profound, lugubrious, imperturbable look, incessantly fixed upon a corner of the cell which could not be seen from without, a gaze which seemed to fix all the sombre thoughts of that soul in distress upon some mysterious object. Such was the creature who had received from her habitation the name of the recluse, and from her garment the name of the sacked nun. The three women, for Gervaise had rejoined Mahiette and Audard, gazed through the window. Their heads intercepted the feeble light in the cell, without the wretched being whom they thus deprived of it seeming to pay any attention to them. "Do not let us trouble her," said Audard in a low voice. "She is in her ecstasy, she is praying." Meanwhile, Mahiette was gazing with ever-increasing anxiety at that wan, withered, dishevelled head, and her eyes filled with tears. "This is very singular," she murmured. She thrust her head through the bars, and succeeded in casting a glance at the corner where the gaze of the unhappy woman was immovably riveted. When she withdrew her head from the window, her countenance was inundated with tears. "What do you call that woman?" she asked Audard. Audard replied, "We call her Sister Gudule." "And I," returned Mahiette, "call her Paquette la Chantifleurie." Then, laying her finger on her lips, she motioned to the astounded Audard to thrust her head through the window and look. Audard looked and beheld, in the corner where the eyes of the recluse were fixed in that sombre ecstasy, a tiny shoe of pink satin, embroidered with 1,000 fanciful designs in gold and silver. Gervaise looked after Audard, and then the three women, gazing upon the unhappy mother, began to weep. But neither their looks nor their tears disturbed the recluse. Her hands remained clasped, her lips mute, her eyes fixed, and that little shoe thus gazed at broke the heart of anyone who knew her history. The three women had not yet uttered a single word. They dared not speak, even in a low voice. This deep silence, this deep grief, this profound oblivion in which everything had disappeared except one thing, produced upon them the effect of the grand altar at Christmas or Easter. They remained silent, they meditated, they were ready to kneel. It seemed to them that they were ready to enter a church on the day of Ténébré. At length Gervaise, the most curious of the three, and consequently the least sensitive, tried to make the recluse speak. "Sister, Sister Gudule." She repeated this call 3 times, raising her voice each time. The recluse did not move, not a word, not a glance, not a sigh, not a sign of life. Audard in her turn in a sweeter, more caressing voice, "Sister," said she, "Sister Saint Gudule." The same silence, the same immobility. "A singular woman," exclaimed Gervaise, "and one not to be moved by a catapult." "Perchance she is deaf," said Audard. "Perhaps she is blind," added Gervaise. "Dead perchance," returned Mahiette. It is certain that if the soul had not already quitted this inert, sluggish, lethargic body, it had at least retreated and concealed itself in depths whither the perceptions of the exterior organs no longer penetrated. "Then we must leave the cake on the window," said Audard. "Some scamp will take it. What shall we do to rouse her?" Eustache, who up to that moment had been diverted by a little carriage drawn by a large dog which had just passed, suddenly perceived that his 3 conductresses were gazing at something through the window, and curiosity taking possession of him in his turn, he climbed upon a stone post, elevated himself on tiptoe, and applied his fat, red face to the opening, shouting, "Mother, let me see too." At the sound of this clear, fresh, ringing child's voice, the recluse trembled. She turned her head with the sharp, abrupt movement of a steel spring, her long, fleshless hands cast aside the hair from her brow, and she fixed upon the child bitter, astonished, desperate eyes. This glance was but a lightning flash. "Oh my God!" she suddenly exclaimed, hiding her head on her knees, and it seemed as though her hoarse voice tore her chest as it passed from it. "Do not show me those of others." "Good day, madam," said the child gravely. Nevertheless, this shock had, so to speak, awakened the recluse. A long shiver traversed her frame from head to foot, her teeth chattered. She half raised her head and said, pressing her elbows against her hips and clasping her feet in her hands as though to warm them, "Oh, how cold it is!" "Poor woman," said Audud with great compassion, "would you like a little fire?" She shook her head in token of refusal. "Well," resumed Audud, presenting her with a flagon, "here is some hippocras which will warm you, drink it." Again she shook her head, looked at Audud fixedly and replied, "Water." Audud persisted, "No, sister, that is no beverage for January. You must drink a little hippocras and eat this leavened cake of maize which we have baked for you." She refused the cake which Mahiette offered to her and said, "Black bread." "Come," said Gervaise, seized in her turn with an impulse of charity, and unfastening her woolen cloak, "here is a cloak which is a little warmer than yours." She refused the cloak as she had refused the flagon and the cake, and replied, "A sack." "But," resumed the good Audud, "you must have perceived to some extent that yesterday was a festival." "I do perceive it," said the recluse. "'Tis 2 days now since I have had any water in my crock." She added after a silence, "'Tis a festival, I am forgotten, people do well. Why should the world think of me when I do not think of it? Cold charcoal makes cold ashes." And as though fatigued with having said so much, she dropped her head on her knees again. The simple and charitable Audud, who fancied that she understood from her last words that she was complaining of the cold, replied innocently, "Then you would like a little fire?" "Fire," said the sacked nun with a strange accent, "and will you also make a little for the poor little one who has been beneath the sod for these 15 years? Every limb was trembling, her voice quivered, her eyes flashed. She had raised herself upon her knees. Suddenly she extended her thin, white hand towards the child, who was regarding her with a look of astonishment. "Take away that child," she cried. "The Egyptian woman is about to pass by." Then she fell face downward on the earth, and her forehead struck the stone, with the sound of one stone against another stone. The 3 women thought her dead. A moment later, however, she moved, and they beheld her drag herself on her knees and elbows to the corner where the little shoe was. Then they dared not look, they no longer saw her. But they heard 1,000 kisses and 1,000 sighs, mingled with heartrending cries, and dull blows like those of a head in contact with a wall. Then, after one of these blows, so violent that all 3 of them staggered, they heard no more. "Can she have killed herself?" said Gervaise, venturing to pass her head through the air-hole. Sister Gudule." "Sister Gudule," repeated Audud. "Ah, good heavens, she no longer moves," resumed Gervaise. "Is she dead, Gudule?" Mahiette, choked to such a point that she could not speak, made an effort. "Wait," said she. Then bending towards the window, Paquette, she said, "Paquette le chantifleury." A child who innocently blows upon the badly ignited fuse of a bomb, and makes it explode in his face, is no more terrified than was Mahiette at the effect of that name, abruptly launched into the cell of Sister Gudule. The recluse trembled all over, rose erect on her bare feet, and leaped at the window with eyes so glaring that Mahiette and Audud, and the other woman and the child recoiled even to the parapet of the quay. Meanwhile, the sinister face of the recluse appeared pressed to the grating of the air-hole. "Oh, oh," she cried with an appalling laugh, "'tis the Egyptian who is calling me." At that moment a scene which was passing at the pillory caught her wild eye. Her brow contracted with horror, she stretched her 2 skeleton arms from her cell and shrieked in a voice which resembled a death rattle, "So 'tis thou once more, daughter of Egypt. 'Tis thou who callest me stealer of children. Well, be thou accursed, 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 accursed." Chapter 4. A tear for a drop of water. These words were, so to speak, the point of union of 2 scenes, which had up to that time been developed in parallel lines at the same moment, each on its particular theatre. One that which the reader has just perused in the rat-hole, the other which he is about to read on the ladder of the pillory. The first had for witnesses only the 3 women with whom the reader has just made acquaintance. The second had for spectators all the public which we have seen above, collecting on the place de grève, around the pillory and the gibbet. That crowd which the 4 sergeants posted at 9 o'clock in the morning at the 4 corners of the pillory had inspired with the hope of some sort of an execution. No doubt not a hanging, but a whipping, a cropping of ears, something in short. That crowd had increased so rapidly that the 4 policemen, too closely besieged, had had occasion to press it, as the expression then ran more than once, by sound blows of their whips, and the haunches of their horses. This populace, disciplined to waiting for public executions, did not manifest very much impatience. It amused itself with watching the pillory, a very simple sort of monument, composed of a cube of masonry about 6 feet high and hollow in the interior, a very steep staircase of unhewn stone, which was called by distinction the ladder, led to the upper platform, upon which was visible a horizontal wheel of solid oak. The victim was bound upon this wheel, on his knees with his hands behind his back. A wooden shaft, which set in motion a capstan concealed in the interior of the little edifice, imparted a rotatory motion to the wheel, which always maintained its horizontal position, and in this manner presented the face of the condemned man to all quarters of the square in succession. This was what was called turning a criminal. As the reader perceives, the pillory of the Greve was far from presenting all the recreations of the pillory of the Hollows. Nothing architectural, nothing monumental. No roof to the iron cross, no octagonal lantern, no frail, slender columns spreading out on the edge of the roof into capitals of acanthus leaves and flowers, no waterspouts of chimeras and monsters, on carved woodwork, no fine sculpture, deeply sunk in the stone. They were forced to content themselves with those 4 stretches of rubble work, backed with sandstone, and a wretched stone gibbet, meagre and bare on one side. The entertainment would have been but a poor one for lovers of Gothic architecture. It is true that nothing was ever less curious on the score of architecture than the worthy gapers of the Middle Ages, and that they cared very little for the beauty of a pillory. The victim finally arrived, bound to the tail of a cart, and when he had been hoisted upon the platform, where he could be seen from all points of the place, bound with cords and straps upon the wheel of the pillory, a prodigious hoot, mingled with laughter and acclamations, burst forth upon the place. They had recognized Quasimodo. It was he, in fact. The change was singular, pilloried on the very place where on the day before he had been saluted, acclaimed and proclaimed Pope and Prince of Fools, in the cortege of the Duke of Egypt, the King of Thunes and the Emperor of Galilee. One thing is certain, and that is that there was not a soul in the crowd, not even himself, though in turn triumphant and the sufferer, who set forth this combination clearly in his thought. Gringoire and his philosophy were missing at this spectacle. Soon Michel Noir, sworn trumpeter to the King, our Lord, imposed silence on the louts, and proclaimed the sentence, in accordance with the order and command of Monsieur the Provost. Then he withdrew behind the cart, with his men in livery surcoats. Quasimodo, impassible, did not wince. All resistance had been rendered impossible to him by what was then called in the style of the criminal chancellery, the vehemence and firmness of the bonds, which means that the thongs and chains probably cut into his flesh. Moreover, it is a tradition of jail and wardens, which has not been lost, and which the handcuffs still preciously preserve among us, a civilized, gentle, humane people, the galleys and the guillotine in parentheses. He had allowed himself to be led, pushed, carried, lifted, bound and bound again. Nothing was to be seen upon his countenance but the astonishment of a savage or an idiot. He was known to be deaf, one might have pronounced him to be blind. They placed him on his knees on the circular plank. He made no resistance. They removed his shirt and doublet as far as his girdle. He allowed them to have their way. They entangled him under a fresh system of thongs and buckles. He allowed them to bind and buckle him. Only from time to time he snorted noisily, like a calf whose head is hanging and bumping over the edge of a butcher's cart. "The dolt," said Jehan Frollo of the mill, to his friend Robin Pausipane, for the 2 students had followed the culprit, as was to have been expected. "He understands no more than a cockchafer shut up in a box." There was wild laughter among the crowd when they beheld Quasimodo's hump, his camel's breast, his callous and hairy shoulders laid bare. During this gaiety, a man in the livery of the city, short of stature and robust of mien, mounted the platform and placed himself near the victim. His name speedily circulated among the spectators. It was Master Pirat Torterue, official torturer to the chatelet. He began by depositing on an angle of the pillory a black hourglass, the upper lobe of which was filled with red sand, which it allowed to glide into the lower receptacle. Then he removed his party-coloured surtout, and there became visible, suspended from his right hand, a thin and tapering whip of long, white, shining, knotted, plaited thongs, armed with metal nails. With his left hand, he negligently folded back his shirt around his right arm, to the very armpit. In the meantime, Frollo, elevating his curly blonde head above the crowd, he had mounted upon the shoulders of Robin Pausapane for the purpose, shouted, "Come and look, gentle ladies and men. They are going to peremptorily flagellate Master Quasimodo, the bell-ringer of my brother, Monsieur the Archdeacon of Joses, a knave of oriental architecture who has a back like a dome and legs like twisted columns." And the crowd burst into a laugh, especially the boys and young girls. At length the torturer stamped his foot. The wheel began to turn. Quasimodo wavered beneath his bonds. The amazement which was suddenly depicted upon his deformed face caused the bursts of laughter to redouble around him. All at once, at the moment when the wheel in its revolution presented to Master Pirate the humped back of Quasimodo, Master Pirate raised his arm. The fine thongs whistled sharply through the air, like a handful of adders, and fell with fury upon the wretch's shoulders. Quasimodo leaped as though awakened with a start. He began to understand. He writhed in his bonds. A violent contraction of surprise and pain distorted the muscles of his face, but he uttered not a single sigh. He merely turned his head backward, to the right, then to the left, balancing it as a bull does who has been stung in the flanks by a gadfly. A second blow followed the first, then a third, and another, and still others. The wheel did not cease to turn, nor the blows to rain down. Soon the blood burst forth, and could be seen trickling in 1,000 threads down the hunchback's black shoulders, and the slender thongs, in their rotatory motion, which rent the air, sprinkled drops of it upon the crowd. Quasimodo had resumed to all appearance his first imperturbability. He had at first tried, in a quiet way and without much outward movement, to break his bonds. His eye had been seen to light up, his muscles to stiffen, his members to concentrate their force and the straps to stretch. The effort was powerful, prodigious, desperate, but the provost's seasoned bonds resisted. They cracked, and that was all. Quasimodo fell back exhausted. Amazement gave way on his features to a sentiment of profound and bitter discouragement. He closed his single eye, allowed his head to droop upon his breast and feign death. From that moment forth he stirred no more. Nothing could force a movement from him. Neither his blood, which did not cease to flow, nor the blows which redoubled in fury, nor the wrath of the torturer, who grew excited himself and intoxicated with the execution, nor the sound of the horrible thongs, more sharp and whistling than the claws of scorpions. At length a bailiff from the chatelet clad in black, mounted on a black horse who had been stationed beside the ladder since the beginning of the execution, extended his ebony wand towards the hourglass. The torturer stopped. The wheel stopped. Quasimodo's eye opened slowly. The scourging was finished. 2 lackeys of the official torturer bathed the bleeding shoulders of the patient, anointed them with some unguent which immediately closed all the wounds, and threw upon his back a sort of yellow vestment in cut like a chasuble. In the meanwhile, Pirate Torterue allowed the thongs, red and gorged with blood, to drip upon the pavement. All was not over for Quasimodo. He had still to undergo that hour of pillory, which Master Florian Barbedian had so judiciously added to the sentence of Messer Robert d'Estoutville, all to the greater glory of the old physiological and psychological play upon words of Jean de Cumine, surdus absurdus. A deaf man is absurd. So the hourglass was turned over once more, and they left the hunchback fastened to the plank, in order that justice might be accomplished to the very end. The populace, especially in the Middle Ages, is in society what the child is in the family. As long as it remains in its state of primitive ignorance, of moral and intellectual minority, it can be said of it as of the child. "'Tis the pitiless age." We have already shown that Quasimodo was generally hated, for more than one good reason, it is true. There was hardly a spectator in that crowd who had not or who did not believe that he had reason to complain of the malevolent hunchback of Notre-Dame. The joy at seeing him appear thus in the pillory had been universal, and the harsh punishment which he had just suffered, and the pitiful condition in which it had left him, far from softening the populace, had rendered its hatred more malicious by arming it with a touch of mirth. Hence the public prosecution satisfied, as the bigwigs of the law still express it in their jargon, the turn came of 1,000 private vengeances. Here, as in the grand hall, the women rendered themselves particularly prominent. All cherished some rancour against him, some for his malice, others for his ugliness. The latter were the most furious. "O mask of Antichrist," said one. "Rider on a broom handle," cried another. "What a fine tragic grimace," howled a third, and who would make him Pope of the Fools if today were yesterday? Tease well struck in an old woman, this is the grimace of the pillory, when shall we have that of the gibbet? When will you be coiffed with your big bell 100 feet underground, cursed bell ringer? But tease the devil who rings the Angelus. Oh, the deaf man, the one-eyed creature, the hunchback, the monster,